Welcome everyone! It's time to get ready for some big ol' Halo. Just like the great journey, we are coming at you fast, hard, and maybe unexpectedly as we get into our second seeding tournament going into the European Halo 2025 kickoff. Again, I'm Hail Monkey Man. I say again because we've done this a few times, but the most fabulous face in all of esports happens to be to my viewers' right and my immediate left. It is a counter incongruency of space. It is Hixie, my man. We're going to get to see these teams fighting for not just a glory, but also a great position going into the kickoff LAN. How are you feeling? It's a middle of the day Sunday, very early for me, but we've also got some Halo players ready to go.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a good one. I'm glad to be back. Missed last week, but I'm looking forward to getting into it. Like you said, yeah, we're going to be going gunning even for seeding for the LAN next weekend, which is going to be great fun. Looking forward to seeing everyone there. We like to see everyone's faces and just get really feel the energy, right? Get back in the LAN setting. But like you said, we do have this weekend and today just to come, but it is a nice little Sunday. I am starting to get a little bit warm, so maybe I'm regretting the fleece jacket just a little bit. Might have to have a little bit of an outfit change, but I appreciate the kind opening as well. Definitely not the prettiest face in esports, for sure.
I refuse any of you to discount. Don't look at this man. Don't listen to this man whenever he decides to be self-deprecating, okay? Because that's all of just truth and fact. But there's no deprecation when it comes to the actual talent that is coming out to you today. We have 16 teams all fighting to find a place going into the European kickoff LAN, and we're starting in the first round. This one is going to be Legion Esports versus Mystics, and both these teams they made it down into the lower bracket off the rip last time around. Legion with Neb, Manxie, Light, and Frenzied, and they only made it into lower round number 2. On the other side, we'll be able to see Mystic's roster as well. Hixie got to bounce back, try to find themselves a better seeding position.
Yeah, I like this team. It's a pretty nice looking roster if I say so myself, but Team Mystics on the other side as well. It's going to be an interesting one with Mage, Funky Face, Outcasted, and Katarina on that side. Looking at both these rosters, my initial thought is Mystics. They got Katarina, they got Outcasted, and Mage is a pretty solid, it's a pretty solid team, right? So it's going to be a difficult start for Legion Esports, but I have a feeling that they could come out hot. And first matchup of the day is always a good one to try and sway things, maybe how you wouldn't expect.
Yeah, it's good to see who's kind of ready off the immediate pull, because we're going to go into some CTF on Empyreans. So, getting your immediate coordination happening. This one really is a big measure of team cohesion, as well as, as soon as you're basically over the midway mark, if there's no one available, it's a free run. You go into a recharge Slayer just thereafter, and then there's going to be strongholds on live fire, which has quickly become one of my favorite positions to have strongholds. It's, I mean, you have that middle kind of movement pack going over to sniper, and then it's about, all right, do you dare to go towards kind of that like a B position off of green, or do you start working off of utilities? So it kind of gives you a mind as what the priorities are for some of these teams and the way they want to kind of combo play against a lot of these rotations.
Yeah, for sure. This map set I'm really liking so far. Empyrean, great start, and then recharge. I feel like we always got to go to recharge. It's always there, and it's a great place to have Slayer for sure. Yeah, it's a nice little map setup. I'm looking forward to seeing how these teams are going to come out on Empyrean, because, like you said, it's very difficult to try and stop a run once it is beyond the halfway point. Almost, I want to see the stats. I'd like to see stats on that, even if that is available, right? To see how many returns are made once the flag is beyond the halfway point, because I feel like it's not got to be that many at all.
Yeah, it's always a bit of drama, a bit of theater. You have maybe that one guy that's on the sniping post, and he's like, "All right, I've got this," and then he just whiffs, just completely just nullifies all the cool things he just said. It's like saying all your thing that you want to do in a D&D campaign and then rolling a 1. It's just not. It's just not great.
Yeah.
If we do happen to make it past that 3-0 position, there is some street ball, which is one of my, I think at this point, the more default but also kind of measured way to get oddball rolling, and then Solitude at the other side of things. So we will be having these best of fives all day to be able to get everyone kind of moving through. Didn't have a lack of 3-0s, especially in these early rounds. I think the biggest surprise last week when BH3, who is on the same side of the bracket as ITB this time around instead of the opposite, they took ITB into a game number 5. So that could be something that we talk about here coming soon. But for right now, it's CTF, it's Empyrean, and it's, of course, a bunch of grenades over in the middle Rocks room.
Yeah, for sure. 2 players falling for Legion Esports as well. Maxi and Frenzy just going to have to see what the others can get up to. Neb, good start from him. Nice little kill, but the flag already been run. Looks like Team Mystics are taking no time to get comfortable. They actually want to keep things just hectic. They have that rocket as well that they can try and expend. One used, finds Maxi. I'm not sure if Katarina does have another, but she's just going to have to try and live up for a minute. Pressure does come through from Legion Esports to try and get this one back, and the sniper hasn't even been picked up for them. They're just trying to keep this one flowing and get this flag back. Looks like it's going to be going as they flush Katarina out of their base. A good start for both teams.
Yeah, one thing that we saw last week, especially whenever I was hanging out with Adam, is that there's a lot less rotation when it comes from sword side, and it's because you do have the snipers, but you have to work for that OS. But when it comes to CTF, so much is just, all right, dominate that long haul position. Great, perfect off of light to be able to get that one. Half of the team of Mystics is down. They're going to have their own flag pull, and that initial play was to have the Rockets supporting that first pull and trying to see if they can get a big pick, but none of that landed.
Yeah, Neb landed a nice body shot onto Outcast. It's just going to stop him from being able to re-peek. I have not seen that sniper skin. That's beautiful. That's like a light rifle hybrid from Halo 5 or something. But the body shots are enough to keep them at bay. Mage Lord does get just tagged up. He's going to have to try and back off, although he does actually aggress up to S2. And able to get the kill. I believe the nade comes through, although Light Axel able to take him down anyway. So Mage Lord does fall, but the flag is pulled. And a bit of a surprising start, I must say. I thought with the rush from Team Mystics that they might be able to just flush out Legion Esports, pick up that first flag very early. But 2 minutes in, and Legion Esports able to pick up a flag. And a great start from all of them as well. 6-1 for Neb, 5-1 for Light Axel. Everyone really just doing some work right now.
It really was a counterplay off of the initial pull by Team Mystics whenever all of this first started. I love the nade work that we're getting right now. Frenzied sees themselves kind of taking up to this back mauler corner. Going to play for the team, see if the rest can convene. You see that they also wanted half the team gone by the time they started making that march forward. Everyone weak, looking for that 5-second rock spawn. They can throw it, at least the nade spam. You got that barrage going through. Neb thinking they can just ignore the rest of it. Light gets the pull, and now they have a big moment to maybe get a second cap.
Yeah, Light Axel could go huge here. Outcast is surely going to be dead to rights. The rocket doesn't come through. Does he expend another? He's going to have to soon, or he's going to fall. And fall he does. Light Axel. Maybe a little bit of a misplay there. Does lose one rocket, and it goes into the hands of Team Mystics. I believe that was then just expended. So, not a lot of damage at least. Just a little bit of damage control now for Team Mystics. Just trying to flush Manxie out. Does find Funky Face. And finally meets his demise to Outcasted. So, yeah, a little bit hectic there. That rocket could have been huge. Very good job there from Team Mystics to shut all that down. Still, Frenzied can't be ignored. 10-3 for him right now. Still just trying to keep everyone at bay. It seems like it's so back and forth. Katarina with a sniper, see what she can do. Does take 2 down. Neb and Light Axel both fall. Manxie last alive. Sooner or later, she is going to have to reload. Seems like everyone's loving this sniper model at the moment.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're like, oh, that's the first time I've seen it, and we got at least 2 of them in there. I remember seeing that last week, and it is one of those kind of really neat light rifles. Wish more of those would come back, by the way. And this map so far, I mean, it's exactly what we had kind of seen last week and several times with Empyrean. It boils down to 2 big team fights to be able to secure at minimum a pull and maybe even a cap. You gotta win one that flexes your team out into mid, especially into that big hallway, and then again to finally at least get half or more of the team out of the way and get the pull going. Team Mystics They had that initial pull, haven't been able to really see the blue side of the map except for some of this tease, and they're catching them off guard. They're gonna be a back tap, they're gonna get the double kill. The triple might be on the way, and it will be. That's Neb clearing the board. Team Mystics not in sight.
Yeah, great job from Neb there to just flush him out from the back. Katarina fell on S2, and it just felt like the floodgates had opened. Neb able to get that flank come through, and 14-5 for Neb. He's having a great start so far, as is Frenzied. Hopefully going to be able to contest for that rocket. But the flag being pulled, this is a great start for Legion Esports, and exactly what I was hoping for them in the first map. Trying to, like you said, sort out the seeding from last week. Maybe just have a little bit more success, and success is what they're finding so far. That nade is going to stop Funky Face. Unfortunately, it's a team nade, so just going to have to chill for a second. Outcast, they maybe get a little bit flustered. It looks like they have composed just a little bit as this flag is being run down that long hall. It has been passed over the halfway point for Neb. Again, just being a thorn in their side. He's got the overshield as well, so this could be huge from Neb. Katarina surely going to fall, and she does. The flag there for Neb to return. He's doing everything right now.
Oh my goodness, Neb is all over the place. A demon in the back line and in the front line, continuing to just lay supremacy out here for Legion Esports. Again, both these teams did not meet in the first seeding tournament. Both fell into that lower round number 1 and then ultimately did not continue through lower round number 2. So one of these teams is going to have themselves a chance to have at least a better propped up position, and it becomes a first map win for Legion Esports. Team Mystics had a couple of great just pick play ideas, but the execution came through, both in the slays as well as the overall caps for Legion.
Yeah, for sure. That was definitely an earned victory from Legion. They had some incredible plays. That flank from Neb as well through top mid was beautiful. Getting the double kill and then picking up that triple on Katarina, trying to, respond to the demon that was Neb on that map. A really good job there from Legion Esports. I'm hoping they can carry that momentum into the next map for sure.
Yeah, going into this next one, obviously, it's going to be a Slayer onto Recharge. So I think that we're going to get some stats if you guys get to see it either way. We know that Neb was actually absolutely burning hot. But, I mean, in your opinion, Hixie, we go to a CTF. Obviously, you kind of corral, not the same way that you would do with like a King of the Hill or a Strongholds, but you know that people are going to have to play into objective. And period is, far and wide. You have a bunch of different options, especially when it comes off the timers for rocks and for snipes. But, I mean, do we expect the same kind of versatility as well as lethality that we got out of Neb from map 1 into map number 2?
I think from what we saw from Neb, he wasn't missing a shot, so I still think he's going to be dangerous. I do think it will play a little bit different, hopefully, for Team Mystics. They can manage to use the fact that, it's not objective, based. It is just get the slays. So you'll have more of a setup. Maybe it will be, less likely that people are going to be taking these kind of routes because it is a little bit more fluid. So hoping that they can have a bit more to say as far as slays. If we can bring the stats up, that would be great, because I'm interested to see what, the kill differential was between the teams. But it looked like Frenzied and Neb were having a game. So if they can, convert that into the map 2, like we said, where it will be more of setup heavy and team pushes, not so much down set paths, right? It's just kind of wherever the action is. So if they can convert that, this could be a really solid start for Legion Esports, and not just for the series but for the day.
Yeah, this would be a fantastic start for everyone. And of course, there's all eyes on the big dogs, and all of this is, it's a seeding tournament. So it's like, all right, what's simply my seat at the table gonna be? Is it gonna be at least higher, easier path, quote unquote? You still got to come and play. So that's gonna be the biggest kind of talk at the table. But to get that first step forward is the biggest part. Also, you gotta, if you are Legion, maybe there's both Lover's Quarrel and Gambit that they have to fight through, because both Manxie and Katarina playing as kind of a dynamic duo, not just in the squad, but also as a couple. So maybe some of that extra communication can pay off for later. I remember seeing Manxie play over for some UHL stuff as well. So it's not like they're not a contender. So how much of this really kind of boils down? Slayer can be very flow heavy. It can be very like momentum based on how you're able to catch up, because we've seen teams go down 10, suddenly things kind of even out. Recharge lends itself to that, especially off of shot shock rifle into the camo plays. And then, I mean, you don't play towards kind of that backside spiral of hydro too often unless you're really just kind of positioning out to get back towards camo. So basically your Slayer's got to be slaying. And then right after that, we're going to be going over to live fire strongholds. And, you know, I feel like that kind of style of play moves into strongholds so fluidly. You can basically, if you find yourself hot in map number 2, map number 3 might be the same.
Yeah, for sure. Like you said, we'll have to see how they face up in this map. We'll see as well already the kills going in favor of Legion Esports, only up by 1, but Neb having a lightning of a game in map 1. Really someone you don't want to have. That shock rifle does unfortunately walk back into Mage Lord's nade. And yeah, talking to former teammates, Mage Lord, Katarina, and Manxie all were part of the UHL team alongside Bobby, BML, my guy. Love him. Big shout out to the boy. Yeah, lovely shot from Light Axel, and a nice little clean-up onto Katarina there, off the back of a call. Still a 2-kill lead for them in this opening gambit. And there's the fight we don't really see much of, like you mentioned, down the back of Hydro, but suddenly the calls come through, and Outcasted able to pick up both with the help of Katarina. Manxie and Neb do fall. Frenzy just able to slip away. So the lead still only by 1 in this opening play, as the teams do just tickle that double-digit scoreline. No one really wants to give away any easy deaths. Trades are obviously a minimum, because they can pay dividends later on.
There's also kind of a key component here. Light finally fell. They were playing very patiently from that top gold nest position on the fadeaway jumper by Neb as they finally get a couple kills. It was Light that was looking for a killing spree to start off the game, and they had it from that shock rifle, but they made sure to kind of rend that from their Spartan-like grip and frenzy that got themselves with a lot more trades, though, into that 5 and 4 position. So even though this was dead even to start things off, Team Mystics has seen themselves start to kind of loosen up, and that's not exactly great. Outcasted trying to provide some position from that upper window, that attic, but the camo goes over to Neb, dangerous player, to give, you know, that phantom-like position.
And Neb just trying to get some info with that camo. Able to get the assist onto Funky Face from Light Axel, and Katarina and Mage Lord as well, just hanging around. Manxie just trying to separate them with the help of Neb. Again, it's been so damn painful to this Team Mystic side. Neb's doing a great job to just get under their skin. And this lead is now surmounting. 7 kills separate the two teams. Frenzy came flying through there.
Yeah, this has just quietly become just a hunting party.
Yeah.
I often go into this game and I wonder how in the world can these 2-ton Spartans be so nimble, so quiet, so silent at times, but it felt like no one recognized from Team Mystics that Legion was sneaking up on them.
Yeah, this is a bit of, like you said, just a hunt for Legion Esports to just have their fun. My Axel maybe biting off a little bit more than he could chew. He does find 3 down in the pipes. The Funky Face getting landed with some nades. Yeah, gonna make a fall to Manxie. Outcasted trying to pick up the pieces, but Katarina and Outcasted both fall in pipes. Mage Lord there to try and salvage it and gets the one, possibly gets the other. I think he does actually get the trade there. So a really good job from Mage Lord to try and just clean some things up. And some lovely nades from Light Axel. Surely he's going to get the double kill, and he does. He gets the stick. Just a little bit of BM with that stick there.
When you think that you've suddenly got a power belt on and it's glowing not for the reason you hoped, just standing still, seeing the stick come through, no trade to occur from it, and that's maybe what they thought was going to happen. Every time you stick someone in close by, it becomes a problem. This is going to be a camo pickup again. He's gotten 2 in a row. Neb slowly just moonwalking out.
Don't do it! Oh my god!
And they get the perfect. Oh wow! What a way! Funky Face, no face at all.
Neb, you are a man of magic. How you are able to get away with that, I don't want to know. I don't know, and I don't want to. That was so hectic down there, but played amazingly. use the Shroud screen to perfection, just playing around it as you should, as anyone wants to. Textbook Shroud screen play there, and able to pick up a double kill off the back of it. Gonna fall. Magelord with the double kill again. Magelord trying to keep this sinking ship afloat, as the lead is still just widening. 9 kills now separating these two teams. And Light Axel as well, 12 and 6. It feels like we haven't really been on this POV much, but when we have, it's just been lights out. If you'll pardon the pun.
Pardoned.
Thank you.
Got you. And I mean, you kind of spoke to Magelord keeping this team together. Magelord has been praised at times by another lord, Warlord, and if you're getting recognized by players like that, you know that they play well. Obviously at 13-9, and everyone else on the opposite side of either a positive or into that 50-50 range, needing them to be able to catch up. Katarina, they're putting in some work, but Funky Face ain't having the game that they want. Down 8, it's going to come down to some more methodical trades and skirmishes, and so far, I mean, the damage was done. They found not just 1, but 2, and every time they get these trades, Legion is coming out all the better.
Yeah, for sure. I think I'm expecting maybe a little bit more from Katarina. I've seen from other times I've casted her and streams she's done that she's definitely a heavy, Slayer player. Like, she can really just output massive amounts of kills. She can go multi-kills like it's nothing. It looks almost too easy for her, and then I get on and I realize how easy she does make it. But yeah, maybe a little bit of a quieter game for her. Imagine it's just Legion doing everything they need to. The team play, the movement as well. Just forcing her to miss shots. And for the rest of Team Mystics as well. This lead still so solid. Still a 9-kill lead. Make that 10. Manxie takes down his other half. The shot to the back of the head.
Talking about shooting back of the head, bit of team shots there, but they're running in tandem. They run straight into the pit of misery, but still Legion just short by 3, make it 2, as this lead has stayed around that 8 and 9 level for the duration of these latter couple of minutes. Team Mystics fighting an uphill battle, and an improbable one at that. Running away in elevator, even Neb having to just reload. They know it's pretty much done and dusted. That's going to be the final trade out. It wasn't Neb that had to do it. In fact, the entire team contributing as they each get double digits and more. Legion Esports, they're at match point.
Yeah, really good job there from Legion. Everyone, like you said, just pulling their own weight on that team. And blue team looking pretty strong, right? Legion, they're in their home colors, and it's definitely looking pretty good for them. So whatever they've done since last week, they've managed to shape up, and looks like Mystics are definitely facing that elimination. They're going to be struggling to try and claw this one back, because a reverse sweep would be required, and the Slays pretty wide as far as what I would expect from these two teams. I came in thinking Team Mystics might get the better of Legion, but boy, was I wrong. Light Axel doing a really good job. 15 and 10 again. 2 solid games from him. Solid games from everyone on Legion Esports. It's the reason why they're 2-0 up. So we're going to have to see something change for the side of Team Mystics. They're going to have to adapt going into this strongholds on Livefire. They'll be jumping down to that lower bracket already, and that's not going to be a good way to start your day. No one's after that.
Yeah. No, and I don't think you and I are surprised at all in the way that Light was leading the charge, this amount of damage as well. Neb very quietly had not just the kind of most astute style of slaying. They didn't come out like massive. I think they had maybe a +1 KD, but they had 60% accuracy. And when you run into this kind of game, there's a patience to that basically that first contact. So the couple of times that they were able to get that active camo really just kind of got some extra intelligence as well as info for the team to be able to rotate freely around recharge. And then the way they played into the shock rifle, Light started off with 4-0, and then everything just kind of cooled down. Everything that Mystics wanted to be able to jump up with. Magelord I feel like it really has to kind of propel his team forward. Strongholds is, obviously not based on the slays, but it's based off of winning your position, and they must win those points, and they cannot let themselves get in their own way. Obviously, Funky Face did not have the game they wanted at 4 and at least 12 or 13, and they they've got to be able to kind of wear their boots, stand in them, and hold their ground if they intend to at least grab one map in this series and move forward.
Yeah, for sure. I think Funky Face just needs to get a bit of confidence in their game. You know, the last 2 maps maybe has been a bit of a lower point for that Team Mystic side, but I do have faith that this Strongholds map could be a turning point. You know, I don't think it will be a 3-0, although Legion are surprising me. So you never know, right? There's I think a lot will have to change for this Team Mystic squad coming into this map, right? It's like you said, it's not entirely about slays, but pivotal ones for sure. Right? You got to get those impactful slays. You don't need to have the highest stats. You don't need to be, you know, the flashy kills. You just need to get them off your points, get on theirs, win the game. Simple. Just get points. Just win. Come on.
Just get W. Just get win. Don't lose. Forehead. Yeah. Make sure that happens. Yeah.
Yeah. Just click heads. Simple.
Yeah.
That's why
completely agree.
Yeah. That's why we're here and they're there. Right.
Look, I need to know off of a kind of a Strongholds position. Are you a B-man rusher, or do you go for power utility? Because I feel like some of the best teams, they put out at least you know, their first major slayers and contenders to kind of put pressure on that middle neutral position, but then they also vie for the active camo as well as the sniper, and then that allows them to hold for longer. Are you part of the fodder that goes to B, or do you work for those kind of power plays?
I think it depends on my previous games. Right?
Okay.
If I'm hitting shots, I'm going straight for that sniper. I'm diving, you know, I'm dropping down to bottom mid, and I'm maybe going to wrap around the pillars and try and stop anyone, you know, coming through onto B. But if I'm not, then maybe I'll just accept that I probably have to cap B and you know, be a little bit more of an objective based player.
See, I always, no matter what, good game before, bad game before, whatever, I dive sniper, I grab it, and I start shooting it as fast as I can into the floor. It doesn't matter who I'm hitting or if I'm not hitting. No one gets to use the sniper but me. It is my boomstick. You just get to rent it. But either way, we go to game number 3. Legion trying to close this one out, and we do have an initial pressure. Guess who? Light trying to find it, but they have 2 people looking straight down mid.
Yeah, Light definitely someone in, you know, question to pick up that sniper, and just the one tap onto Mage Lord, excuse me. And Katarina, only one alive. Able to cap A, so just a couple consolation points. Make that only a single consolation point. As C gets converted, the trade comes through. B and C in the hands of Legion as well. Probably not the start you want if your Team Mystics having 3 dead again in that second cycle. Funky Face just going to have to try and live up and let his team spawn around him on that A site. Frenzied with that sniper. Maybe I was looking at Neb or Light Axel to pick up the sniper, but I think Frenzied is probably a solid choice, right? 3-0 so far with 5 engagements on his belt. Oh, and someone like Neb, someone like Light Axel, I feel like you just want to throw him into, you know, the mixing bowl. You want to get him just down and dirty with how they've been playing, how well they've been hitting as well. Their shots, their movement, it's just been great this series. So you're definitely going to want someone like the 2 of them to just be diving in and causing chaos. So actually a good choice to put that sniper in the hands of Frenzied, and still not a single death to his name, so paying dividends, that decision.
Yeah, Frenzied actually, I think they were in the top 2, along just a step behind Light Axel in the previous Slayer, so not at all surprised to see some of this happening. Going for the trip cap, that's a tough position. 3 out of the 4 for Team Mystics dead, and now they start sprinting towards a possible 250-1. That's a tough kind of moment right now, as Mystics does see themselves getting basically spawn locked towards the turbine side, which obviously if you're in the midst of getting that camo, that's one thing, but when you're getting surrounded, shot down, and shut out by your opponent, that's another. They're trying to vie for A as the trip cap was held for at least a long while, but Neb and the gang starting to go back to it, and they do not let A flip.
Yeah, and Frenzy still hasn't fallen. And just so many 3 or 4 deads for Team Mystics. It seems like they're just not really able to stay alive. A lovely little transfer from Neb to just move back over. The nade damage comes through, and just finishing that one off was a piece of cake. And speaking of cake, I don't know where I'm going with that. I'm hungry.
I mean, it is the day for you guys. Get some sweets, man. Oh, get some extras.
Do it.
Maybe
Go on, Neb.
Go. No, the triple doesn't complete. Manxie was hoping to be the hero, but trying to get a little bit more than 0. Here is Team Mystics as they at least have A. They've slowed the roll. A tourniquet on the broken limb, but Legion Esports is slapping them with the crutch they're hoping to use. And now, as they flip B, maybe some true points begin for Team Mystics. Nope. Never mind.
There was a potential. I mean, they have their 1 point, right? They can't, you know, get a fast 0, but with how Legion are playing, the lead they have already surmounted.
Oh.
Okay. I see you. Frenzy's still not dead. Does have the sniper again. And 12 in the kill column, so Frenzy doing a great job. Just keeping them at bay. Not able to find Outcasted. That one does just whistle past him. And Outcast actually finding Manxie off of that as well, so Frenzy finally finds that kill as we do just switch over, but still not dead. Potential for the running riot for Frenzied as well. What a great way to finish off this series that would be.
Completely stay alive. Just kind of put their foot down to start things off here in this bracket. B eventually goes, but no extra points are scored as it immediately falls into funkier hands. That's going to be Neb from back around the corner. They're just trying to get Frenzy not only to that running riot, but also just that clean 15-0, just be immortal for the end point of this game. Finally, points begin stacking up for Team Mystics, but it's a long way to go to really kind of catch this up and make it a feasible game.
Do it. Give him the riot. I want it. I want to see it. I want that lovely little purple icon to pop up. Frenzy just had a great game. He deserves it. He's doing so well to just play his life and stand in positions where he can just back off. Katarina's going to try and shut him down, and why you got to do it to him? Andrea, we're going to be having words at the LAN. How dare you?
You know
what? That was shocking.
That's a trip cap, and if there was ever going to be at minimum a consolation prize for Team Mystics, it's not allowing the riot. QT in the hands of Outcasted. They are moving and grooving over towards A, and, you know, didn't give them a lot of credit before, but Mystics has finding themselves at least a pivot point to run with. Oh, that plasma, you know, thrown very underhanded-wise, but it looks like they want to flip that site, and immediately that's 2 down for Mystics.
Yeah, Mystics playing a dangerous game as well, trying to get that triple cap going. Obviously, you want to try and claw back as many points as possible, but I feel like you just need to keep hold of a solid setup and take the triple cap, really, if you're getting 4 dead, right? 3 or 4 dead, but having Frenzied full, I mean, he picks up the perfect, and he's still 17-1 with a slither of health to keep him kicking. I just think taking him down that one time could be a bit of a mental reset for Team Mystics, especially if you can continue to try and shut him down, but it looks like Frenzy's just playing so well. The movement's great, the positioning's even better. And able to get so much damage, but not clean up any of them, surely. Someone's going to fall. No one does to that nade. And that is unfortunate for Frenzy. The triple cap comes through again. C probably going to get flipped. Frenzy just such a thorn in their sides. And it's Katarina again, the only person to shut him down this entire map. The sniper in her hand. See if she can lead the charge. She's not leading as far as kills are concerned. It's still Mage putting up those kind of numbers, but 9 and 15 is nothing to write home about at all. And like you said though, Monkey Man, the points are being turned in their favor. And they are slowly building a comeback, right? Foundations are being put in place. He is being contested. This is going to be a huge pivotal kill for either team. Nade's not good enough. Katarina does fall and the sniper gets converted as well as B. So this could be what Legion need to close out this map and series.
Yeah, it got scary for a second. Katarina kind of kept themselves in more of a container when it came to B because they knew that they wanted to stop it. Couldn't at least get the contested non-flip for against Legion, and now because they hold B, they have an understanding where the flip is going to go. A no-scope by Manxie just going into the kill bucket as Team Mystics fully dives in. 20 points to go, 20 seconds to survive, but they do not get rid of A. And now if you're Team Mystics, you got to find a point to go to, and Legion can kind of spread the love and spread the pain.
Yeah, if you're outcasted, you needed to win that. This is now the point of no return. 243 and Katarina just falling to Neb. No health and no chance, and that is going to be Game, set, and match. Legion Esports, a 3-0 to start the day, and a very convincing one at that.
Yeah, that was a fantastic way to get it, especially for the most part. That was a dominating beginning, and you had the kind of the fleeting urgency by Team Mystics where they did take advantage of finally unseating Frenzied from what could have been a 15-0 perfect into a stronghold that looked like it was flying by so quickly, as if Summer Games Done Quick was happening here in the midst of a cold winter. But instead, it took just a little bit of extra time, and I mean, Frenzied 19-4 ain't bad.
Yeah, Frenzied doing a great job there throughout the whole series. 1-1 from Katarina, keeping it lighthearted. You know, these things happen. Everyone on the side of Legion doing some great damage. Right, 5,700 for Frenzied. Just shy of 6k, and unfortunately Katarina really just not having a good game as far as damage dealt, but did take down Frenzied, and like Frenzy said in the chat, took his riot, so you know, the mental warfare at least she won, but unfortunately not the series.
Yeah, it's those battles, maybe they'll pay off going in later on. One thing that we do want to mention to you guys as well, as part of all of the European kickoff here for 2025, there's an awesome sponsor that actually has their own game that you can be able to wishlist on Steam. It's from Vexed Games. It's called Vextorial. It is a 3D multi-dimensional puzzle game. You play as a cute little flatlander that's trying to traverse and just find their way through all those cute little places. So if you want to be able to check it out, go to Steam, type in Vextorial, that's Vextorial, or you can make it even easier, and if you're just vexed by everything, !Vext in the chat will guide you the right way. Make sure to wishlist it. You'll be able to check out, I think, a demo, promo, whatever version of it at the LAN as well, so get excited for that, as well as some more Halo right around the corner. Round number 2 of our seeding tournament number 2. We'll be back in just a moment. Is the monitor of Installation 04. There's an extensive amount of lore surrounding Spark, which is still ongoing. However, we'd like to know, where did 343 Guilty Spark come from? And more specifically, as a slight clue, who did 343 Guilty Spark used to be the mind of?
Oh man, I have heard this one.
Was he born Stella Makes Eternal Lasting?
Why does the brain just go like into like overdrive when asking a question? Like you know the answer, but you just can't think of the answer. I'm a yapper.
He was a human called Chakas, who was, I believe, born. I actually can't remember. Was it meant to be Earth? I think. I can't remember what planet it came from, but it was a human called Chakas.
Chakas. Was it Chakas? It was an ancient human from Earth.
I'm not sure.
The answer? An ancient human named Chakas, born on ancient Earth and known to the Forerunners as Erd Tyrene, the political center of the Forerunner Ecumene, more commonly known as the capital, is called what?
I can see it.
Is it Madrigal?
Does a bro get a hint? Like the first letter? I thought it was M. Yeah, oh, that doesn't help me.
Maythrillium.
Okay.
Maythrillium.
Yeah, I'm not sure then. I hate not knowing because it's like it's there in my brain, but it doesn't want to.
The answer? Maythrillion. But for bonus points, which precursor construct was it built around?
I do know this. It's been a long time since I read these books. Okay.
Abaddon.
For a Promethean construct. I don't know.
The bonus answer? Abaddon. During the events of Halo 3, you are assisted on the Ark by which ancient character? And what is the motivation of this character for helping the Master Chief?
Assisted on the Ark by which ancient character? Guilty Spark? Oh, the Gravemind? I'm guessing at this point.
Mendicant Bias.
Mendicant Bias.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The answer? 05032 Mendicant Bias helps the Chief from behind the shadows, as explained in the terminals found in Halo 3. Even more, he explains, he is there to keep the Chief safe, even if it won't absolve him from what he's done. And to quote Mendicant Bias, one life hardly balances billions. The ancient Sen Shayum, more commonly known as the Prophets, are a species native to Genjir-Kom. They are believed to be nearly extinct. However, this isn't the first tragedy to befall their species. After their loss to the Forerunners alongside their human allies, what happened to their homeworld? And here's a clue, this event eliminated the entire population of their planet.
Well, they were isolated from the rest of the galaxy, right? As to what, I can't quite remember.
So the homeworld was put into a quarantine shield of three worlds, I believe. There's 3 worlds and 2 moons, and the Foreigners oversaw it and allowed travel between the 2 of them, or the 3 of them, but they didn't let them spread outside of their 3 homeworlds. Is that the right answer? Oh, sorry.
Didn't they put like a shield or a bubble or something around their homeworld so they can't escape further?
I feel like I've never heard of this before, to be honest.
Was it Omega Halo was fired in the region?
Did they nuke it?
I'm gonna guess it was blown up.
Yes!
The answer? The Sen Shayum elders, correctly suspecting that a catastrophe was imminent, launched a short-lived uprising against their Forerunner overseers, but then were wiped out when a halo was fired on a low-power setting nearby. In 2559, which faction planned to fire the halo array from Installation 00?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
We hope you got your morning push-ups in, because we are doing some heavy lifting going from round 1 and round number 2 of the European Halo Kick-Off Tournament Seeding Tournament. Number 2, I said tournament twice because there's a lot of competition happening again.
Tournaments.
I know, double tournament. I'm Hell Monkey Man alongside Hixie, and as we get swole, we get flex. These Spartans continue to be strong as we go into our next matchup, which honestly is going to be a kind of a barn burner, and I feel like it's going to be really telling. BH3 and Cat Smile Gaming, Hixie. BH3 looked so good last week, tripped at the finish line, but this is definitely one of those teams that's vying to be the top 3 in all of Europe.
Yeah, BH3, such a solid team. These guys need no introduction. Absolutely solid team. Bastos, Sunrise, Shadam, Mose. And like you said, tripped at the final hurdle, and this is going to be a pretty rough matchup for anyone else that's going to be finding themselves in the losers bracket, because Cat Smile are no one to scoff at either. Warlord, Subatomic, Marine, and Franklin. I mean, if I'm a betting man, I'm going to have to say, Monkey Man, it's got to be BH3 for this series.
Yeah, we go into the map set as well. Warlord, we know that they want to find kind of that great starting point. Obviously, they're kind of like a senpai to Mage Lord, at least when it comes to the chat. We're going to be going to Live Fire again. We ended with it in game number 3. We're going to game number 1, but this one is King of the Hill. It's not a set it and forget it like Strongholds. You got to stand your ground. Street Slayer right after that, and then recharge Strongholds. So a lot of slang. The OBJ is territory control to that other side of things. If we make it beyond the 3, which I'm going to bet my dollars alongside your pounds here, Hixie. I don't think we see some Forbidden CTF, and I think that you don't mind that.
No? I don't mind it. You're right. You know, if you're betting on that, then you've definitely, we're going to have to figure out conversion rates. But
yeah,
I think Forbidden, I don't know, man. I feel like it is possible, but I think it's unlikely as well. Yeah, I think it's a pretty solid win for BH3. This is, as of last week, 2nd and 3rd place facing off against each other. BH3 getting the better of their interactions with that losers bracket final. It was a 3-0, but Cat Smile did absolutely clear house in that losers bracket, falling to ITB actually last week in round 2 in the winners. So they had to claw their way back, and they did a great job. But yeah, BH3 just got the better of them. So it'll be interesting to see what they could do to switch things up this week. you know, not really a lot of time to maybe review some things. You know, you got your own lives going on as well. Understandable.
Yeah, that's true.
Have a great day. But yeah, I think BH3 still take this one 3-0.
It also feels like if it is a 3-0, it'll be somewhat tight. We are going to be going on to basically Slayer heavy concepts. Obviously, it's much more about kind of rotation and finding kind of those 1vx momentum based positions. And when we go to live fire, it's going to be off the rip what's going to happen from the kind of the camo standpoint, because the camo, obviously snipe is strong, but camo I think is even stronger when it goes into a King of the Hill, because you can kind of take advantage of the 3v4 that exists, because you have that one man with boots on ground when it goes to each of those standing positions. So I want to see how that also kind of lends itself. Also, this side of the bracket, in case you guys were like, okay, well, this seems kind of lopsided based on what happened last week. Well, 75% of overall seeding was based on what happened in our first seeding tournament, and then what happened from the winter. In case you guys didn't know, yes, winter happened, and it's happening right now. So this could very well tell who's going to be the big dog taking on ITB if they continue to do well. We'll go to game number 1, and first contact, first blood is drawn by BH3.
Yeah, and I would love to see some predictions in chat as well. So chuck them in, see what you think. BH3, Cat Smile, see who comes out on top. A solid start for Bastos, Shad and Mose. For BH3, the boys in blue. Coming into this one, we do have the pip for you guys. As always, love to production, putting in some solid work. You can see that camo was picked up by Cat Smile. Franklin with that pickup as well. So a good start for Cat Smile to try and shut him down, right? The slays go in favor of BH3, as does most of the hill progress. About 90% done already. But this is where you want your camo player to try and just be a spanner in the works. Although you do have to back off if you one shot.
Recognizing that their teammate was also going to be able to take advantage of the moment. Oh, wow. I thought we were playing a game of leapfrog. I think I saw a Spartan leap over them, but they both ended up trading out. Bastos doing the same thing with one of the final remaining. Cat Smile members, a double kill on the other side of it. Can they get the triple to make sure that this hill does, in fact, stay theirs? They just have a couple points to go. We'll get the assist. A grenade goes flying by baseball style, and eventually hill number 1 is found in the back pocket of BH3.
Yeah, that was a really good job from Shad on pillars to get that trade. Definitely a position to not really get that at all. So, unfortunate for Franklin and that conversion through for BH3. Cat Smile, they saw how BH3 managed to do it. They want a piece of that pie for themselves. But 2 alive for Cat Smile. And the firepower that faces off in BH3 is going to be a difficult one to overcome. As Mose does just get the better of Franklin. Shots in the back. There's only so much you can do. You're going to have some killer aim and movement if you're going to try and convert that one, especially if it's against these boys on BH3.
Well, the nade placement that we're getting right now straight up out of Marine, but you see how they're taking the kind of the high ground position. Sunrise backed their way up into that fight, still took advantage because of a shieldless Spartan looking for their own double is Bastos, and they are not going to let them run away for free, hoping for maybe anything. They got the QT to get them to safety, dodging out both a nade as well as having themselves kind of get reversed. That utility coming up as the active camo is coming online, and Bastos is just flying around like this is Quake 4. They get a double kill again, and Cat Smile, well, they've been declawed to this point, and they teleport right back to low mid as BH3 takes over C-Plat.
Yeah, and using that QT to perfection as Bastos, just it allows for overextensions. I actually quite like it. I wasn't a huge fan when it came out. I was, you know, maybe a little bit of an old man brain. This isn't Halo. This is new. I don't like this, but I've definitely warmed up to the QT. It's a lovely little extender's dream. You can just absolutely get in there and get out with only minor scuffs if you're lucky. Fortunately for BH3, those are not minor scuffs. 4 dead momentarily. At least the split down the middle. The Shad and Mose were just sat waiting to get back in. Sunrise and Bastos, they are definitely not new to this. Somehow Bastos able to get away with that. Thought they might just wait for Shad and Mose to spawn up. Franklin with a beautiful no-scope. The angle was lovely. Unfortunately, does fall to that flying frag. But that was a nice little, you know, just tiny little angle to have there. So tight to get that shot off. Does manage it.
This has been a long hill. Not gonna lie, this has been a lot longer. We got to see that narrow window, and they were like, "Well, I used to be a Spartan like you, but then I took a 50 cal bullet to the shin." So now, as they try to kind of reconvene and reinsert, Moe's aiming to take over, but no. Catsmile Gaming love to see this kind of resistance here, Hixie, because BH3 looked like they were gonna take over control after they got that snipe position. It was more about being on that topside tower. Catsmile did not fade away, and they evened this up in the first map.
13 and 6 for Moe's as well. Very good job. And speaking of good stats, Warlord 15 and 6. Backing off and is actually rewarded with a cleanup kill. Shad not so fortunate, not so kind. The Warlord, he's going to have to fight for that one just a little bit more and does fall. Pip again just comes up. This camo does have 5 seconds until it pops. And it looks like Sunrise is going to get this very, very uncontested. BH3 doing what they need to keep everyone from Catsmile away from that camo, and only now Warlord is able to try and shut it down, but shut it down he does. The man you want on your team if you're Catsmile to show up is... And shutting down that camo is going to be incredible for them as they're trying to get this hill going, try and break through and get the lead in this map 1. Feels like it's been such a slugfest. We've been here for so damn long with 2 minutes 45 left on the clock. A beautiful nade, actually, from Sunrise. Just completely drops Franklin. That bounce was lovely.
Yeah, you're playing tiddlywinks with these grenades, and but at the other side of one, it's going to be a massive explosion. They catch them right on the kind of the external part of that flare. So Catsmile Gaming, they get the first half of this hill. BH3, though, consistently fighting from that turbine position, but Catsmile is going to come in from open garage, and yet Moe's is tracking them down. He is gunning them down before eventually being laid to waste, and that call out goes over to Shad, who doesn't get the trade. Eventually, it's cleaned up again. And if I'm looking at the overall kind of kill feed, Bastos doing amazing things, not just kind of they're even with kills and deaths, but as well as the assist column with 13 involved in 25 of these separate fights, and then they get involved again to make sure that BH3 secures this hill, trying to get that final point across the line, and they will grab this lead again.
Yeah, really good job there from BH3, and so heartbreaking for Catsmile. You got so damn close, but the flush out from BH3, just so clinical, these guys. And Bastos, even when he's reloading, he still makes it so damn difficult to kill him. Marine last alive and kind of just has to watch as BH3 take positions. That player, Sunrise, just where he shouldn't be. Oh my god!
Wow.
Not able to get the sniper headshot that he was after, but cleaning up, no problem. Sunrise cleans up his own messes. He's a great person to live with. He doesn't wait. He doesn't leave it in the sink. He cleans it up straight away.
I'd pay him to clean up my house.
Oh my god! So clean!
Maybe to get rid of rats too. Sunrise, sunset for everyone else that's on the other side of the scope. Wow. Okay. This hill basically untouched for the most part by Catsmile. They're finally putting some Spartan boots on ground. You have that first contact now becomes a 2v1. They had to unseat Sunrise, just couldn't keep that killer behind enemy lines, especially with the way they had all of Catsmile being funneled to site, and they were holding that very strong green position and sniping that lane. And now you have Subatomic becoming, you know, sub-dirt, sub-Terran as they get buried by a couple running from out of the garage.
Is it subterranean?
Sure,
after?
Whatever. Look, you know the American education system. It's terrible.
Yeah, but I'm also an idiot. So, like, it balances out.
It's a weird 50-50 right there.
Warlord and Moe's just fighting for top fragger in this map. Warlord doing a great job.
Wow.
To try and keep this boat afloat. Trying to be the GOAT. I can't rhyme anymore. I'm not Eminem.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
Was,
I was thinking there might be something more I could, kind of piece together. We'll just leave it there. Anyway.
Rap album soon to TM.
To never drop. Never coming out.
No, not once.
No CDs at the LAN. No one ask. Not.
Find them on SoundCloud only.
Don't. I'm not on it. You'll be severely disappointed if I was or if I wasn't.
I don't even know anyone that uses SoundCloud anyway. It's fine. Oh, anyway. The cloud of sound that you're hearing is a bunch of gunshots right now by BH3. They're overwatching that top side mid. They want to get that sniper in the right hands, and it's mostly just to get the fadeaway jumpers. You're going into the pit of misery and into the straight of the scope. They use the repulsor, climb the ladder. That's an elevator to, you know, the kill box. See if they can find a double kill. And one man is pretending to be a pinata as they fail in that cosplay. BH3 does not fail. They find 4. As they will be able to, I wouldn't call it dominate.
No, it didn't feel like it.
Cat's Mouth definitely was high contest those first 4, but the latter 2 just seemed like sprints for BH3.
Yeah, I think the 4-1 scoreline for that map really doesn't tell the full story. Warlord doing a great job as far as slays go, right? Keeping up with the best of the best on that BH3 roster. And yeah, they've got the scoreboard in front of you guys. 22 for Warlord. Mo's just beating him by 3. For that top fragger spot, but still a really, really good job there. Unfortunately, Subatomic just having a bit of a slow start. Although 16 assists, pretty solid as far as that goes. You're getting in engagements. You're able to do some damage, right? But just not really having the best kind of game. Hoping that you can, just iron out some of those creases coming into map 2. But yeah, like you said, not the most dominant performance in map 1 for BH3. So Casmile showing a bit of life and hoping they can just show a little bit more going into this next map.
See, and I even said it myself, and it feels like this is kind of a vibe for that 1 through 5 position, or at least the 3 through 5 position. Who can be able to stand up at least to the big dogs? But I said it wasn't dominant. It was kind of a 70 to 45 slay split. So they were winning the major hills. They didn't have the plans nor the fortitude to escape spawn traps going towards the ladder hills. And that's really going to be the change and indication of BH3 if they can be a lot more consistent. Catsmile, a good flare-up, a good, at least, response, but they've got to be consistent, not just early game, but late game as well, especially when it comes to Slayer. That's when you don't want things to get out of control. Warlord's going to need some help. I feel like Catsmile's going to be able to bring it. The BH3, they might bring it first.
Yeah, for sure. And with this BH3 roster, right, like you said earlier, they're arguably, Okay, just going to have a quick reset. Well, I can carry on at least with what I was going to yap about. They're arguably, top 3. Well, no, so, yeah. I think they're definitely in the conversation, if not. I would put them there, I'd say.
Yeah.
So these guys, they've been in that position for quite a while. So they have had a long time to play with each other. They've had other players come and go for that roster, but mostly, Sunrise Bastos and Mo's, and then Millsy's been there. It's been like 1 or 2 players have kind of jumped in and out, but they've played together for such a long time. It's the chemistry I think that they just will always have over, the teams under them, because they're always trying to rejig the roster, reshape things, try and find who works well together, see if you can get pairs or even trios, and then find that 4th piece. The BH3 roster is a little bit more concrete, so they've had a lot more time to play with each other. They know how each other want to play. Instinctively, even without maybe saying, they can just, see someone would want to dive in and maybe try and get just a trade in this situation because they know they're weak and they trust their shot. Knowing that about your teammate and then being able to go in with them, just in case, things don't go as they plan, you can still do a bit more damage control than if you're playing on a team where you've kind of recently formed, you've seen how each other play, maybe haven't played too much. People are making plays and you're not really expecting it.
How different do you think that's also going to kind of translate going from an online sphere to a guaranteed in-person LAN event? Because we've seen some people be LAN demons, online, that could be one thing, and some also become LAN kittens, where they just kind of don't do too much. I mean that in a positive, wholesome way. You internet weirdos, don't do that. But the tiger and the beast becomes the least. See if that maybe kind of translates. I don't know. Do you feel like, obviously, as a kickoff tournament for Europe, there's a lot to prove into kind of a physical setting versus what you can simply do from the creature comforts of your own home?
Yeah, I did think it was weird that you wore the fedora today, but it makes sense now with the demons and kittens.
Look, I knew I should have trimmed right here. My bad.
Yeah, I think LAN is... I mean, for BH3, I don't think there's really that much of a difference from what I've seen. They really just... they're not going to be any LAN kittens.
Let it go. I'm so sorry I said that phrase.
Well, Franklin getting a good nade at least onto Bastos gives you a little bit of time to think about what you've done.
Well, no, I thought, you know, you know, your credit, I've been doing a couple things on this map, even though some form of GAs are probably still in place. I've been trying the shotgun here.
Oh, yeah?
It sucks. Still sucks.
Oh.
I've been trying the red gun. It's slightly better than bad. So, yeah. But someone who's miles better than bad, Sunrise, who a couple of these early kills, 7-3 split right now. Catsmile Gaming hoping not to let this ramp up too far.
Yeah, BH3 definitely Hunters. Slayer is a bit of a playground for them, often. And like I said earlier about how long these guys have been playing together in some form of, you know, roster, they're going to be able to do things like that. Just completely pinch and close two players in, shut them down. Franklin last alive, they're not going to let him get away. Trade is probably the best thing Franklin can get out of that, so a good job from him. But school is in session. And it has become oh so clinical. It looks like the shotgun's still GA'd as well. They're not picking it up. Or they just want to make it a little bit more difficult, right? BH3 just really BMing. Really don't want to pick that one up. But this is a little bit of a bully session. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Bring the bully Huntons. Call them up.
Yeah, this is class is in session, and yet the teacher decided to just not care if anyone is invading the classroom. So far, really good. It's been a clinic for BH3. I feel like we were following Bastos forever. 21-7. Trying to get that nade skip out. You do get one by Subatomic, and it can't be ignored that at times Subatomic does come out as pumping out the damage. But you know, they've not found themselves on the positive side of things too often, especially from the last few trades. They do win the wiggle battle, though, over Sunrise. So maybe something to step forward with. They find another one. Shad will fall, unfortunately, for Subatomic. So is half of his team, as they were hoping to press the advantage. Did he hit him in the back of the head with the nade?
Possibly, but it doesn't matter, because Subatomic on a killing spree. Definitely trying to... Oh my god, sent him to the moon! Bastos say bye-bye. Absolutely goes flying. A double kill for Shad. Off the back of the nade. Make that a triple. Can Shad pick up the O? He misses the melee. He misses it again. And Shad. Those arms just so short.
T-Rex.
Shadosaurus Rex not able to find that overkill, unfortunately, but definitely not going to be integral to this lead that BH3 have surmounted so far. 31-20. It's not as, you know, I'm not wincing at it anymore for the side of Catsmile. It's not as dominant as a 20-5, I believe it was at one point. But you really don't want someone like Mo's 12-5 now. Could have been 13-4, but some really good shots coming out to shut him down. Shad there to clean that one up. Surely Shad not able to take both of these players on. He sees both of them. He's going to back off and just try and get some damage through with the nades and let his team come in and do the rest. And Sunrise and Mose will do exactly that. Flush both Franklin and Subatomic out. Warlord able to pick up a kill onto Bastos and PD. But again, just gets traded out. And this BH3 roster is so clinical, so destructive. And so good at separating your team. Warlord just caught on an island. He does have Franklin around in shotgun room. But again, Bastos just doesn't need to really worry about the 2v1. The damage has been done with the help of Sunrise, who finally does fall. But again, it's just great team play.
Yeah, you've seen the migration, especially like you get Bastos moving around. Everyone has been coordinate about how this spawn rate and the positioning for it is being dictated across streets. There's been nothing left to chance. Great firefight right now here by Sunrise. They find that double kill to be able to get this really just within a 2-kill stretch. Trying to be able to get that stake, put at least a knife in it. Not going to happen as they do crest at least over the 31, and that is going to be the only consolation found here by Cat Smile Gaming, as the final one is making a Spartan eat dirt and eat wall. BH3 going to be in a 2-0 position, a much more authoritative, I guess, visual for you after what was kind of a slow start in that first King of the Hill. This Slayer was anything but.
Yeah, that mid game showed a little bit of, the lights are still on for Cat Smile, but it was unfortunately not enough. That beginning was incredibly dominant, and the ending was just as dominant as well. So, yeah, pretty difficult for Cat Smile Gaming to try and justify that loss, but if anything, you can kind of just try your best to brush that one off, right? It's difficult, but you're gonna have to, because you got one more game potentially, as a minimum at least, which we are just loading into. Scoreboard on your screen as well. 15 and 8 for Moze, leading the charge once again. Moze top fragging in maps. That's 2 for 2 for Moze so far. The damage as well looking pretty dominant across the board. Everyone above 3,000 for that BH3 roster just shows how good their team play is. If you're not getting kills, you're still doing the damage. As we're going to be loading into what could be the final map of Recharge Strongholds. Cat Smile going to have to pull something magical out, or I think our 3-0 prediction, Monkey Man's going to be pretty solid.
Yeah, it's the safest bet. We'll get you maybe 150 for your buck that you put in, but I feel like the biggest surprise in that previous Slayer, because of the efficiency that BH3 was running it up and down streets with, Warlord with 2,000 damage. That's something that may like shake you, and you have to really kind of wring out your shoulders and just stand up, take a moment, and catch a breath, because you don't want that to be the indicator for what's to come if you are Cat Smile. 3 down for Cat Smile, but it was also the same for BH3. They're fighting over the mid camo pit immediately as we're going to Strongholds. Recharge live and online.
Yeah, and Moze already 2 kills to his name. Not planning on slowing down across this entire series. It seems like A and B hold for BH3. Subatomic still, not even when he gets in cover, there's just more people around. That's how BH3 plays so damn well, is it always feels like there's that 5th player just hanging about. There definitely shouldn't be there. It's 4v4, what are you doing here? He's just trying to be a little bit sneaky. Ooh. Oh, don't do it. The stick does come through, at least. The leak has been plugged, but the water damage has been dealt. Things are unsalvageable in that exchange. And the points for BH3 filling up. What could be a very quick end. I feel like this could be dominant. BH3 just playing their own game. Not wanting to go for that triple cap. Appreciating and understanding and respecting the difficulties that can bring by not having a guaranteed spawn for the Cat Smile Gaming roster. Nice job from Warlord to stay alive in security, but he's going to venture outwards. He's going to try and just see if he can make some plays off the back of calls from teammates. Bastos, he does find weak. But he's going to have to back off himself.
It's formulaic the way that it's being played here out of BH3, and I didn't mind that Warlord was kind of staying stagnant to that control room position. You're gonna have camo though picked up by Moze, and this is gonna allow this team to travel out a lot more safely. You have A and B still completely secured. A has really been the only one kind of forced into. They're chasing down. Easy tap here by Moze. Again, A, B. C is just forcing Cat Smile to have to make the longest run they never wanted to have to take. Winning that fight over into Attic, and Moze is making the best work out of this camo, and it feels like Cat Smile is finding individual battles just to own control room, which, I'm not gonna lie, that's maybe one of the worst parts on the Monopoly board to own.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just looking a little bit dire for Cat Smile. Moze cooking on gas. He's got the plasma pistol. He had the camo. He had a grapple that he's fully used, and now he's 6 feet under. So he was cooking, but he's finished now. He's taken the break to admire his work, and Franklin with a nice double kill leaves only Moze alive waiting for his team to spawn up. This could be points on the board finally for Catsmile. With C getting flipped, yeah, it comes through. It's almost guaranteed that the triple cap was never really going to take full effect. But a more respectable loss it could be, rather than a 0 in that column for you. Franklin able to get the trade. Probably should have got the kill. Sunrise last alive though. The damage has been done to BH3 at least. The points can continue to amount for Catsmile.
I love seeing whenever players recognize they're just losing the strafe battle, and they're like, you know what? And then they know they at least got enough damage to get a slay from a melee. So like, and then they just close the distance. It's something just artistic at times. BH3 though, half the squad falling, hoping to get that B position flipped out. That's the first one on the board. Sunrise trying to play wiggle here in elevator.
no.
They will win a double smack and an extra body shot just to let them know about it.
Yeah, you got to put a couple more into the body to make sure they're dead. And unfortunately for this game, you get to see what people do to your body once you're dead. So Sunrise just making sure that they know who is boss. Franklin able to get away and get the kill onto Mose. Wow. That's
Oh!
I'm lost for words. Bastos finally falls. And I realise I was a liar because I've just found more words. Bastos 15 and 7 with a lovely little grapple shock rifle, no scope, everything coming through for him. It's a good day if you're a Frenchie.
Ugh. Hitting them with the lightning baguette right at the other end of playing some Titanfall 2 grapple. Wow. Sunrise, did you survive in the elevator? Yes, just like a gremlin after midnight, eating up everything and chewing straight down onto a would-be opponent. Trying to see if they can take on more from A. That triple cap really extending this lead, and they're trying to plunge it further into the depths of pain against Catsmile as they threaten to steal C. Don't need to. They're told to basically back off. There's about 30 plus seconds before this one is done and dusted. Can they just hold tight? BH3 trying to really keep all the 3-0 betters in the right place.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Subatomic, hasn't really been able to make just a stronger case. Does fall again. It's a difficult roster to be going up against. You know, you're not really coming into this one expecting to be winning the series potentially. I mean, Catsmile have really just fought valiantly in the first and I'd say third map. Their second one was a little bit more of a blowout. This one, I mean, points-wise has been as well. But Warlord, you know, still 12 and 12. Things to take away from this if you are Catsmile. And you've got the confidence at least that last week you did fall to that lower bracket and you still found yourself in the losers bracket final. But you're going to have to try and recreate the run because a 250 to 71 spells losers bracket for Catsmile as a 3-0 comes through.
Well, that numbers to letters conversion gets them to drop into the opposite side of this bracket. BH3 having a familiar and similar setting for themselves, except this time around, they're going to be hitting their stride into what is assumedly ITB, a step faster than what they maybe had hoped to had happened last week. As you see the outset, 21 and 8. Bastos not leaving well enough alone, really just pulling in what they did from the previous Slayer Warlord, jumping back into a better position. They had what kind of a diminutive show when on that previous Slayer. This time around, trying to keep the team afloat, but I mean, it was a full team effort out of BH3. This team looking like a much more comfortable squad running into, I think, the semifinals coming up here in a moment.
Yeah, and Bastos doing a really good job to take under 3k damage. No one's hitting him. Bullets are curving around him, clearly. But yeah, difficult series for Catsmile for sure, but confidence that they will be getting a deeper run into that losers bracket final. We'll be back in a minute, though. We do have some more Halo coming up for you guys. We will be throwing to a quick break, so feel free to, you know, go decompress after that blowout. Hopefully, we'll have a little bit more of a competitive series in a second.
The Covenant. What faction? Zero. Oh, the Banished. That was Zero Zip because that was the Ark as well.
Oh my god, I'm blanking.
Was it the Banished? Was it the Covenant?
UNSC because they wanted to beat them to it because it wasn't a completed array at that point.
Oh, Keepers of the One Freedom.
Yeah, I didn't finish that one.
Okay, I've never heard of them in my entire life, so.
The answer? The Keepers of the One Freedom, as seen in Halo Shadows of Reach. The precursors based their existence around the philosophical concepts of the mantle, living time, and a meta-technological mechanism known as neural physics, which enabled them to manipulate the very fabric of the universe. My favorite character, the Primordial, was believed to be the last surviving precursor. Where was the Primordial detained when found by the Didact, and what was it also known as?
It wasn't the Palace of Pain, was it? It was on Zeta. Was it on Zeta Halo?
The Cryptum?
Charum Hakor, and it was known as the Timeless One.
Luke would get this right. This is his bread and butter. Was it Maithrillian? I think they'd know if it was on Maithrillian.
I don't know. I don't know.
The answer? The Timeless One, which was found on Charum Hakor, the home to the capital of humanity's prehistoric civilization and by extension, their alliance with the San Shayum. They were then moved by the Forerunners to Installation 07, also known as Zeta Halo.
I tried.
Dude, those questions were so difficult. That was insane.
Thank you very much. That was fun.
So, how'd your test go? Feel free to leave a comment about a question that stumped you or even your favorite fun fact of the Halo universe. Also, please like this video and subscribe to Atlas GG for more Halo content.
Before we had Quadrant in Halo Infinite, and before we had Infused in Halo 5, we had to have the first European professional Halo team. And that team, Power Gaming. Comprised at the time was 4 young and up-and-coming talents in Reaction, Baxter, and the legendary twins, Buck20 and Buck57. Before Power was formed, the new kids on the block for Halo 3 was a group of young and talented players comprised of the Buck Twins, MVP, and Cons. They were known as Crack Clan. Due to other commitments, Cons had to sit their first event out of I-37. And this was when they picked up another player who was also young, talented, and a well-known trash talker in the community, Baxter. As they announced they were going to use Baxter as a stand-in for Crack Clan's first LAN, other top teams believed this pickup was a mistake, as Baxter up to this point hadn't even broke top 12 in an event, as prior to the event, Crack Clan was predicted to place first at I-37.
Before this event, right, Dignitas were rubbing their hands together, and this is back in the day of like the forum, and they're saying any chance they had of winning is now gone, evaporated, blah blah blah, because they picked me up, right? And I'm sitting there thinking, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Crack Clan went on to win that event, beating out their rivals Dignitas in the finals, and other top teams such as SK and Infused. Despite winning the event, Crack Clan would go on to pick up Cons again, forcing Bax to look at other options, landing on Reaction, Ziknex, and Fragtail. This team would have played under SK Gaming.
We all wanted to go to Major League Gaming event at some point that year, and it's all leading up to it, and it's like, then for one reason or another, MVP and Cons were like, oh, we're gonna go team with Fragtail and Ziknex, I think it was.
Ziknex and Fragtail would leave Baxter in Reaction and join half of Crack Clan, MVP and Cons, with the promise of SK Gaming giving them the opportunity to compete at MLG Anaheim, wanting to make what they thought was the best team possible. By doing this, they would unintentionally make the best team possible by forcing the 2 leftovers to join forces and quite literally creating Europe's first Halo Pro team, Power Gaming. Power Gaming's first event together would ironically be MLG Anaheim 2009, while SK were unable to attend. This MLG event will be a big deal to the European Halo scene, as in the past we had sent Halo 2 players overseas and we were unable to perform to a well enough standard.
Because we had the Halo 3 forum and then we had the MLG forum, and on the MLG forum we would go on and we post, because you get like the team seeds and predictions, and when we were added to the team seeds and predictions we were slandered. What's the point in coming? Do you know what I mean? And a few people have played us in matchmaking, but that was about it.
To add to the pressure, these were 15, 16-year-old kids who have barely been to more than a few LANs, and some have never really been more than 3 hours outside of their hometown, let alone a different country to compete. The odds were stacked against them. As Power was an international team, they had last seed, which put them up against Team Active Rush in the open bracket in round 2. To add to this, Active Rush had previously placed 13th at the last MLG event, as well as this series was meant to be played on split screen. Power Gaming lost 3-0, which sent them to the losers bracket really early on. It was not looking good for Europe.
Soon, like we just knew we had this. We just wanted to get free split screen. We knew as soon as we get off split screen, it will be much better because no one practiced it. Like even me and Will didn't practice it much ourselves, despite being in the same house. But it was a nightmare, and I feel like I'm so glad that we're kind of beyond those days now.
Power would go on to smash and trash talk their way through the losers bracket and make it the champ bracket. Of course, with Bax's trash talk, there were obviously some people who couldn't handle it too well. Power went on to place 19th out of 256 teams, breaking 2 MLG records. Highest placing team with last seed, and highest placing international team. This landed themselves the pro status, and upsetting the team they lost to earlier, Team Active Rush, and barely missing out on top 16 to take respect, losing a Game 5. Power Gaming would come back to Europe as heroes, but not without bringing any drama with them. Power Gaming had yet to be SK Gaming on LAN. There were talks about how SK would have placed top 16 while Power could only get the 19th spot, so in both teams' eyes there was unfinished business. Luckily, not so long after Anaheim, Insomnia 38 rolled around, and this was it. SK and Power finally had a chance to meet in the finals.
One more. Come on, they're falling apart! Come on! See that? Power Gaming. Remember the name. King of Heretic Connor? Nah, mate, sorry, it's not happening. But yeah, my man. No, sorry, might be them 19 assists. Let's go! It's mine! All mine! That's what you let.
After beating SK, Power Gaming would set their eyes on MLG Orlando 2009. They've had plenty of time to practice, and they were not the new kids on the block anymore. They've had multiple LANs under their belt, and they knew what it was like playing at the top, and they were hungry to beat their last placement of 19th. Riding off the success of Anaheim, they had earned enough respect from top team at the time, Straight Rippin', and were fortunate enough to actually get invited to go to the Straight Rippin' gaming house for a boot camp, or pre-LAN as it was called back then.
I can't actually remember how it came about. I think we basically I think it was either we posted on the pro forums because we had access to the MLG pro team forums because we were pro players by then. We're either posted on the MLG forums back then or at the time, or we just said we're coming out early to America because we knew from previous events coming out early is such a big deal in terms of jet lag and preparation, and being able to play on LAN in America against any team, whether they're the best in the world or kind of half decent, was useful. So we literally just got, I think we got told there's a spare day in our diary to come where Straight's going to be there and maybe another team in the Straight Everything house, and if you're in the area, come and play. And we literally turned up at some random house in the middle of not middle of nowhere, but obviously in this big in America, some random house where they were still staying, and they've obviously been landing for a couple of days, and they're yep, you guys can come in and jump on and play against us. And I think at the time, Snipe Down was in his prime, and I can't believe he's still playing competitively even nowadays. But it's we never even though we played against pro teams and good teams all the time, playing them on LAN and when they're really comfortable. Some matches were really close, and other matches we got destroyed. And I think it was just a good reality check in terms of even though we were one of the best teams in Europe, there was still a massive gap. Even just in terms of the movement and spawns and teamwork, and yeah, sometimes it's almost you had to watch stuff back in theatre to just be what the hell just went on? How did that happen? I'm pretty sure we got spawn killed by Snipe down at least twice or 3 times on Narrow's CTF.
In the end, for Orlando 2009, Power Gaming ended up placing 17th, which is still an improvement to the 19th place, but couldn't break into the top 16 spot. Fnatic, previously SK, would go on to place top 24 at that event too, settling the debate SK would outplace Power at an American event. But then, the unthinkable happened. Arguably one of the biggest team changes in EU Halo history, Baxter will later go on to leave Power Gaming to start rival team, the new and improved Fnatic. Baxter believed it was time to mix things up, as well as ideologies within Power's management just didn't line up.
There was another interview somewhere where I got fined for it, and I said they're just a credit, I said they're like a fish with a credit card. They don't think about what they spend. They just sit in a little tub all day, and they don't do anything that demands more of the profile of European Halo or the players. It's just one of the reasons I wanted to play for Fnatic. I know Fnatic were an org that were huge in other esports, and I saw that as my chance to try and it was going nowhere. And then they were like, "Oh, they're gonna start paying their players like £200 a month," but it was for nothing. It didn't make sense to me.
In an article of an interview Baxter had, though has been translated for French Halo forum Halo.fr, where he claimed he couldn't rely on his team anymore, and making the statement he was irreplaceable, and I quote, "I am Walshy." Power Gaming would then continue their legacy and picked up Scottish legend and ex-teammate of the Buck Twins, MVP. Once again, Power had a new team, and they would throw themselves into the deep end by playing their first event together overseas at MLG Combine, Nashville 2010.
We went into that event thinking we were going to win it. Like we knew there'd be good amateur teams in it, but also we knew that we were strong enough as a team, like based on with Baxter as well, that we could have done well. It was interesting to see Ryan Noob and Blaze and Jerirocky and Debay, and even Ashes and Piggy and those guys. I feel like we underestimated them, and they were really good. I think Adrenaline Rush went on to doing well in the pro bracket and in the next event, because it kind of showed us, okay, these guys are pretty good. It wasn't just like we just got destroyed by a random amateur team or anybody below top 16 played in the combine, and we came third in that with MVP.
Soon after MLG Orlando 2010, after all the practice and after the combine, Power would actually sadly end up getting their worst placement of 21st at the time. Rumors had started to spread on the forums that they had made a mistake allowing Baxter to leave and start a rival team, and how the age of Power was over. Or was it? After a few months in July, we had our first European event where the two teams would end up meeting in the finals at ECL Liverpool in 2010. Once again, Power reigned supreme in Europe, but that wasn't enough. The players were not done yet, as they had set their eyes once again on the North American scene. Next up, MLG Raleigh 2010. This event was different. They had enough seeding points to go straight into Champ Bracket, which is a guaranteed top 32, instead of leaving it up to chance in the open bracket. They would get an easy first round of a 3-0 against Living the Dream, which would place them on to top 16, beating their previous highest placement. But Power Gaming was not done yet. Next up, they were up against 4-seeded Straight Rippin'.
I thought maybe they were just...
I think they're just saying that.
Go one more. One more then. One more. That's it. 12. Oh, okay.
Nice bracket addiction. Yeah, nice bracket prediction pocket.
Alright, on the main stage, UOR Dynasty versus Heaven and Earth. On the Old Spice feature station, Power versus Triggers Down.
We still knew, despite them being a bit of a hybrid team or a bit of a mismatch of a team, they were going to be good. But literally from game one, I felt like we were just really confident, and and really calm around what we did. Like I felt like it's probably one of the calmest games we played in terms of comms.
From their training.
I'm just going to say this there.
Custom. What time's custom?
47.
Power had done it. They have both placed top 12 as well as beat the legendary Straight Rippin. Power secured a 3-0 against Straight Rippin, which is the highest placement at that time for a European team of top 12. This record would last for another 6 years when it was beaten again in Halo 5 by none other than the Buck Twins themselves. Soon after the event, Halo Reach will be released, and the game change caused Reaction to leave, and MVP went on to join a different team as well. The owners of Power Gaming would leave the organization behind to pursue different things within esports, ending the legendary run of Power Gaming. In the end, Power Gaming were the first team to show that international teams deserve to and can compete at the highest level. Power's record may have been broken multiple times now, but I believe their legacy has had an impact on international Halo even to this day, and their story deserves to be remembered. What do you think? Is the reason we have international teams being flown out to America because of Power Gaming? Have you even heard of Power Gaming prior to this video? Let me know in the comments. It would mean the world if you could leave a like on this video, as well as a sub if you haven't already. Thank you so much for sticking by this long. This is my...
Hello, netizens! I hope that you're ready to go as we get back into our seeding tournament for the European Halo 2025 kick-off. Again, I'm Hail Monkey Man with Hixie as we go into a banger of a matchup. This semi-final was last week's winners final. It's BH3 versus ITB. Hixie, this is kind of a big-time matchup. Earlier in the bracket, both these teams, winners finals last week, went to game number 5. And this is your 4 that you just got to see a moment ago, but this is an even bigger 4 on the other side. Bastos, Sunrise, Shad, and Moze got to be ready for the challenge.
Yeah, for sure. They're going to have to put their big boy pants on coming up against this ITB roster in Wootum, Glory, SL. That's not the roster, but we have Wootum, Glory, SLG, and Snipe Drone. The actual ITB players. There we go.
Yeah.
That's what we're after. Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult one for BH3, taking on their closest competition, with the Jimbo roster not being present. It's going to be a difficult one. Like you said, this was the winners bracket and grand final matchup, in which ITB took both of them. Winners bracket final though was it did go to map 5. It was a 3-2. And then, unfortunately, that grand final was a 3-0. So very difficult, I think, to call. But I think that's just if you're looking at how ITB are going to win. Is it going to be a 3-0? Is it going to be 3-2? Is it going to be somewhere in between?
I subscribe to at least maybe the end thought of that. I feel like there is lessons learned from BH3 going to last week. Definitely when they got 3-0'd into that grand final. Not exactly how they wanted to finish the bracket, considering how well they did to get to force a game number 5. We've got King of the Hill recharge to kick things off. And then kind of an equal playing field, completely symmetrically. Aquarius Slayer. Fortress CTF is going to be really neat to see how well designed the flag pulls, especially for this newer map, has been kind of conceptualized. So much literal up-the-gut style play has been so prolific with it. And then we have Oddball for Live Fire, which will help us kind of flex around a little bit more for kind of call-outs and play-making capability for both these teams. So pulling into this, we have seen especially that there is this squad in ITB has now begun their overall scrim process against the you'd mentioned Jimbo's team, and that's making them all the stronger. BH3, we're trying to see if kind of finding that same level of momentum, the same kind of plays against these guys, may be able to keep them in lockstep. You hope for some parity in the region to keep them close. And if we can keep Bastos with the level of movement and obvious playmaking that he has on this BH3 roster, these first couple maps could be very telling if ITB is going to just run away with it or maybe fade away.
Yeah, very true. And I think that map 3 as well does throw a few question marks up in the air of how both of these teams are going to approach it, because it is the newest map in the pool. So it could be the one that we have the least certainty of how it can go. But at the end of the day, still CTF. So, knowing this ITB roster, that's it's a pretty solid mode for them. Aside from their obvious commendations of just their names alone. So BH3 definitely going to have to be fighting the full the full series for this, I think, if they're going to take it. We'll have to find out, right? We'll be jumping in very shortly into that recharge King of the Hill. Like you said, Monkey Man, it's going to be... Ooh, I really don't know how to call this first map, to be honest. I wonder...
Mostly whenever we see the starts of these King of the Hill recharge fights, so much of it is going to be, all right, how can we get the initial fights going down? They want to set the spawn rate. It depends on which side you kind of go to, and obviously to be able to get that first camo and get all that extra info from that utility. So we've got also just these teams that I think have played it so often and are so measured about how they take it. That initial team fight could indicate the entire rest of the game, but because it is King of the Hill, it does at least kind of move around at that point. So I just want to see some confidence out of BH3. They obviously just more or less dominated Cat Smile and ITB. They cannot rest on their heels. They've got to send out one of their greats like Woodham to make sure that BH3 is on notice.
Yeah, I think there's two ways to look at that last series in how BH3 can bring some momentum into this one. I feel like they obviously ITB, they know what they're coming up against, but with how dominantly they took down Cat Smile, who are, as far as this tournament goes, their closest competition as of last week and also this week. If we're not talking about ITB, it would be Cat Smile for BH3. I'm not sure if how dominant they were against Cat Smile could maybe be a benefit or a negative to them. Benefit, obviously, because they are their closest competition aside from ITB, and they completely washed them. So they're feeling good, their shots on. Or, I don't know, maybe they could just will they forget who they're up against? Probably not. I was just thinking maybe, they might get a little bit too aggressive, and you'll see players like Bastos just diving in and we saw him picking up 2v1s on streets, I think I remember, against Cat Smile. Having that confidence and, the ego to take them on, knowing that you can hit your shots, and then, oh, look, it's actually ITB. I'm just 2v1ing Woodham and Glory. It's a little bit different.
Not at all household names in Europe. Not no one knows that branding. But I feel like I do like them running forward with that. It would be really surprising to have ITB end up falling into a lower bracket run. I feel like that is not going to occur, and yet I'm here to be surprised because it would be nice for, especially into a kickoff style tournament, to begin the season, to see a challenge. And for ITB, they also may be just seeing this as a way to completely just seal up and dot the I's, cross the T's, and put a period at the end of the sentence for the remainder of this essay leading into the biggest challenges, which is across this continent, but also maybe intercontinentally as well. Either way, we will be going into our first map here in just a moment. The other side of the bracket, if you guys check that out, Conspiracy is in the other side of this in semifinal, and they're going to be facing against the winner between Streamer Zone and Outsiders. So get to see who's going to come out of that one. There was a lot of expectations, especially from the winter going into this, for Streamer Zone to be into that top 4, top 5 conversation. So maybe that'll be happening. Either way, we got BH3, we got ITB, and these both. I can foresee this, especially if we do not split the first 2 maps here, Hixie. It feels like a 3-0 is just in the works. Yeah. I'm also here to be surprised.
Yeah, no, I think you're exactly right there. I think if BH3 can't take one of the first 2, it will be a 3-0 for sure. Literally, as you were talking about Streamer Zone and Outsiders, Streamer Zone 3-0 just came through on the bracket. So it'll be Conspiracy versus Streamer Zone on the other side of this winner's bracket. And they will be facing off against the winner of this series. Appreciate your patience, everyone. We're jumping into this one on board with Snipe Drone. Glory already taken down SLG. Is a lovely way to start if you're taking down your teammates. They're just having a bit of fun. They're getting a bit wacky, right? They're just showing BH3 that, yeah, they're ITB, but they can still have fun. It's not all business.
Get a early handicap is how I like to handle it. But Snipe Drone, one of the guys that you do not want to have a shock rifle to start things off with, does at least set themselves onto the hill first. BH3 going to be operating from a control room half, and this is actually great batteries work for all of for what it was. Third of the points, third of the hill, but 3/4 of it ITB actually hits the floor.
Yeah, and a really good job there from BH3 to shut down Snipe Drone, just give him no real time to get comfortable. Right, he had the shock rifle, but he was in such a bad position. That batteries can be really, really difficult to play 90% of the time. And a really good job there from the boys in red. Now BH3 switching sides, and Glory surely going to fall, and does. Able to take at least Bastos with him to the grave. And ITB with more progress, as they do just jump back onto that first hill. Nice shot from SLG as well, picking up that body shot. Finish off Shad. 5 and 2 for SLG as well. Definitely a player you want a little bit more. Because you know you've got the reputations of Wootum, of Snipe Drone, and Glory to be your heavy hitters. So if SLG can have a good game from the offset as well, and it looks like he's not really missing, this is already looking like a recipe that spells disaster for BH3. That first hill goes in favor of Into the Breach.
Blue Pipes, stepping just a little bit beyond the veil, and SLG welcomes them to go on to the River Styx instead. So BH3 was hoping to maybe, as they recognized that first hill was gone away there, Hixley, to begin here towards this Hydro position. Instead, no. It is SLG, 7 and 2, leading the charge, but heavily reliant on what kind of damage is being put out there. Woodham just quietly getting the job done in negative KD right now, but has been just kind of running amok along this. Oh, the remote detonation by Bastos at least gets one off as Snipe Drone goes down. So gotta find a way to get themselves to that back site. Glory on that combination, and they get the back tap. Sunrise keeps the dream alive.
I'm loving the confidence right now from BH3. Bastos able to pick up that remote detonation, just keep his mind in this game, right? Keep thinking one step ahead and continue the momentum from the last series. Is exactly what I was hoping for, was that the confidence wouldn't spill into arrogance. They wouldn't get too far ahead of themselves. Remember who they're up against. Remember what they've come here to do. And yes, they are a hill behind, and progress is definitely in favor of Into the Breach. That back smack surely going to spell the second hill. That guarantees it. Snipe Drone picking up that kill onto Mose with the shock rifle. Captures that second hill. Confirms it. Signed, sealed, and delivered. 11 and 5 for SLG. Not the player I was looking at to put up those kind of numbers on this roster, but definitely a welcome sight. Sunrise has a response of his own. Takes down Snipe Drone, instantly picks up that shock rifle and puts it to work.
Wanna get some extra shots as well. They've got about 2 left in the canister. Want to ride the lightning and get rid of these ITB players, but instead they're kind of trapped in this control room. They're just getting flooded with frags. Unfortunately, right now for BH3, I mean, good news is that they have some chances left, but it feels like ITB, though there's a couple times where they stubbed their toe, they have not completely tripped, and it's up to BH3 to set the tone, set the pace. They get to this whirlpool position, and now, oh no, that was not a bouncing frag, that was a plasma, and they're hoping to find the second one off of a secondary explosion. Instead, they just run straight in from gold, and ITB, well, they lose one. A couple trades give them a chance.
Yeah, like you said, Bastos could get... Snipe Drone's not going to give it to him. The triple kill is good enough for Bastos, and it's going to have to be. The Snipe Drone still doesn't fall. Able to keep Pipes alive, and Bastos recognizing the Sunrise falls. The nade is beautiful. And SLG there to clean that one up. Finally, Snipe Drone falls, although it did take a while. And a few deaths for BH3 to make it happen. And it's like you said, Monkey Man, ITB, whilst they have stubbed their toe, they haven't really fallen flat on their face. They're still running. Whilst this hill is a little bit more competitive in terms of the progress both teams have been able to put out, it's still ITB that are ahead with the positions as well. And SLG picking up a kill onto Bastos, trying to get up to top gold. And the shots as well, the kills coming through. The double kill for Wootum. It's a player that definitely needs no introduction. His slays speak for themselves. And whilst 10 and 11... The rest of his team are doing their work to keep everything in order, everything how ITB want. A missed melee doesn't matter. He lands on the second, and he comes back to Bastos to tell him what's what. Getting confident. Love to see it.
And he knew he could too because they were securing that ladder hill, and he was like, you know what? Why not a little bit of extra BM? Get in, win some of the mind game as well as the late game. So trying to take him on. Woodham comes in from the top rope and RKOs from out of nowhere. BH3, they got a couple back smack online. SLG, it's a double kill. Why not just continue to shock and awe? BH3 finds themselves fighting from what could be this final 3-0 deficit, and another one from distance, just one short of 20 kills is SLG.
Yeah, SLG's has come out today. 19 and 9, like you said, one short of that 20 bomb, and oh, that would have been a beautiful way to grab it, but the Shroud screen's not going to keep him alive. Tries his best, but does fall. Nice little jump from Snipe Drone.
Nice.
Trying to mix things up a little bit. Just get a little bit techie. Tony Hawk Pro Skater sound should have played there.
Combo! Trying to get a jump tactics, jump taj going right in the middle of this first map as 3-0 position. BH3 fighting tooth and nail to pray that maybe the 5th and final hill down the middle of the pit will manifest itself, but ITB is holding a lock, stock, shop on all of this. However, Bastos hasn't actually been slouching. 17 and 12 deaths, but still it's a couple behind what SLG's pumping out. Nate tries to see if anyone pre-jumps into there. They will fade away. Teammates getting bamboozled and bombarded. That frag, right? Some extra damage. Can they complete the run? They get rid of Snipe Drone. But as they give up their position, maybe that gives up the rest of this game as they have to track him down from behind.
I did wonder who just about to see Magic Mike. Does fall. Definitely should have. Shad having a bit of a rough game as well, it has to be said. 5 and 16. Does have 12 assists. But Mo's finding just as much impact as far as assist goes. Just keeping his slays somewhat high up. Not all about kills, right? Got to look at the impact, but fortunately Shad not having much. Nor the rest of BH3, because a 4-0 is the scoreline for map 1. And I mean, we said it, we both agreed that they're going to have to take one of these maps, BH3, in the first 2. So banking they take the second, or it is probably going to be a 3-0.
There's got to be a vote of confidence that happens with this squad. A couple of those hills looked competitive, but the problem is the proof is in the pudding, and it tasted sweet for the side of ITB, and it was sour for BH3. 5-13 and 17 ain't gonna do the job if you're Shad, and maybe those missed Mike Tyson punches are really starting to come around and turn into a CTE. We'll get to see 21 kills, the top of the lobby there for SLG, who was obviously consistent, 5,200 and 5,000 damage alongside him with Woodham, who they didn't have the biggest KD spread but they had enough to really influence this map, which is really what Woodham does. He kind of devil may care style of play, especially moving throughout all these different injunctures, and ITB appreciates that because you have placement style guys like SLG's like, okay, I'm gonna play off a power weapon, and I see Woodham literally just laying waste. He's like, cast fireball, and I'm just gonna clean up what's coming next.
Yeah, for sure. And Woosum is just always going to be outputting that kind of damage. I think that's just the ability and the potential that keyboard and mouse can offer, is that you can just crank 180s like it's nothing. It's the advantage you have over controller, and the advantage you have with the overshield, if you're Snipe Drone, is that smack literally does nothing to you. That is a free kill. So good job from BH3 to shut down that overshield very early, it must be said. Snipe Drone only really able to get one from it. So keeping things level. BH3 coming into this. Definitely coming off of the back foot. Not being able to pick up that overshield, but doing a good job so far.
Anything to do as well. BH3 just needs to limit how much they give up. I feel like they have great playmaking capability, but they give up something, maybe not easy, but just far too much just gets stacked up. The snowball situation. You saw it with Shad, and I'm not going to harp on them any further from that, but that really is going to be something communicated to the rest of the team. SLG finds their teammates falling, and for a brief moment, we've got BH3 that's kind of leading ITB by the nose. It feels like the ITB is chasing a little bit, and they may try to stabilize here soon.
Yeah, BH3 definitely going to be happy with SLG cooling off as well. This one's far more competitive. BH3, as we saw in the last series, do thrive on the Slayers, so we're going to have to see if this is really something that is just their bread and butter. If they can work on the rest of their game. BH3 looking like a competitive third seed for the European scene at least.
Oh,
as they do take the lead, they've got a full team. Oh, they did then. They do now. They have a full team wipe ahead of ITB. Snipe drone as well. Struggling to really make much work. Putting out a lot of damage. I think that's something that we can never really question about the ITB roster, is that they might not be doing well stats-wise, but you know they're still putting out the damage. They're not just being dead weight. A really good job again to shut down the overshield and take Wootum down, completely neutralizing any impact he could have had. This is really, really well played from BH3 so far.
Yeah, those two POV sequences that you saw there was one of completely used up OS, and then you had two Spartans that got unshielded by Snipe Drone and then couldn't confirm either of the kills. So ITB is struggling just the tiniest bit right now of making sure that they have some of those crossfires, or at least multiple numbers to face off into these first contacts against BH3. BH3, it's a slim lead, one they've been able to maintain now for the last minute and a half or so. It's thinner by the moment, and you now have SLG that they're going to try and find something from the other side of the map where so much of the extra contact was being profound. BH3, it's these soft retreats. They're flexing enough to drag ITB in, and it's great bait plays. Got this 3-kill position, and ITB is recognizing that, and they're trying to just kind of flex back towards where their weaker positions are.
Yeah, problem with a roster like ITB is they can adapt so quickly and so well to how a team is playing. So BH3 are going to have to constantly be adapting themselves, switching up their game. Doing that, they can keep this lead up. 5 kills, I think that's 6, does separate these two teams. And Sunrise with a double kill off screen as well, taking down 2 of the ITB players is a big feat, must be said. Keeping this lead is even bigger. It's 10, make that 11, and 5 for Sunrise. Takes down Snipe Drone. Vassos just trying to help out his team where he can. Clean up Glory. If he can get away here, that'd be huge. But there are 2 players that could potentially shut him down. SLG and Snipe Drone trying to chase down Shad potentially. SLG trying to get a power position. Is very open being at that top base, but it could be so helpful. And Wootum not able to get that overshield. This is really well played from Bastos. And the rest of BH3, it has to be said, able to shut down the overshield play from ITB, pick it up themselves, and this is the most impact that an overshield has had this entire map, and it's crazy to say that it's against ITB, not in their favor, with the slaying power that ITB have on offer, on hand to just run rampant and destroy any team put in front of them. They're considerably behind. 10 kills separate these two teams.
Slayers often are the crux of some of these top squads in Europe and across the board in all the multiple continents, but BH3 really putting on a showcase of how to finish the job. ITB has had multiple players that they get down to either 1 shot or 2 tap, and then they can't get it done off of some of this positioning. BH3 is just being there. 1v2 Sunrise and combo. They run away back into that hallway. You did at least get 1 extra assist, but it's already crested into this 10 kills left. A couple recently. ITB seeing if they can be able to close the gap. Killing spree here for Glory. If there's anyone you want to heat up as an ITB fan, it is this man right here.
Yeah, Glory and Wootum, definitely the 2 you're looking to in this map. Snipe Drone, not one to have a quiet series, and especially quiet maps, but you're going to be looking to Glory and Wootum just try and claw this one back, but with moves like that, you're going to have to try even harder they have clawed it back considerably, right? 10 kill deficit down to 2. Sunrise hears people around him. Doesn't know that there's 2 of them, though. Not able to take Wooten with him. Still 2 kills separating. Make this potentially a tied game. You've got SLG actually putting in some considerable work. Not able to drop Mose. It falls one shot just as the overshield pops. And a considerable amount of damage takes that overshield entirely out. And Mose also could fall. Sniper drone falling as well, though. This does get a little hairy for ITB. They have the capacity to keep this one still with winning potential, even with only 3 kills left for Mose to take this team into 1-1 potentially. I can never count ITB out in these moments.
One big play is going to separate them here. Oh, they found it from behind. That's
oh my god.
Get caught right off the reversal. One to go. BH3 hoping to split the first 2 maps. Get it off the Slayer, and they do. BH3 surviving a scare. At one point in time, this game was 9 to 10 kills separated between the squads. But Hixie, we have to talk about it. When BH3 hit about 39 to 40, it still had that 8-9 separation. Suddenly, it was a showcase of veteranship that was allowing ITB to get back into that game. 43 all at that one point. That was a 3 to, I believe, 12 run, if you think of it in basketball terms, for ITB to catch up. But BH3, big play off that double kill, especially with Mose surviving, utilizing that earlier OS, and then laying down some extra damage. Now we have ourselves a ball game before we hit that mid-map CTF.
Yeah, for sure. And I just have to commend him again for the way they shut down Overshield time and time again. The first 2 Overshields going in favor of ITB, it didn't even feel like they had them. It just was complete lights out from BH3 to shut that down. And then, like you said, when Mose was able to pick it up, he went on such a rampage, just maybe not getting all the kills, but just picking up the damage, helping his team out, able to really just utilize it in a way that they weren't letting ITB do. And considering that, all of that, it was only 4 kills that still separated them. That's just how dangerous that ITB roster can be, especially when we know how good BH3 are on Slayers. It's a scary, scary team to be looking forward into this next season.
And the thing that we have now is that obviously Slayers can tend to be that variable subject. It didn't matter who you were last season, be it, at the time, what was it, a Quadrant or anyone. It was like, all right, well, Slayer's up for grabs. You can see that at times because it comes down to a lot of, all right, do we have the multiple numbers? Do we have the 1v1s? Well, OBJ, though, still rests in the waiting hands of ITB. They did very well when it came to that earlier King of the Hill on recharge. We go to Fortress, and snipers can be king, but so is the kill pit. The OS gets burned. They're just trying to kill Sunrise before he can utilize any of it, and it's just all about getting that proper positioning. Oh, wow, the reversal imperfect here by SLG. This is going to be one of the guys that sets the tone early, and they got that snipe.
My God.
Launching it straight through Spartan's helmet.
SLG is just heated up again. He had a bit of a cooldown and still put up some good stats in that last map, but he has heated up. He's ready. That last map was a dud, and he is going to be shutting this one down. 4-0 with 3 assists. And that flag is already in. Said before, ITB love a CTF, and they are so damn good at it.
Gotta get rid of this demon that is SLG. Just preying on anyone. Wow, the connection killing spree. Dude ain't died yet to start off this Fortress run. Again, we're split 1-1, so there's going to be at least a 4th map around the bend, but ITB would love to just kind of take all the wind out of the sail of BH3, and they knew they were maybe moments away from really ruining the party for BH3 on the other end of that Slayer. Eventually, SLG does fall. Just see what they can do from this top rope. They do find another one. That could be a double kill off of the frag. Don't get an assist, and their teammate is still fighting it out, skirmishing. Woodham will hide into that corner. And if you're BH3, both a fan and a player, you're hoping to be able to get that first flag pull, and they do. So we're all tied up. And it's so swift here, Hixie, how quick some of those caps can happen as soon as you get the flag out of the Fortress.
Yeah, for sure. It's a very good response from BH3. Arguably the best response you can have, right, to conceding a flag. 2 minutes and 2 flags. Overshield has come back up, and it looks like Into the Breach are just going to be able to pick this one up. And with how hot SLG has been in map 1 and now the beginning of this map, you're definitely going to want it in his hands. And BH3 doing a good job again to shut it down, but SLG not really going for that damage. He's going for the flagpole with the Overshield. And it's done its work. It's in the back base. It's just on the stairs. They're going to have to try and scoop that one up. It's still in a bit of a hairy position, especially when you have Moze in your base. Moze going to have to be smart to win that fight or back down. And he does the former. Does finally fall. Glory takes him down. And the flag does get returned. So Moze doing what he needed to. And a beautiful play from BH3 to notice what was being put together from ITB with that Overshield and shut it down. And there is a little bit of a question that could be had, but SLG still just being such a pain. You're going to have to back off. Shad finally shuts him down, but positions have been lost for both teams. It's 3 dead for ITB.
Oh, hop, skip, and a jump there as Shad is showing up. They were kind of positioning themselves for that sniper pickup. They knew that they couldn't ultimately get to the power weapon, so making sure that at least it was difficult. Tough call, but at least the info goes out that it has been found, and now ITB with SLG, he is being completely barred from trying to get up into this tower. A second pickup by BH3, but this one, ITB is trying to run it straight through the front door.
Yeah, look at the response from Wootum. He's angry, he's pissed, and he wants this to be their map. The 2-1 can only go in favor of ITB, he says. As this Overshield is going to come up again, and this could be the momentum that ITB needed. If they can pick up this Overshield, which is looking likely, their positioning is set up for it. And Moze just trying to be a thorn in their back, does get pulled. Shad last alive, the Overshield and the sniper in the hands of ITB. This is spelling danger.
Quick trades. They were hoping to set up maybe the assassination. They don't recognize they're coming down that spiral. And as Bastos, if he sees the shots, no, not in time. 2 are going to fall very quickly here for BH3. Got to watch out for that next pull, because this map in particular, as wide as it is the fastest pathway. It's an expressway for getting a cap. Snipe drone hoping to get some at least quick slays. That'll be it. BH3 is going to see this one taken out from underneath their waning grip. Oh, but it will fall just at the front of base. Snipe drone is trying to take on from red base, and that tower has a lot of BH3 players. Can they just get it over the last few humps right in front? Looks like they'll be able to slide it in. Scare tactics abound, but this one goes the way of ITB.
Yeah, there was an awkward place for the flag to fall. Just, you know, on the lip of the top of the base, does fall down. But still, Wootum able to put that one in. So a very, very solid run. But a very competitive map as well. It's an enjoyable watch for sure. Definitely going to have to look back on that and see what ITB were able to do just to piece that last little bit of the puzzle together. Because as soon as we saw Wootum pull that second flag, it looked like ITB were in the driver's seat. The scoreboard up for you now. 14-7 for Snipe Drone. Definitely the mic we're used to seeing. And I imagine Wootum's service tag. Oh, okay. Still pretty high, but I thought Wootum would be damage leader, if I'm honest, from what we did see from him. I mean, SLG as well, I'm quite surprised. It looked like Glory and Snipe Drone doing quite a lot of work off of stream. And
I mean,
putting it through.
I'm not too surprised for that, because it felt like they were hyper movement across. Like Wootum, we saw him get one of those big pulls, and we only saw Moze really show up, at least in terms of slaying potential and output for BH3. The rest of the squad kind of falling asleep and being put into caskets for the majority of the time. And Fortress, as we are learning, is so both wide and small when it comes to the CTF game type. I almost want to see it be flexed into some other game types. I know people will probably completely, not agree with me. I think it works really well into a Slayer, but regardless, we're gonna be resetting our next lobby as we go over into live fire in just a moment. Do you think that's enough to put BH3 in the bin? Was that Slayer all of a one-off, or I mean, they kept it close in CTF, but we're going live fire.
Yeah, I think a live fire ball is. It's a difficult one. I think it's Fortress CTF. It looks like the flag runs can be very difficult to stop, I'd say. And it feels like such a tight map. It looks very open, but it is relatively small as far as base to base goes. Live fire, oddball. I'm thinking with how both teams play, I'm thinking ITB just have the edge, to be honest. I think it's hard to break the setups that they can get. And I feel like with the ability of this team, they're not only good on, on the attack and the defense, but I feel like their defense is just a little bit more there comparatively to BH3. I think BH3, I don't think they'll be able to hold on to the ball for too long. I think it'll be scrappy time.
It's definitely going to be, depending on how well they can execute whatever they want to be kind of their main hold. You've seen two different, multiple ways, but the two safe ways. You either play towards that tower and you have that reset, and of course a advantageous perch, especially if you can be able to get that snipe, or you run towards kind of green and then you just fight for constant reset. If there's ever consistency, it's a player like Glory and getting the ability to snipe.
My God.
What? Hold on. Whoa. Glory just lost that fight? What happened?
Mo's happened. Mo's came, he saw, he conquered. That was magical from Mo's. He got his dancing shoes on. I would love to see that again in slow motion. That was beautiful. As soon as just the movement, as soon as I saw it getting pieced together. Unfortunately, it hasn't really translated to much with 4 dead for BH3 and the points tallying up for ITB, because why shouldn't they in a situation like this? You're going to have to try and regroup and recuperate. BH3 just trying to mount something. A good kill onto Wootum is responded to by SLG. Ball getting rotated out. Snipe drone just a little bit too quick. Sunrise not able to catch him on the cross, but I think that's actually a little bit better. He has the element of surprise until he loses that there with a couple missed shots. Does take down Snipe drone, but the ball does get played, so he's done his job.
Light ball, unforgiving. With the way that you're like, oh, okay, you want this? Cool. Toss it in the trash. No one gets to play with it. I'm taking my ball home. First 32 points accumulated here by ITB. Now, as Sunrise is going to try and do the same thing, how are they going to navigate this? They want to make it turn into an open position where it's tough to at least pick up and immediately go to where they want to. I love where Sunrise is basically in chase. Haven't really gotten too involved in terms of kills. Got at least one up. Woodham is going to make sure that that continues to be a feature, and now ITB given another chance. Off of those initial pickups from the oddball, obviously you go towards what could be the play, and it feels like they were just getting the takeaway, but they didn't really set up for much, and BH3 has been kind of a non-participant here in this first round.
Yeah, and I think Wootum is to blame. 6 and 2. Glory and SLG chasing him, but just seeing the cranks that he could have pulled out just then on back green it's just so difficult not to back him in any engagement. Look at that. The ability to respond. It's so damn quick. It's really, really just difficult to respond to calls, to respond to being shot himself. In a game where it's so difficult to, if you're already 2 shots behind because you've been shot in the back, it's so valuable to have a player like Wootum who can just crank and make it every gunfight he's in competitive, so long as it is a 1v1. And even 2v1s, the guy is just an animal. He can take on anyone, it seems.
Feels like Woodham always has a pocket speed boost with the way that he can just kind of navigate around this place. Well, Mo's had the rest of his camo burn out. This live ball ended up getting reset. You have kind of a 2-1 perspective. That sniper falls and snipe drone hoping to run away maybe with the rock, and instead handles fall. They do get 1 off of their own call, and this is gonna be the first time maybe for BH3 to begin scoring points, but they can't get out of the sight lines of ITB. And for all intents and purposes, that may be one of the final fights. They've got 20 seconds to go before this first round is over, and they're just going to keep it on open bridge and then work back towards their favorite reset point right now outside of green.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, it's such a unforgiving map and mode. Because you can break the setup, but the ball gets played, and then it's just, you know, it removes the impact and the punch from breaking the setup. 93-0 so far. I think I've seen Sunrise just pick up the ball momentarily, but that's going to be a perfect first round for ITB. Every player with some points and Glory. 11-3 with 36 objective points. Doing it all.
Can't let him in like that. Run unchecked. Round number 2, luckily, this is a micro BO3 inside of our BO5, but ITB now has unlocked not just match point, but basically cresting points to get into this 1-0 of our oddball. BH3. They've got the rock first, using the QT to full effect. Glory ends up with the stick just as they get the first kill, and then they go, you know, I want back in that. But BH3 is going to start off the same play make that ITB did in that first round and go towards A. However, I mean, you still have Glory running around this map completely undeterred.
Yeah, and as QT drops, he'll take the camo, excuse me. He just wants all of them. The sandbox is his to play in. And as ITB is saying, my ball, my rules. We've finally seen BH3 fight back just a little bit. With 10 whole points, not just in the round, but in the game so far. It's going to be a tall order, especially, like you said, with Glory being so damn dominant this map. And when he's not missing a single shot, and he's got that camo, you're going to need him dying a lot more to make this worthwhile for BH3 to see a map 5.
First 10 seconds.
Oh my god.
Oh wow. Right around the corner, that sniper, because he was on that perch, might have been able to fly on back. BH3 fully wiped out. Orkin Man came by, said you got some cockroaches, and BH3 apparently was caught in the crossfire. Just swept under the rug, and ITB is doing some pest control at this point. They run from green, they go towards A, and they know they're going to be spawn controlling BH3, trying to set them into a tough position. But look at this route, look at this flank. Woodham gets rid of one, trying to find the next one, does so fluidly. Hydrodynamics in his favor, as they've been just running all over this map and heating up along the way.
Doing a good job to shut them down though. 2 dead. SLG and Wooten have fallen, but it's a trade. 2 for 2. We'll go for trade. Sunrise, last alive, just trying to keep eyes on the ball. Try and mitigate the damage that having all your teammates dead does. And a good job from him so far to put out some good damage onto Glory as well. Catches him with his pants down and a nade in hand. The 3 shots left. Make that 2. He's going to have to reload at some point, and this is where Glory can pounce. He's going to have to try and move and use the wiggles, and Sunrise doing a great job. He's got the help from Shad as well to shut down Glory. Some great team play off the back of that. Shad caught on an island, but still, again, the team play comes through. BH3 doing a great job to work together. Just one cohesive melting pot. A hive mind is what they need, and it's what they're getting so far. 42-23. The ball in hand of BH3. The only thing ITB have to pull on is this sniper. First shot doesn't land. Second one does. Glory. The beautiful shot. Third and fourth. Not able to do anything, but still the pressure is on and the pull has come through. ITB able to crush BH3. What seemed like just such an easy retake.
It feels like it was. I mean, obviously they had they pivoted on a pick, and it was a pixel perfect head pop. But I mean, it's not like BH3 just kind of evaporated, and yet they did straight into the face of adversity with ITB. 3 go down. SLG, the lone survivor, trying for the collide if he could. Oh, and he's still getting a double. Can he get the trip? Not gonna happen. Sniper eventually will run out of worth, as it will be Moe's kind of standing tall. Open a pancake. They get one off a stick. Fantastic combination there. And the ball being reset. 40 points. This one, a much feistier fight by BH3. ITB, though, slowly crawling their way to try and resume control.
Yeah, Moe's definitely needed that stick. And he got it. So, still, just a little bit of help from the gods above. Trying to keep them in this one. This one has been far more competitive. It's been closer. It's been a bit more of a grudge match. Snipe Drone last alive, so you're going to see the ball go into the hands of BH3. The response time is great, and they need to keep this up if they're going to try and take this to a third round. Snipe Drone landing a nade like that is a good response from Mose. Does fall. Still, you're not just rolling over and showing your belly. You're fighting back. That first round, you can forget about it. This one, only 2 points separate you. And Oddball. Such a slugfest of a game mode. Doesn't matter the map.
Enemy has the ball.
Depends if they can just track this one down. Shad, knowing ball got dropped into open space. They've seen this play before. They were actually trapping ITB in the same form. It's down onto one. Still, with this ball finding kind of open yard just around this dummies and turbine position, BH3, they will at least get it back to their hands. It's a difference of about 2 points of this. Themselves back to the green side respawn. SLG falling with Bastos. Bastos has had themselves not the game they want. 9, 10, and 20 deaths. Yet it's all about OBJ. What can you do to just kind of get that rock in handle and finally a lead? Now we start looking at neutral clock here, Hixie. They at least have that 1 second above, and they've got a minute 40. It looks like they're going to be going for at least a try on that win as they go for the reset again. This could come down to the final firefight right here.
Yeah, Wootum did a really good job there to get that ball off the map. I believe there were 2 or 3 players around on that C elbow trying to take him down. So really, really good job there from Wootum to drop that ball off the map. Just give yourself a bit of time. Ball does get touched by Bastos. I'm not sure if he was meaning to chase this play. It looks like, yeah, the call for Wootum comes through, but he's running laps. And he's got Glory down there. Nice perfect, sets him up well to potentially take the kill onto Glory as well, but he does fall. SLG last alive for ITB as Glory does get traded out by Sunrise. And again, still 1 point lead and only 1 point for BH3. And that has now been surmounted and passed. It's never really comfortable against either of these teams, regardless of the score. 58 seconds on the clock, but it has stopped with the ball in hand. Looks like ITB are going to be trying to get these points secured here and now. Sunrise, though, trying to take down Snipe Drone. Snipe Drone gets the best of both Bastos and Sunrise. A really pivotal kill for Snipe Drone, and he does it twice. The ball's still in his hands as he does fall, finally. But still, the control into the Breach's hands for the time being. The ball has been, I believe, it's been moved over. Yeah, just slightly, but still. It's just so desperate from BH3.
Got to get that camo. SLG behind enemy lines. BH3 has a moment here. It depends on if they can stay on the board, but this one is right between both teams. If no one goes for it, we got 20 seconds on the clock. ITB, you have Woodham laying down the law of the land out in Turbine. Ain't no one gonna touch this rock from BH3 if they can choose to do so. They want to run with it, but they have a teammate that just gets taken down from behind. 5 seconds left. No one from BH3 present. ITB will win it on points in round number 2, and we'll take this one in a 2-0 of oddball. Give some credit to BH3 for the fight, but same and even more and plus some for ITB as they'll take the series 3-1. And I mean, a dominant first round there, Hixie. 100-0. A fight back by BH3. Looks like they were finally finding some progress, but then when it was at 71-70 mark and they brought that towards A, they knew they could force BH3 to chase them, and then they gate kept them from ever getting their hands back on the skull.
Yeah, ITB couldn't have had a more dominant first round, literally. As far as points go, it was pure dominance. And yeah, unfortunate for BH3, they really put up a fight in that final round of that final map, but it wasn't enough. And they fell short, and like you said, they're going to be jumping down to that loser's bracket in 3-1 fashion. I believe they'll be taking on Legion no, they'll be in round 4, so they'll be taking on the winner of Legion Esports versus... Oh, it's the winner of Catsmile, I imagine. That one hasn't run off yet. So we're going to be throwing to just a quick break as we get ready for the winner's bracket final. It will be ITB facing off against the winner of Conspiracy and Streamer Zone. We'll be back in a minute.
Half the footage of Power is either lost or the most difficult thing to find, so thank you for watching, and peace.
Women within esports, similar to esports as a whole, is a growing subcategory. And with that comes pioneers. We've had many talented women in the past, with legacies left by the likes of Xena and Bittersweet within Halo. In Halo 5, no other team fits this title than the most dominant team within the female pro league, Riot Gaming.
Comprised at the time was 4 talented players in Queen X3, Divine Damsel, Dreamy Dream, and Monza.
Yeah, I remember I was like 16 years old, and I randomly found Jen's stream, and I started watching her, and I'm like, damn, like this girl's kind of funny, and she's like pretty good, like kind of want to be friends with her. So I started like watching her a lot, and then I started like matchmaking a lot too, and we just like started playing with each other, and I don't know, just kind of started from there.
As Divine Damsel and Queen solidified themselves as a duo, they would start their grind. Although a lot of these players knew of each other or have crossed paths previously, they had no reason to play with each other. This was until the release of Halo 5 in October of 2015, and along came the release was the announcement of the FPL, or Female Pro League. This would then force the Divine Queen duo to expand their team of 2 to a 4, and without much thought, they knew who they wanted.
I can't remember what exactly happened, but I remember, I think, Katie, did you DM me? Someone DM'd me at the time, and we're like, hey, do you want to run games?
I don't remember.
And I can't remember, it's been so long ago, but because when all this came out, like, all these girls were like, oh, free agents, like, all these lists came about, and, like, I was a free agent or whatever, I just remember that. But I wanted to be a team of 2 with my best friend, which is Veronica, but that bitch, like, didn't solidify a team of 2 with me, and she was like a team of 2 with Domino, and that like got me, my feelings were hurt, I'm not gonna lie, I'm so salty about that to this day. And so I was like, okay, like I'm only gonna play in this if I have a really good team, and if I team with Haley, and Haley, like, she's like, oh, we can run games, and I was like, oh, okay. I was like, this bitch thinks I'm shit or something, I don't even remember, but then I remember, like, I don't know who it was, but it came up like in a DM, like, hey, do you want to run games with me and Jen?
And last but not least, they needed a 4th. And who would they decide? A lonely, young and talented Australian, Monza.
And then I think there was a 2v2 tournament on Halo 5, like at the very beginning before FPL came out. And I remember we went up against them, and I think we were both in the finals, and then I got to game 5, and then I think I kind of knew that they were the best duo out there, so that was kind of the team I wanted to be on when FPL came out, so I think that's kind of how they found out about me. Well, Katie knew about me, but I didn't think anyone else did.
They had their team on paper, but at this point, they all knew individually they were extremely capable of winning. But were they able to put it in practice? Keeping in mind, a few of these players have never really been given the opportunity to play a tournament of this scale.
Because we were all individually good. And then Katie and Jen had like been playing together for a little bit and had like this like duo-ship basically. So they already had like some sort of teamwork. So it was just trying to find our role in the team around that. But I remember when we played scrims against the second place, that would have end up being the second place teams. I was actually kind of nervous. I was like, what if we all fucking suck and they just like plow through us? Like, I was like, I had my message prepared. I was like, sorry guys, can't do this, you know. But no, I had that in the drafts.
Soon after the team was formed, they'll be picked up by an all-female organization based in London called Riot Gaming. Thus was the birth of the most dominant Halo 5 FPL team in history.
Yeah. Can I just say we had the best org, and they loved the fact that we were the villains. They actually like signed us because we were the villains. I think they had a COD team that was also like very dominant and like we're also like didn't take shit from everyone type of vibe, and they loved that about us, and that's how we signed with them. Their name was Riot. I don't think they're still around, but they were just owned by like these badass chicks, and like
it was like an all-female-owned org.
Yeah, and they were like European. They were so badass.
Not long after, the FPL would start. The way it worked was they hosted a tournament which had around 16 female teams. Top 8 would qualify to play in the league. The league would span around 2 to 3 months with league matches every weekend. Every team would play each other at least twice. The winner would be the one with the most wins. Then they would have a final tournament in which the winner will be crowned. Riot held nothing back from the start. Week after week, they would slowly rack up wins after wins. But this wouldn't come without drama of its own.
There wasn't like a women community like there is now, like back then.
Yeah. Well, we all kind of hated each other back then.
I mean, yeah,
So,
we're
like,
just like
for-
competitive, you know.
Yeah, we were super competitive, especially our team. Like that's why I said earlier, like we were all hated. But I think it was just because we were all super competitive, and there was this group of women finally forming together, and they kind of like took to heart everything we said. And it
Well,
was
that's
so
the
annoying.
thing. Like, there's no like woman of Halo like there is now, or like whatever, where like people have like more like camaraderie and like support, like a support
Yeah.
system. It was just like you were a female on the game,
Yep.
and we all were like out for each other's blood type shit.
We were like
So
gunning
like
for each other.
right, because like everyone wanted to be the best, and like if you weren't, then you were mad about it, and like I think
Yeah.
that's why the competitive nature came out a lot. And I mean,
Well,
we
it was
were
like
toxic.
the first. Yeah. Oh yeah.
We were toxic, don't get me wrong, but like other people were toxic too. Like when I was going back looking at clips and stuff, like there was a clip of me like ragging on someone bad like on my stream, and it was because like she had like just come in and was like said a comment about like how we won or something, or I don't know, I don't remember how it came up, but like it was definitely on both sides. I think people saw that we were the toxic ones because we were at the top, we were like entertaining the hate, and so we were kind of almost held like more accountable to like firing back. So I think that like in a lot of ways maybe hurt our reputation a little bit because like
Yeah.
we weren't going to take any shit like
Midway through the season, Riot Gaming would go 7-0 in the league without dropping a single map and land themselves the title of Optic Gaming of the FPL.
Play, no, they're not in this week. But then a lot of people are asking the follow-up question is, what team is the Optic, quote-unquote, of the FPL? And that has to go to Riot Gaming.
Their rivals, Excellence, comprised of the legendary Bittersweet, Veronica, OA Cutie, and Dream Cream, were 6-1, which meant if Riot were to lose at any point, they could easily tie up the score within the league. Even though Riot had a huge target on the back of their head, they weren't phased. They plowed through the competition, winning the league 14-0 and only dropped one map. But it still wasn't over. They still had the finals to play, but they were confident as they were going in with first seed. As they would practice, their passion was as high as ever, but arguably this was a double-edged sword. They would get down on themselves when they were down in a game or have heated disagreements, which led to the decision to bring in Rami as their coach in the finals.
Can I get an honorable mention to Rami? He like as an e-girl coach, like that guy is just dedicated to coaching e-girls. Like he has coached in so many e-girl tournaments, 2s, 4s, whatever the case might be. I mean, this guy is just passionate. He knows how to lead the e-girls to victory. Absolutely.
He is definitely for the women. But yeah, I honestly think if it wasn't for Rami, like, I don't want to say we were nervous, but we were like I think we were all pissed at each other that we're allowing them to win. And then Rami was like, just slow it down, take it at a time, like take one thing at a time. And then we started to come back, and I'll never forget that comeback. I still rub it in Haley's face to this day because, I mean, it's my favorite game I've ever played in Halo, and it's probably one of my favorite like moments of Halo 5.
They would once again make a dominating run within the finals of the FPL, and who would they meet at the end with them? Excellence Gaming.
Nice shit, Jen.
Underpass one shot. Dude, they suck. Go now. 2v2, one shot, 2 one shot.
You guys, we can't die here. We cannot die here.
There's two in BR, 2 in BR.
Play your lives. We can't die. Behind me, long call. Hold this setup.
Stay alive, Jordan. I'm here.
They're pushing me now. Push me now in basement.
Another one. Raptors.
I'm watching us.
Basement.
Watch out. We just made the fattest fucking.
Orange. Long haul.
Long call, guys. Holy shit. Let's go. Oh, what? My God.
Victory.
Oh. You're joking.
Woo, baby.
Riot Gaming won the FPL and asserted themselves as the most dominant female Halo 5 team in history, and in the league and in the tournament only dropping one map. Sadly, as time went on, Dreamy Dream would leave the team due to other commitments. The trio of Queen X3, Divine Damsel, and Monza would pick up Carandapus in the last FPL tournament, which they, once again unsurprisingly, won.
Yeah, but Divine Damsel is waiting. Carandapus knew her teammates had it. She had full trust that Thick Johns had it in the bag. That is going to be game number 4. A 4-0 sweep in the grand finals. Wow.
But this time not as dominantly, as they had to make a loser's bracket run to win it. Although they didn't win it like they did in the league, I don't believe this is due to them being worse, but actually the competition rising to the bar that they had set. As Halo Infinite came out, Monza would sadly slowly reduce her playtime, as she had other life commitments as well. And to this day, the incredible duo of Queen and Divine Damsel still compete in numerous tournaments and are still on top and pioneers of the female Halo scene.
Probably not, because they only need one kill. If the other team wants it, they're gonna have to go out there and go get it, you know. And this could be it right here. Oh, Divine Damsel does grab it right here, and guess what? She ends it on a killing spree.
She does it.
Oh my gosh, she ends it on a killing spree, and Queen and Divine Damsel are your LVT Women of Halo 2v2 champs.
When you watch female competition today, you can really see high-level Halo being played, and I believe this is due to the bar that Riot Gaming had set. As of recent, we have seen some incredible talent come out of the female Halo scene in Infinite, and I believe there is more to come. Whether or not the ladies on Riot Gaming know it, they had the hunger and the drive and went out to dominate the scene in Halo 5, and the rest of the community followed in their footsteps and accepted their challenge. Thus, the competition within the space continuously grew and is still riding off the backbone of their incredible run within the FPL. Although Halo is a male-dominated scene, there is a space for females to meet, compete with, and against called Women of Halo. Please check out their socials, link in the description. They do fantastic work to give women in Halo a community and a scene. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you had enjoyed the video, it would mean a lot if you could hit the like button, and maybe even the sub button, and let me know, how far away are we from the first female to win a Halo event? Thank you for watching. Halo in the past has always been synonymous with montages, especially during the Halo 2, 3, and Reach period, with iconic montages such as Walsh's second Halo 2 montage, Straight Rippin's Team Taj, or Avengers, a lethal and formal dual Taj. Let's have a look back at the history of the rise and fall of the montage scene within Halo. Montages really started within Halo actually at the very beginning with Combat Evolved back in 2002.
Yeah. So Halo 1, there was a ton of different montages. I can't even remember like whose montage I was watching, but I just remember it was of Xbox Connect, which was like Xbox Live for Halo before Halo 2, obviously. So you could play Halo 1 online. But the lag was so terrible because like you had to lead your shot by a huge margin if you were on high ping. Like you would literally swipe your reticle with a sniper and shoot like 40 feet to the right of the guy, but it would still register the headshot. But like the guys that played on it all the time were like used to the lag and like doing that on purpose. And that was what we were watching in the video. I'm like, he's missing all of his shots. This isn't even real. Like, that's why I thought they were cheating.
Although they started in Halo 1, the Halo's montage scene really started to blow up in Halo 2, with both online Halo being more prevalent with the introduction of Xbox Live, as well as the internet evolving to a point where it was way easier to share videos. Keeping in mind, YouTube didn't exist. These videos would be shared via forums and would require you to download them on a different site, such as Halo 2 Forum, which was run by Z, or GamingVids.com, or even the MLG Pro forums.
I was getting pretty good at Halo 2. One of my friends from high school also played, and he invited me over to his house. He was like, he played drums a lot, so I like to like watch him play drums. I don't know, he was really sick at that. And then he was like, bro, I want to watch you play Halo. You're so good at it. So I was like, all right, like, sure. And he pops in like a VHS tape. Like, bro, this is really aging me, right? Like a VHS tape into the VCR and like hits record on it. And he's like, yeah, just play for a while so I want to be able to watch this later. And I was like, what? You want to just watch me play Halo? It was like the first time that anyone wanted to watch me play Halo. And it kind of like, I guess like clicked something in my mind. I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. So then I like try to show off a little bit more because it's being recorded. So then I like go for some 360 like stick for a kill tack or some crazy shit. And he was just like losing it the whole time. He's like, this is so sick. This is so awesome. And then I got home and I started doing some research about like how to record it. And I found It's called a Dazzle 90. It was like one of the original capture cards. And it was kind of cheap online. So I ordered it. I set it up myself. I had it hooked up to my computer that was in my room. I was on like Halo2forum.com, I think, at the time, and like the MLG forums. And I like made a post like, I'm an idiot. I don't know what I'm doing. Somebody help me set up my Dazzle 90, basically. And then like people knew I was kind of making waves in the pro scene, and somebody hit me up, showed me how to download a pirated version of Sony Vegas and like all these other things. I mean, I'm like 15 years old, so I could not afford like all the programs that I was using. But this guy just like sent me all this shit. He's like, yeah, just do this, use the CD key. And I was like, okay, cool. And all of a sudden I've got all the software to like record myself and then edit the montage. And then, yeah, I just started playing around with Sony Vegas. I just started putting like cool clips in there. And I made my first montage was all just made by myself.
During this time, making montages were like sharing skate videos in the 90s. This was used almost like a display of creativity or talent and was usually edited by the montager himself, with the quality of editing improving as well as the clips either in MLG game types or social games.
Like we were all trying to, I guess, like one up each other in a way. Like we wanted to make like cooler and cooler videos, but at the same time, everybody was super supportive and like just talked about how cool everybody else's montage was. You know, it's kind of a different atmosphere. BXR, double shot, all the button combos. People don't notice like the reload glitches that people were using. RRBX was like a mix between a double shot and a BXR. I just feel like there was a lot more individual skill expression in that game, even if maybe things like sniping were probably easier. Like it had such a high fire rate and was pretty generous with the bullet magnetism. But like the BR specifically just allowed for really creative montage clips.
People were constantly improving their videos despite the lack of resources. A big example of a step up in montages was Shook One's montage, Fragging Rights, where for the first time we saw the use of a third-person angle in a montage, which in today's standard is almost nothing, but a milestone nonetheless back in 2005 when it was first released. Although there was almost like a split between the montagers and the pro players, there were a few who did bridge a gap, one of them obviously being Eli.
I can't take all the credit for that because there was like It Was Luck was doing the same thing. It Was Luck was, he played for Exit Wounds, so it was Luck and his brother Bonfire. It Was Luck was like making montages with pro scrims in it, and then Mikowski, of course, my duo, he was making lots of montages with like in FFAs with pro players.
As Halo 2 was coming to an end, Halo 2 left us with fantastic pioneers in the content creation space as a whole, with the likes of impactful montages such as Nakamura, Reed 18, Shook One, Eli the Ninja, and Varion, as well as many, many more. But as the release of Halo 3 was coming out, there was one montage that would be a turning point within Halo content creation as a whole. Walsh's second Halo 2 montage.
Yeah, I want to say it hit 1 million views in like 2 or 3 days. Like that's how big Halo montages were at the time. Like there was probably TV shows that were on like national television that didn't get 1 million views in 2 or 3 days. You know what I mean? But Walsh's montage was that huge at the time. Everybody was talking about it. I remember he like teased it for like a few days before, like Walshy montage drops on Tuesday, the whatever, you know, I forget what day it released, but no, everybody was watching it. We would.
or campy, etc. Reach as a whole did a good job at writing off what Halo 3 gave it. As Halo Reach was nearing the end of its life, it did end with a bang. Avengers, a montage edited by Muggsy and CJ New for Formal and Lethal was released. The energy around this montage alone was comparable to the excitement of some movies' releases, and will forever be in contention as one of the best montages ever made. Sadly, the downfall of montages would start when Halo 4 was released. This could be a combination of the population just leaving Halo or other external factors. Nonetheless, we saw a major step back.
I think it really started declining when the Halo forum as we knew it changed. And I know that's probably a weird answer, and I have more answer, like another reason, but to me the first, like, damn, this isn't what it was anymore, was when we were no longer like on the haloforum.com. When it like changed to I don't know, like it, the way it looked and everything changed, the way it worked kind of changed. And then in that transition, I think a lot of members didn't go over either, so it kind of like just became a shell of what it was. And so people stopped like really posting their videos there. But that was also at the time when like Halo as a whole was losing popularity, which really sucks because making montages in that game I think was could have been really good because the theater mode was great. I think there's like green screens you can put into the, like, there's things like that was.
During the lifespan of Halo 4, a lot of montages will end up going back to Halo 3 and make content there, with brilliant montages such as Trank or Chris Q still producing content when Halo was at its most dead. We still had Ninja making montages, but the scene would find it hard to recover from this setback. Old Halo players being filtered out for new ones, or even online culture just being uninterested in making them as a whole. Not many people would pick up the mantle of montagers these days. As Halo 2 Anniversary, Halo 5, and Infinite would release, the population would continue to grow. We would still get gems from the pro scene, such as brilliant montages with Spartan the Dog, Ace, or even Frosty, but it's still sadly not as popular as it was to both watch and make montages.
I think it's a few different factors. I think that the best players in the world are mostly just focused on competing, and there's almost like a stigma among the teams themselves. Like if your teammate is more focused on editing videos and like making TikToks or YouTube videos than he is focused on like the scrims, then like, I don't know, it can cause some like internal turmoil in the team, right? Like, oh, you care more about getting your stupid views than you care about us winning the tournament. Like, so there's kind of like this stigma between the teams that stop them from doing anything but like focused on winning. But on top of that, I think just culturally, people have shorter attention spans these days. I don't know. I feel like the TikTok and Vine era, like people just want to, and then shorts, like just looking at the numbers of how popular like YouTube shorts and TikToks are compared to long form videos, it's like, man, the vast majority of the population just want like instant dopamine, and like they want to be in the video, they want to be out of the video.
As Halo continues these days, there are still brilliant people making montages, with the likes of Noob Slayer 343 releasing trailers for the newest project, Stockholm, to build hype around it like it's 2010. Or the likes of Furion and Reed 18 making montages like it's 2006, or Hyena still finding new and creative ways to kill people on a 20-year-old game and making it into a montage. I do believe we won't get back to what it was, due to the nature of the internet, but I don't think these people care. It's a creative outlet to have fun on, and they clearly don't do it for the money or views, but they do it because it's fun. And in a day and age where the online space seems to be very money driven, I think it's a breath of fresh air, and it's something that I will always support. Hey guys, Looney here. I know there were a lot of super important montagers and editors that deserve way more, and I didn't get to mention properly, such as Campy, Mint Blitz, Fat Rat, Snipetality, Hastings, and Dutchy, and even many more, but I just couldn't fit them in. All the montages shown have a little title on the top left of the screen, so please check them out. They are truly brilliant, and I've linked both Eli's and Muggsy's channel in the description. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Welcome to Grill the Pros. We've rounded up some of your favorite Halo players to test their knowledge on the pro scene. They have been given the names of major and regional events from the most recent in Arlington all the way back to the first major at Raleigh in 2021. And all they have to do is guess the correct team. Now, let's see how our pro players fare. Arlington Major 2024.
Well, that was Space Station. I remember that one. That was a couple of months ago.
SSG?
Space Station.
I think Optic. No, I think SSG won that one. I can't remember. Yeah, I think it was SSG. Yeah.
SSG. Space Station.
SSG.
Space Station.
SSG.
That was SSG.
Space Station. Space Station.
Halo World Championship 2023.
Optic. Oh no, Phase. Sorry, Phase.
Phase Clan.
Phase.
Oh, this is really bad. Once we get knocked out of tournaments, I don't really pay attention. Was it Phase?
Phase Clan.
Phase.
Fort Worth Major 2023.
What did it? It was a Phase didn't do a 3P or 2P, right? We're gonna go Space Station that event.
Optic.
Optic.
Was it Optic?
Was it Optic?
Optic.
That was us.
Optic.
That was Optic, wasn't it?
Space Station Gaming Invitational 2023.
That was SSG.
SSG.
That one was SSG.
The SSG Invitational was won by SSG.
SSG.
Space Station.
SSG.
Arlington Major 2023.
That was the event I didn't get to go to. That's when it happened. So, it's a bit of a rough spot, Was it Phase?
We're gonna go with Phase.
It was Space Station, wasn't it?
Phase.
I'm gonna say Optic again. Oh no, Phase actually.
Optic.
Phase.
That was Phase.
Optic.
Dallas Invitational 2023.
Was that Optic?
No, it's Phase.
I believe Phase won that one as well. It was Phase, wasn't it?
That was Phase.
Phase.
Also Phase.
Phase again. Phase.
Charlotte Major 2023.
Because I think Optic only won one major that year. I think I'm gonna go with SSG.
Optic.
That was Optic because they won the
For some reason that was Optic.
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 That was us.
Charlotte was Optic.
Halo World Championship 2022.
Was Optic.
Optic.
That was us.
Optic.
Orlando Major 2022.
Was Optic.
Optic
as well.
Optic. Easy enough.
That was Optic.
Optic.
That was us.
Optic as well.
Optic.
Australia New Zealand Regional 2022.
I know two of the names, but I don't think either of those teams. Actually, it might have been. Was it Mind Freak?
It's either Mind Freak or it's Chiefs, because those were like the two big ones, and I want to say it was Chiefs.
Sure, we'll go Mind Freak.
I'm gonna assume it's like Divine Mind or from Mind Freak, because they're like the only two orgs that I remember from Australia. I'm gonna say Mind Freak.
I'll say Mind Freak.
Barcode. The Chiefs.
Barcode was on there, right?
Yeah. Mind Freak. No, is it Chiefs?
Mind Freak.
Chiefs.
Mind Freak.
The Chiefs.
Oh man, how could you do this to me? What was her name back then? Nah, I'm drawing a blank on this one.
Yeah, I really don't know that off the top of my head. I mean, that was probably Mind Freak or something like that, maybe.
Mexico Regional 2022.
God, I don't know the name of the team, but it was Tapping Buttons' team, I believe. Yeah, I don't remember what organization they're representing at the time. Luminosity or Noble Gaming?
Pittsburgh Knights.
I'm just gonna say like SWAT.
I'll say whatever team Tapping was on.
Pittsburgh Knights.
Luminosity.
Knights. LG.
PK.
Luminosity.
LG.
The Pittsburgh Knights, right?
Knights.
I know they were Space Station for a little bit, right? Didn't they? Yeah, it wasn't for that tournament though. Dang, no, I'm out on that one.
European Regional 2022.
Ascend.
I mean, I have to go with Navi because I don't remember the other team name. Ascent.
That was Ascend.
Quadrant. Oh, wait. Quadrant?
It was Ascend.
Ascend at the time?
Yeah. Next question. Ascend.
Ascend.
Valencia? Ascend.
Ascend?
Ascend.
Ascend.
Kansas City Major 2022.
Kansas
city was won by FaZe?
Sentinels.
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 That was Sen.
Sen.
Oh man, I don't even remember. That was Sentinels. Sentinels.
That was Sentinels.
Sen.
This is back when I never went to any of these events, so this one's a bit harder. For the sake of it, I'm gonna say Cloud9.
That was Sentinels, right?
North American Regional 2022.
Oh wait, was this maybe a Cloud9 at the time win? Yeah.
C9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9.
C9. Cloud9.
Cloud9 was won by Cloud9.
Cloud9, right?
Cloud9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9. Cloud9.
Optic.
That was C9.
Raleigh Major 2021.
That was Cloud9 as well.
Cloud9. Cloud9 again.
That was Cloud9 as well.
C9.
Cloud9. Cloud9.
Cloud9.
C9. Cloud9.
Cloud9.
C9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9, right? Also won by Cloud9.
Now, it's time for the results. In first place, Legend, Druck, and Septify with a score of 15. In second place, Jimbo, Bound, Lucid, Scoobmeister, Barcode, Glory GGs, and Soul Snipe with a score of 13. In third place, Wonderboy, Boo Boo Doo Boo, and Millsy with a score of 12. And in fourth place, Ryan Noob and Royal 2 with a score of 11. Welcome in! Once more, we've got some Spartan-based fun for you, this time with EHL's Halo History Exam. We invited a few of your faves to test their knowledge on the deepest of Halo lore. Feel free to test yourself alongside them to see who really knows the most about Halo. Let's get started. Activated on January 7th, 2530, a third-generation AI, and deployed as the AI Ship Administrator, what is the name of the Spirit of Fire's AI during Halo Wars 1?
Isabel. No, not Isabel. Stop.
Oh.
I was literally watching the cutscenes the other day. This is really depressing.
Oh my goodness, it's on the tip of my tongue. I literally just like rewatched those cutscenes like so recently.
Give me a few seconds.
No clues? No clues.
I don't know.
Serena.
Correct. The answer? Serena.
Yeah. Damn.
Fun fact, she decommissioned herself as part of her 7-year protocol between Halo Wars 1 and 2. The Covenant's Holy City, which we visit for the first time in Halo 2, was a gigantic space station. What construct was the central altar of High Charity? And here's a clue. It was also the main power source for the space station.
I knew this would happen.
A foreigner key ship.
See, I know this stuff, but whenever I'm under pressure, that's when it all goes wrong.
The key ship.
The answer? The Forerunner key ship. How about a bonus point? What was its name?
I cannot name that key ship. Yeah.
The Anodyne Spirit.
All right, I wouldn't have got that.
Bonus answer? The Anodyne Spirit. Spartans are given designations based on their effectiveness. What designation was given to Spartan B312?
Damn, these are hard.
That's Noble 6, right? Something lethal.
It's like a part of the lore that I've never really looked at, to be honest. Man, I'm not sure, to be honest.
Hyperlethal Vector.
No, hyperlethal. Hyperlethal. Yeah, let's go.
The answer? Hyperlethal. Including the Master Chief, there's only 2 Spartans with this designation. And fun fact, you get to play as Spartan B312, also known as Noble 6 in Halo Reach. The Spartan 3 program was a top-secret project initiated by the Beta 5 division of the Office of Naval Intelligence's Section 3. What happened to the 300 Spartans of Alpha Company?
The 300 Spartans of Alpha, were they blown up? Were they blown up by Cortana? Maybe I'm getting mixed up.
Alpha Company were killed in Operation Torpedo, I believe.
They were sent on suicide missions.
I'm not sure. My big knowledge is like not very good.
Operation Prometheus? Yeah, I always get Torpedo and Prometheus mixed up. God damn it.
The answer? Alpha Company was deployed on Operation Prometheus, a mission to destroy a Covenant shipyard, but unfortunately, all Spartans deployed were KIA. 343 Guilty Spark is the monitor of Installation 04. There's an extensive amount of lore surrounding Spark, which is still ongoing. However, we'd like to know, where did 343 Guilty Spark come from? And more specifically, as a slight clue, who did 343 Guilty Spark used to be the mind of?
Oh, man, I have heard this one.
Was he born Stella Makes Eternal Lasting?
Why does the brain just go like into like overdrive when I ask a question? Like you know the answer, but you just can't think of the answer. I'm a yapper.
He was a human called Chakas, who was, I believe, born. I actually can't remember. Was it meant to be Earth? I think. I can't remember what planet it came from, but it was a human called Chakas.
Chakas. Was it Chakas? It was an ancient human from Earth.
I'm not sure.
The answer? An ancient human named Chakas, born on ancient Earth and known to the Forerunners as Erd Tyrene, the political center of the Forerunner Ecumene, more commonly known as the capital, is called what?
I can see it.
Is it Madrigal?
Does a bro get a hint? Like the first letter? I thought it was M. Yeah, oh, that doesn't help me.
Maythrillian.
Okay. Maythrillian.
I'm not sure then. I hate not knowing because it's like it's there in my brain, but it doesn't want to.
The answer? Maythrillian. But for bonus points, which precursor construct was it built around?
I do know this. It's been a long time since I read these books. Okay.
Abaddon.
For a Promethean construct. I don't know.
The bonus answer? Abaddon. During the events of Halo 3, you are assisted on the Ark by which ancient character? And what is the motivation of this character for helping the Master Chief?
Assisted on the Ark by which ancient character? Guilty Spark? Oh, the Gravemind? I'm guessing at this point.
Mendicant Bias.
Mendicant Bias.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The answer? 05032 Mendicant Bias helps the Chief from behind the shadows as explained in the terminals found in Halo 3. Even more, he explains, he is there to keep the Chief safe, even if it won't absolve him from what he's done. And to quote Mendicant Bias, one life hardly balances billions. The ancient Sen Shayum, more commonly known as the Prophets, are a species native to Genjir Kom. They are believed to be nearly extinct. However, this isn't the first tragedy to befall their species. After their loss to the Forerunners alongside their human allies, what happened to their homeworld? And here's a clue, this event eliminated the entire population of their planet.
Well, they were isolated from the rest of the galaxy, right? As to what, I can't quite remember.
So the homeworld was put into a quarantine shield of three worlds, I believe. There's 3 worlds and 2 moons, and the Foreigners oversaw it and allowed travel between the 2 of them, or the 3 of them, but they didn't let them spread outside of their 3 homeworlds. Is that the right answer? Oh, sorry.
Didn't they put like a shield or a bubble or something around their homeworld so they can't escape further?
I feel like I've never heard of this before, to be honest.
Was it Omega Halo was fired in the region?
Did they nuke it?
I'm gonna guess it was blown up.
Yes!
The answer? The Sen Shayum elders, correctly suspecting that a catastrophe was imminent, launched a short-lived uprising against their Forerunner overseers, but then were wiped out when a Halo was fired on a low-power setting nearby. In 2559, which faction planned to fire the Halo array from Installation 00?
Oh my god. I'm blanking.
The Covenant. What faction? Zero. Oh, the Banished. That was Zero, because that was the Ark as well.
Oh my god, I'm blanking.
Was it the Banished? Was it the Covenant?
UNSC, because they wanted to beat them to it. Because it wasn't a completed array at that point.
Oh, Keepers of the One Freedom.
Yeah, I didn't finish that book.
Okay, I've never heard of them in my entire life, so.
Welcome in, everyone. We're getting straight into the midst of it. Thank you so much for all of your patience. Again, I'm Hail Monkey Man, but I have used my dark magic that has turned me from human and ape and back again to now reduce Hixie into apparently only a skull, and it's in the shape of Furzilla, who has joined us now in the booth to go into our next matchup. Furz, welcome so much. Bring you back in. We've gotten to see the majority of this bracket. We're now in the winners finals, and ITB was able to earn their way here in a Game 4 victory, but it was Streamer Zone and Conspiracy that went the distance, but Conspiracy came out on top. So how are you feeling? What's your expectations running into this winners final?
First of all, it seems that my internet is having a stroke or something, because I'm literally not standing like that. So it's more unlikely that you will be speaking alone for this little bit of the broadcast. So bear with me and apologies. Okay. So, I mean, it's been interesting for what we've been seeing these last couple of waves. I mean, it's been the LAN seeding tournament. The LAN is coming up, so it's going to be an interesting one. And of course, yet another European LAN to kick things off, and you know how it is. It is going to be quite the interesting one to see, since it is quite different. So let's just stop a little bit, and we can talk about the LAN later. We're just going to be dropping into the, well, you know, the rosters that are going to be on screen.
And if there's anything to be said, ITB obviously has been doing very well. We got to see a couple of objective-based ones that came out really close, a CTF as well as that last Strongholds, that Oddball that was a fist fight in that round number 2, Woodham, Glory SLG, and Snipe Drone. Obviously, Woodham has been just kind of running around the maps and laying waste to everyone. We have key moments where everyone is really shining. And also, shout out, Woodham's mom has given an inspired review and said BH3 is quite good. So, considering that is on the docket, Furs, Conspiracy has got to meet Woodham's mom's standard. We've got Finners, Slink, Chaos, and Nick Senpai, or Nick Senny rather. This is the other son. Is there a favorite son in the Woodham household? Furs, can Conspiracy stand up to the squad?
I mean, as a two-kid household here, myself, I can tell you both sons are loved equal. So, you know, if one son is on one team and the other one is on another team, you can say 100% that the mom will have to divide in two to cheer for both of them, because there's nothing bigger than a mom's love for their kids. So, I mean, they're going to be taking off, and I mean, it's going to be quite interesting. Like you said, we're on winners finals. It's been a hectic day, and well, it seems that we are going to be thrown right into it, into the bridge against Conspiracy. It is going to be quite the match to look out for.
And we will flip the names up top. In blue is Conspiracy, and in red is ITB. You can see that off of the rosters, but we're also starting with the initial Strongholds position here towards this battery position with B. So can mom equally divide her love, or will someone have a greater portion of dinner to have tonight? We get to find out here soon. And again, slaying potential is really what dictates so much success as they get a trip cap almost immediately. ITB pushing the limits and pushing up their total.
A and C are going to be turning red as Glory is going to get taken down. We're going to respawn. Nixon will get taken down as Night Drone is starting to rack up some damage and some kills. Finers will also get taken down, defending A and C at the same time. This man is the man of the hour. Is going to be there when you least expect it, but unfortunately gets taken down. Chaos on the case, able to get some shots rolling in, but gets a little bit of a stick situation. Kamikaze, and well, that's the trade that could help. Oh, for a moment I thought Glory was going to end up on the bottom, but he will end up getting back up. And oh man, I just missed the VR. Please bring back VR 2020.
BR holds a special place in my heart as well as a few others, and it's such a great mid-range power weapon in its own regard. I say power weapon, but it feels like it just pumps out the damage so much more quickly when it comes to the Bandit Evo. But holding true to at least A and C, that B position, a tough one here for Conspiracy. It's one of the toughest to obtain when you kind of rotate into all that open space and get that point. And that's why they flex from B over towards A, and yet ITB is converging on these spots here. Furs Conspiracy still kind of weak in the points column as ITB holds control.
Woodham going up the stairs and getting some shots done. Look at his double kill. This man keeps getting absolute perfect kills. The shock rifle is on place and up for grabs, rather. 120 triple cap and into the breach. ITB still standing strong, not letting anything go by. And see, might have turned blue, but Woodham is going to be on the case, ready to... Oh, my man is just slaying. He's just looking for victims, but he just returned to take C, as they know that A might have been lost. And it seems the shock rifle is going to be in the hands of Glory, or... yeah, Glory, I think. My money's on Glory.
Just a few extra pesos to make the difference there on the betting line. But
pesos.
Woodham out here really kind of doing the dirty work. He's not having to get a huge amount of kills, but the ones he gets continue to dismay Conspiracy. A nice double kill before they can ultimately get this trip cap unlocked in a way. So they were hoping to get B to just kind of you know, at least dilute this overall sprinting lead for ITB. They want to do the same thing over towards C, and eventually that's gathered. Maybe in the crosshairs right now for Finners. They get another kill, unconfirmed double, because they did end up falling with it. And still, wherever a Conspiracy player ends up individually finding themselves, ITB is there with numbers. Active camo about to come up, and that could be the final utility they need to put this first map at peace and at rest.
Really key active camo. Conspiracy needs to grab it. Shock rifle is going to be left in its place. Oh, plasma that is not going to connect, unfortunately, but ooh, Snipe Drone wanted to once again start being a menace with the shock rifle. Not going to quite happen. Level 50 is going to be the one that will grab it, reloads it, and is ready to take some shots. Misses the first one, tries to take the second one, not able to quite do it, but the assist will come through. 3 down for Conspiracy and 2 for ITB, and Glory is going to try and deny this capture, and well, now trying to reclaim A, and he's going to do just that, as A will turn red once again.
They're just consistently chasing down Conspiracy, not allowing them to have any level of comfort or separation from them, and yet eventually C falls. A intends to flip alongside B, so they're going to get at least some points working, as they have an individual in the form of Snipe Drone hanging on to that C plat. They've been doing very well, 13 and 4, really just kind of keeping themselves efficiently alive across this map. Nixenio eventually gets killed from that bridge position. Can they do the same thing here against Chaos? A nice assist, and 3 going out for a moment for Conspiracy. Looks like the 15 points out from getting the job done. Chasing them down is Snipe Drone. The dude is a menace, and in their crosshairs is consistently Conspiracy.
Snipe Drone able to get a killing spree. Finers receiving some shots, and well, getting sent back to the respawn screen, and double kill, and well, that's going to be it. 250 to 20 is going to be our final score of this first game. ITB, of course, is going to be taking it. And well, this next game is going to be a little bit more complicated. And see, now I am on time.
Well, on time was ITB, not losing a single step when it came to dealing with Conspiracy. Felt like they were always forth on the chase. If you simply look at the kill differential, fastest map that I have in the West, 53 kills in total for ITB, just to the other side of 26. So more than doubling up the lethality output that Conspiracy was putting onto the table. It's not all about the slays, but definitely if you don't exist on the map, it's hard to be able to usurp and take over those sites, but slay potential is going to be the question of the game here for Zilla as we are going towards the Slayer in just a moment.
Absolutely. And just as the map is starting to wrap up loading, have to keep in mind that TB is an absolute powerhouse, but at the same time, well, there's a reason why the Conspiracy is also on the winners finals. They are they claw their way up here to this last winner stand to go into the grand finals or have a chance at the grand finals. Remember, this is the seeding tournament, so it is, well, a little bit of preparations for the LAN that's coming up. I think, remember me the dates, it could be next week or 2 weeks.
I believe it is actually next week. It's the same weekend. I know that that we have a convention over here in DC that's going to be happening. So may have doxed myself for that one. Either way, make sure that you guys, if you're excited about it, check out the broadcast that's going to be happening going into next weekend. It's sure to be a big one. And just like you mentioned, because this right now is a top 2 position battle to get into that grand final, the worst that will happen to the loser will go to that lower final to see if they can get back in and stay top 2. So at least heading into a upper 3 threshold, which helps out Conspiracy considering that they fell to Cat Smile Gaming last week, and this will overall put them maybe somewhere into like a 4 to 6 range. A nice place to be when you talk about kind of land seeding. So going to the Slayer though for Zilla, ITB, it feels like all they have to do is kind of copy paste what they just did. But this is not an OBJ, and we saw them already drop a Slayer just a round ago, but a slightly different team.
Absolutely. But the thing is here, if we're talking about Slays, if we're talking about Slayer game mode, we have to talk about Woodham too.
Yeah.
MNK, absolute menace. We saw him frying just a couple of moments ago, prioritizing Slays over the objective, but knowing that when the objective is free, it is a key moment to take it. So it's also has an incredible game sense. So Woodham, I mean, for Conspiracy, is going to be their #1 target. If they take down Woodham, they might be able to start breaking down the play little by little and consistently. But if not, well, there's going to be a little bit of trouble in paradise as it's going to get complicated. But if Woodham is able to get basically the free range that he wants, things, well, might get a little bit ugly for Conspiracy.
That's very true. And we're going to see how this all rocks and rolls as we go over into Solitude. Different from what we saw a bit ago on the previous Slayer that ITB did not do well against a BH3. That one was on Aquarius, so you didn't really have the power weapons to make these set piece rotational plays on. You have Camo and you've got Shock Rifle. That's going to be huge because they more than likely going to drop that Shock into the hands of either Glory or maybe even SLG, who was frying so often. But Snipe Drone cannot be forgotten in that previous strongholds there on Recharge. They had 4,700 damage, and obviously there's a bit of telegraphed rotation when it comes to position play, but Solitude, I feel like they know how to contain the spawns and really focus the kill box here first.
Absolutely. I mean, it's complicated. I really want to see the start of this Slayer. We have a little bit of a tech issue, you know, Halo Infinite being somewhat of an online game, so it just tends to being funny. So while we get that player back, it's just I feel so happy, so happy because it is New Year, so 2025, new opportunities, new stuff, new incredible things on the horizon, and you know what I'm talking about, Monkey Man. You know what I'm referring to. So why don't you go ahead and explain it for us?
Well, I've got at least one. We got at least a sponsor that's hanging out with us. So that's in the form of this this awesome land. You're going to be able to check out Vextorial, which is a multi-dimensional puzzle game. I'm hoping this is what Furs was kind of referring to. And if not, he can also give the goods. But you guys should check it out. When it's going to be at that land, there's actually going to be a means to go over and check out a demo for it. But if you want to wish list it on Steam, make sure to look into that !VEXT. If you're vexed on how to spell it, I just did it for you. And you will be able to at least see where that exists. Otherwise, I'm looking forward to new HCS that's around the corner. We've got teams that are going to be coming back. We got the one new map in Fortress that's really coming true. And I mean, the year's looking good, at least for right now. America side, that's a whole different story. I'm gonna leave that one in the bucket because this is exactly where it deserves to be. But in terms of the competition, the communities that we get to bring together, that's what I'm super excited about. Did you make any big resolutions first? Did you decide to keep yourself or promise anything this year that you want to do?
Yes, of course. And that goal is to, like this year, attend at least 3 of the whatever events of the HCS are happening. As you know, currently I don't have a sponsor, as me and Alpha just left in really good terms. So I decided that I, like Thanos, I'll do it myself. But of course, I'm open to some sort of negotiations here and there. But I'm honestly not looking for anything special right now. So what I'm trying to do is just keep consistently, start streaming again since I left it, maybe get a little bit more of content rolling in. And now that for my US friends, watch TikTok since I can do and you cannot.
Wow, okay, just straight up elephant in the room, thumping on the nose. Okay, I appreciate the flex. You know what? I'm hoping that everyone's able to do the same things and have a great year. So that's exactly what we're hoping to see. Wow, just swiping in front of me. That's I have the stream on, so that matters more. I don't. Either way, we do hope that this next lobby will be forthcoming soon. It's going to be this solitude between both these squads. ITB obviously wants to continue being dominant. I think that we're going to end up with BH3 maybe making a stint of a lower bracket run. So it feels like that's kind of be our top 2 contest, and what a storyline it would be if BH3 is able to kind of pull back again and really secure that position. I mean, Pippa, I feel like, which is either the stand-in name or whichever, it's a weirder one than Foe. I want to see how some of those maybe scrims whenever they finally get to real HCS competition comes in for Europe. Do you feel like BH3 is going to stand at that kind of at least in or parallel to the ring alongside this top echelon in Europe here first?
Oh, I mean, Europe has been a really heavily contested region, and that there's no doubt. I mean, we had last year, we have Quadrant, we have ITB, we had a lot of teams that were up and coming, but the top 2 remained that were basically ITB and of course Quadrant. So they were like the 2 powerhouses to beat. They were the 2 teams that Europe was being talked about. But now with as we know, with Quadrant leaving HCS, it left the door basically wide open for any team to bring their own players, to maybe get some players and start getting their own powerhouse noticed into the scene. So anything can happen, honestly. This year is up for grabs. We've seen the crazy roster mania that's being taking place in the US, and also the crazy roster mania that is starting to build up slowly but surely in Europe. We don't talk about Mexico because it's going to stay the same. I mean, what can I say? Like, Akabe has the kids basically monkey grabbed, so there's not much. They are still hearing offers. So if you want the best team in Mexico, one that can make pool play and some upsets, so you know, we can get you can help some of this shine and make your orgs shine, since they are basically undefeated in the ACS Opens. But we are going to stop talking for a bit. We got a little bit of tech issues, so we are going to be heading into a small break as we sort things out. Don't stick out or don't get yourself separate from the screen. We'll be right back in just a brief moment.
The answer? The Keepers of the One Freedom, as seen in Halo Shadows of Reach. The precursors based their existence around the philosophical concepts of the mantle, living time, and a meta-technological mechanism known as neural physics, which enabled them to manipulate the very fabric of the universe. My favorite character, the Primordial, was believed to be the last surviving precursor. Where was the Primordial detained when found by the Didact, and what was it also known as?
It wasn't the Palace of Pain, was it? It was on Zeta. Was it on Zeta Halo?
The Cryptum?
Charum Hakor, and it was known as the Timeless One.
Luke would get this right. This is his bread and butter. Was it Maethrillian? I think they'd know if it was on Maethrillian.
I don't know. I don't know.
The answer? The Timeless One, which was found on Charum Hakor, the home to the capital of humanity's prehistoric civilization and by extension, their alliance with the San Shayum. They were then moved by the Forerunners to Installation 07, also known as Zeta Halo.
I tried.
Dude, those questions were so difficult. That was insane.
Thank you very much. That was fun.
So, how'd your test go? Feel free to leave a comment about a question that stumped you or even your favorite fun fact of the Halo universe. Also, please like this video and subscribe to Atlas GG for more Halo content.
Before we had Quadrant in Halo Infinite, and before we had Infused in Halo 5, we had to have the first European professional Halo team. And that team, Power Gaming. Comprised at the time was 4 young and up-and-coming talents in Reaction, Baxter, and the legendary twins, Buck20 and Buck57. Before Power was formed, the new kids on the block for Halo 3 was a group of young and talented players comprised of the Buck Twins, MVP, and Cons. They were known as Crack Clan. Due to other commitments, Cons had to sit their first event out of I-37. And this was when they picked up another player who was also young, talented, and a well-known trash talker in the community, Baxter. As they announced they were going to use Baxter as a stand-in for Crack Clan's first LAN, other top teams believed this pickup was a mistake, as Baxter up to this point hadn't even broke top 12 in an event, as prior to the event, Crack Clan was predicted to place first at I-37.
Before this event, right, Dignitas were rubbing their hands together, and this is back in the day of like the forum, and they're saying any chance they had of winning is now gone, evaporated, blah blah blah, because they picked me up, right? And I'm sitting there thinking, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Crack Clan went on to win that event, beating out their rivals Dignitas in the finals, and other top teams such as SK and Infused. Despite winning the event, Crack Clan would go on to pick up Cons again, forcing Bax to look at other options, landing on Reaction, Ziknex, and Fragtail. This team would have played under SK Gaming.
We all wanted to go to Major League Gaming event at some point that year, and it's all leading up to it, and it's like, then for one reason or another, MVP and Cons were like, oh, we're going to go team with Fragtail and Ziknex, I think it was.
Ziknex and Fragtail would leave Baxter in Reaction and join half of Crack Clan, MVP and Cons, with the promise of SK Gaming giving them the opportunity to compete at MLG Anaheim, wanting to make what they thought was the best team possible. By doing this, they would unintentionally make the best team possible by forcing the 2 leftovers to join forces and quite literally creating Europe's first Halo Pro Team, Power Gaming. Power Gaming's first event together would ironically be MLG Anaheim 2009, while SK were unable to attend. This MLG event will be a big deal to the European Halo scene, as in the past we had sent Halo 2 players overseas and we were unable to perform to a well enough standard.
Because we had the Halo 3 forum and then we had the MLG forum, and on the MLG forum we would go on and we post, because you get like the team seeds and predictions, and when we were added to the team seeds and predictions we were slandered. What's the point in coming? Do you know what I mean? And a few people have played us in matchmaking, but that was about it.
To add to the pressure, these were 15, 16-year-old kids who have barely been to more than a few LANs, and some have never really been more than 3 hours outside of their hometown, let alone a different country to compete. The odds were stacked against them. As Power was an international team, they had last seed, which put them up against Team Active Rush in the open bracket in round 2. To add to this, Active Rush had previously placed 13th at the last MLG event, as well as this series was meant to be played on split screen. Power Gaming lost 3-0, which sent them to the losers bracket really early on. It was not looking good for Europe.
soon, like we just knew we had this. We just wanted to get free split screen. We knew as soon as we get off split screen, we'll be much better because no one practiced it. Like even me and Will didn't practice it much in ourselves, despite being in the same house. But it was a nightmare, and I feel like I'm so glad that we're kind of beyond those days now.
Power would go on to smash and trash talk their way through the losers bracket and make it the champ bracket. Of course, with Baxter's trash talk, there were obviously some people who couldn't handle it too well. Power went on to place 19th out of 256 teams, breaking 2 MLG records. Highest placing team with last seed, and highest placing international team. This landed themselves the pro status, and upsetting the team they lost to earlier, Team Active Rush, and barely missing out on top 16 to take respect, losing a Game 5. Power Gaming would come back to Europe as heroes, but not without bringing any drama with them. Power Gaming had yet to be SK Gaming on LAN. There were talks about how SK would have placed top 16 while Power could only get the 19th spot, so in both teams' eyes there was unfinished business. Luckily, not so long after Anaheim, Insomnia 38 rolled around, and this was it. SK and Power finally had a chance to meet in the finals.
One more. Red team, come on, then, come on! See that? Power Gaming. Remember the name. King of Heretic Connor? Nah, mate, sorry. Yeah, my man. No, sorry, mine with them 19 assists. Let's go! It's mine! All mine. That's what you let.
After beating SK, Power Gaming would set their eyes on MLG Orlando 2009. They've had plenty of time to practice, and they were not the new kids on the block anymore. They've had multiple LANs under their belt, and they knew what it was like playing at the top, and they were hungry to beat their last placement of 19th. Riding off the success of Anaheim, they had earned enough respect from top team at the time, Straight Rippin', and were fortunate enough to actually get invited to go to the Straight Rippin' gaming house for a boot camp, or pre-LAN as it was called back then.
I can't actually remember how it came about. I think we basically I think it was either we posted on the pro forums because we had access to the MLG pro team forums because we were pro players by then. We're either posted on the MLG forums back then or at the time, or we just said we're coming out early to America because we knew from previous events coming out early is such a big deal in terms of jet lag and preparation, and being able to play on LAN in America against any team, whether they're the best in the world or kind of half decent, was useful. So we literally just I think we got told there's a spare day in our diary to come where Straight's going to be there and maybe another team in the Straight Everything house, and if you're in the area, come and play. And we literally turned up at some random house in the middle of not middle of nowhere, but obviously it's big in America, some random house where they were still staying, and they've obviously been landing for a couple of days, and they're like, yeah, you guys can come in and jump on and play against us. And I think at the time Snipe Down was in his prime, and I can't believe he's still playing competitively even nowadays. But it's we never even though we played against pro teams and good teams all the time, playing them on LAN and when they're really comfortable, some matches were really close and other matches we got destroyed. And I think it was just a good reality check in terms of, even though we were one of the best teams in Europe, there was still a massive gap. Even just in terms of the movement and spawns and teamwork, and yeah, sometimes it's almost you had to watch stuff back in theatre to be what the hell just went on? How did that happen? I'm pretty sure we got spawn killed by Snipe Down at least twice or 3 times on Narrow CTF.
In the end, for Orlando 2009, Power Gaming ended up placing 17th, which is still an improvement to the 19th place, but couldn't break into the top 16 spot. Fnatic, previously SK, would go on to place top 24 at that event too, settling the debate SK would outplace Power at an American event. But then, the unthinkable happened. Arguably one of the biggest team changes in EU Halo history, Baxter will later go on to leave Power Gaming to start rival team, the new and improved Fnatic. Baxter believed it was time to mix things up, as well as ideologies within Power's management just didn't line up.
There was another interview somewhere where I got fined for it, and I said they're just a credit, I said they're like a fish with a credit card. They don't think about what they spend. They just sit in a little tub all day, and they don't do anything that demands more of the profile of European Halo or the players. It's just one of the reasons I wanted to play for Fnatic. I know Fnatic were an org that were huge in other esports, and I saw that as my chance to try and it was going nowhere. And then they were like, oh, they're gonna start paying their players like £200 a month, but it was for nothing. It didn't make sense to me.
In an article of an interview Baxter had, though has been translated for French Halo forum Halo.fr, where he claimed he couldn't rely on his team anymore, and making the statement he was irreplaceable, and I quote, "I am Walshy." Power Gaming would then continue their legacy and picked up Scottish legend and ex-teammate of the Buck Twins, MVP. Once again, Power had a new team, and they would throw themselves into the deep end by playing their first event together overseas at MLG Combine, Nashville 2010.
We went into that event thinking we were going to win it. Like we knew there'd be good amateur teams in it, but also we knew that we were strong enough as a team, like based on with Baxter as well, that we could have done well. It was interesting to see Ryan Noob and Blaze and Jerirocky and DeBay, and even Ashes and Piggy and those guys. I feel like we underestimated them, and they were really good. I think Adrenaline Rush went on to doing well in the pro bracket and in the next event, because they kind of showed us, okay, these guys are pretty good. It wasn't just we just got destroyed by a random amateur team or anybody below top 16 played in the combine, and we came third in that with MVP.
Soon after MLG Orlando 2010, after all the practice and after the combine, Power would actually sadly end up getting their worst placement of 21st at the time. Rumors had started to spread on the forums that they had made a mistake allowing Baxter to leave and start a rival team, and how the age of Power was over. Or was it? After a few months in July, we had our first European event where the two teams would end up meeting in the finals at ECL Liverpool in 2010. Once again, Power reigned supreme in Europe, but that wasn't enough. The players were not done yet, as they had set their eyes once again on the North American scene. Next up, MLG Raleigh 2010. This event was different. They had enough seeding points to go straight into Champ Bracket, which is a guaranteed top 32, instead of leaving it up to chance in the open bracket. They would get an easy first round of a 3-0 against Living the Dream, which would place them on to top 16, beating their previous highest placement. But Power Gaming was not done yet. Next up, they were up against 4-seeded Straight Rippin'.
I thought maybe they were just. I think they're just saying that.
Go one more.
One more then.
One more. That's it.
Well. Oh, okay.
Nice bracket prediction. Yeah, nice bracket prediction, Puckett.
Alright, on the main stage, UOR Dynasty versus Heaven and Earth. On the Old Spice feature station, Power versus Triggers Down.
We still knew, despite them being a bit of a hybrid team or a bit of a mismatch of a team, they were going to be good. Well, literally from game one, I felt like we were just really confident and really calm around what we did. I felt like it's probably one of the calmest games we played in terms of comms.
From their training.
I'm just going to say this there.
Custom, what time's custom?
47.
Power had done it. They have both placed top 12 as well as beat the legendary Straight Rippin'. Power secured a 3-0 against Straight Rippin', which is the highest placement at that time for a European team of top 12. This record would last for another 6 years when it was beaten again in Halo 5 by none other than the Buck Twins themselves. Soon after the event, Halo Reach will be released, and the game change caused Reaction to leave, and MVP went on to join a different team as well. The owners of Power Gaming would leave the organization behind to pursue different things within esports, ending
the legendary run of Power Gaming. In the end, Power Gaming were the first team to show that international teams deserve to and can compete at the highest level.
All right, let me break it down for all you fine people. First off, welcome back to the second seeding tournament going into the European 2025 Halo kickoff. I'm Halo Monkey Man, and this disembodied voice is joined by another one in the name of Furzilla. But we're going over towards something a little different. We could not get everyone into the Solitude lobby, so we've moved over to Fortress, and we're doing Slayer on Fortress. Shout out, that's actually my favorite map mode game type combination, and an overkill for Snipe Drone 6-0 to start things off.
We've just started, we just basically are loading into the game, but it seems that Snipe Drone is already claiming lives, and now it's time for Woodum to do it as he has the control of the S7 Sniper, and that's going to be a kill. Level 50 gets taken down. Remember, this is a Slayer, so kills count, kill, go, and well, they are just ready with everything. With only 10 minutes and 30 on the clock, and they are already 18-7. 4 down for Conspiracy as ITB is just slaughtering the opposing team.
A sprint off the blocks, trying to follow those snipe combinations and just get off the shield, make sure they can immediately follow up. Right now, off a double melee, missing the second one, and eventually the trade comes through. 3 out of the 4 down out for Conspiracy, who is trying to stem the bleeding, but for Zilla and ITB is just cutting into the wound, gashing them. Biggest thing about the difference here, HCS will not have this as a proper game type combo, at least for the start of the season. So this is one of the few features these guys will get, all of doing a Slayer, at least in an official setting.
Absolutely, and so far, it's been going great. A lot of great plays, a lot of great strategies taking place. Let's see what Snipe Drone is going to do. Leaves one with no shield, able to take one. The assist comes through. The double kill could have been a triple, but still able to get it. And once again, 4 down for the team of Conspiracy, as ITB is leaving no man behind, no prisoners, and at the same time, no nades being wasted.
SLG will have to follow up as well, but that was a great toss out of that nade to make sure everything kept going, and ITB is not slowing down, hoping to maybe stake this one out. They know that Finners is hiding somewhere underneath, and they are immediately followed up on snipes and Overwatch. Great congruency by the squad. I believe Glory was putting down that damage from distance, and I mean, when it comes to Fortress, especially with Slayer, you just know where everyone is going to end up kind of being. It's a similar feature of what we find sometimes on Empyrean, and I mean, even more open. They are trapping them, these rats stuck in a maze.
At 7 in the hands of Woodum. No scope, gets unfortunately taken down, so no more absolute ruthless behavior from him. SLG able to take a kill, gets taken down, but still able to maintain the lead chaos with the S7. Tries to run away, has 2 bullets left in it. Able to get the assist rolling. Gets the reload. Still, Overshield is up for grabs, gets taken down. No one is able to grab it so far, and it will be someone from ITB will be able to put it on, and it will be Glory also with the S7. Going to cause a little bit of disruption in the enemy team lines as well. It's a 43-22. We might be able to see a spectacular take place.
Yeah, they're at least sharpening the knives and getting the sauce ready to go. Some peeps, they like their meat just well cooked, and then other peeps, they want it completely raw. Either way, you're getting all your features of how it's being just grilled as ITB is turning up the flame. Conspiracy is just being slaughtered left, right, center, and onward. That one from distance, they get rid of that as Nixeni falls into a triple kill, maybe for the 4th. Can they track him down? Yep, that's another overkill. That's Woodum. Younger bro putting him down, doubling up 50-25.
Doubling down is going to be quite what just happened. I mean, if you see your brother, I'm also bothering him, even if we are having a little bit of a fight up. If it's possible, I'll just go to his room and maybe giving a little bit of a, you tried, but not enough. So, you know, a little bit of friendly brother banter. That's what me and my brother do, at least. So every time I lose to him, he will just turn around and be like, haha, you suck. And every time I win, he's like, he gets up and be like, nah, you always cheat like this, and gets up and leave. So, I mean,
my God.
It's lovely having brothers, let me tell you. Growing up with a brother is something that it's truly a unique experience. But yeah, I mean, this second game goes to ITB. The third one, well, it's going to be up in the air, but so far the advantage, the aggressiveness, and of course the callouts are going to belong to ITB, as well. They are trying to put themselves and bring themselves together to be able to get to the grand finals. Quite a difficult feat, but not impossible.
Live Fire King of the Hill is going to be on the other side of this one as well for Zilla. So we go from Slayer into something that's still pretty heavily Slayer, especially there's going to be that live snipe and that active camo. As we we'll have first hill onto that B side. It's either you play for the immediate position, but there's really no need to, since it's a 3v4 concept, if you leave the man to just kind of work up some points. And so we're going to see immediate skirmishes going towards that turbine and top mid, and how best to just basically spawn trap and control the other team. ITB seems like they're very well outfitted to do that against Conspiracy. Conspiracy's got to show me some light, some life, something that can fight against the squad. And you know what? I didn't ever have any siblings, so I don't know much about that rivalry. But I have seen what some parents apparently do to their babies to stop them from crying, and they just take like a thin slice of cheese and they just slap them with cheese like right in their face. Like they just hit them with the cheese. You know, maybe that will be able to slow them down.
Hit it with the cheese. That's what it's all about. Hit it with the cheese. But yeah, we're going to be starting this King of the Hill game. We have a little bit of friendly pass with that S7 sniper now being on the hands of Chaos, which is trying to get some shots on Woodham. Able to get a body shot on Glory, but Glory with the Quantum Translocator, the QT, is going to back down a little bit. Active camo coming right up, and we have a lot of people with their eyes on, but it will be my bad. It will be Conspiracy, the ones that will be grabbing it. That Snipe Drone and Woodham go down.
I mean, not without trying. Snipe Drone definitely sprinted to the top of the turbine to try and get that that active camo. And now, even though half of this hill is gone, SLG trying to lay out some damage. They're stuck over here in pillars, and then they are just taken out from that corner. Chaos with not only this sniper, but as well as active camo, gonna get a nice back tap, and this is good control and great positioning from out of Conspiracy. A double kill for Chaos Furs, and it looks like they're gonna be able to work on a majority of this hill just before that sniper falls.
Oh, a triple kill for Snipe Drone. LV level 50 will be the one that will remain, but just as I say that, Woodham is going to put the last nail in the coffin, taking them down. And now, well, ITB is going to claim this first hill as their own and claim the advantage in this map number 3.
That first hill, that's always a great mark of what's going to be coming next, and then just trying to wiggle, strafe snipe, or rather just challenge, and none of that was working at all. So again, ITB has deferred to go instead from early battles into early positioning. They're holding here with C Plat, should be able to divide and conquer, but no! Coming out the better, Woodham and Glory fall at the bottom side of this tower, and ITB removes themselves from the equation.
Now it's time for Conspiracy to place themselves on the hill, as we got some red going on. Active camo is coming right up in 15 seconds. SLG in a little bit of a sticky situation. Finers is going to be right there. Woodham, on the other hand, is going to get taken down. The trade will be taking place, and now Finers able to get a nice double kill. Needs to back down as it's being followed. Couple of shots. Able to get some frags going in, but still not enough damage. Complicated situation, but still. Lots and lots of nades being thrown off the hill. White tied up, and the sticky not going to quite hit.
So close, yet so far. Lands behind him. And we saw the last time we were on King of the Hill with Livefire, the C plat being one of the most hotly contested and most difficult to take over because it's just wide open from low and from high and from basically every kind of cardinal direction you can think of. Conspiracy has been taking advantage of that position and creating chaotic moments, and they have this very minor lead on this hill, yet not confirmed. They're still down 1-0 against what ITB found earlier. More than a minute and a half of neutral time ticked off the old clock there as ITB finally seems to have a moment of respite, and Woodham takes on the challengers from ramp.
Oh, we're trying to check the skies to see if someone will drop down, but so far no one is trying to get it. Couple of shots and level 50 will get taken down. Yet another hill go in the scoreboard for ITB as they are 2-2 both in the series and in the game.
Third one already getting worked. ITB seems to have a game plan. Get early feet into hill, force Conspiracy to chase. Now, what was the most surprising there first is that Conspiracy didn't have a challenge for that latter quarter of hill number 2. I thought they were doing great work, but they seemed so segmented and separated when it eventually came time to finally get that score. Now ITB playing from that low-key door, trying to see if Conspiracy will chase after him again. You got 2 going from Turbine, Chaos as well as Slink coming from there. Snipe Drone immediately steps away over halfway here on hill number 3. This is still ITB's to win, and it looks like they're doing so hand over fist.
ITB just absolutely running the hills every single time. Almost halfway, more than halfway through this third one. SLG receiving a little bit of damage, but knowing that retreat is a viable option. Shooting the nade, no remote detonation, but able to get some shots landed on level 50. Will get the mark assist and the assist. And now we are facing off the potential last hill and last game of the series, as ITB is completely dominating Conspiracy right now.
I thought that Conspiracy had actually set up to get onto this hill first. You got to great mind the gap off of that repulsor, and then they use another one to give themselves an escape route. Oh, great read, knowing that Woodham got a bit cheeky just underneath the ramp. They couldn't see him going down that long mid-hull, so might as well just chuck a nade and see what comes next. Slink gets thrown to the gutter. Snipe Drone doing great work from off of hill and letting his teammate just gather up what they need. Conspiracy is going to have to go sprinting. They're going to have to reverse this entire map, get 4 hills in a row. Seems like a tough call here first.
It's going to be quite a tough one, but able to take down Glory. They are going to be playing, maybe not yet quite placing themselves in the hill, but they are going to start cleaning up the area around it, as ITB is just continuing with the onslaught and of course the damage, trying to take them out of the hill, and that's going to be what just happened. They have just cleaned Conspiracy from the hill, and ITB is a little bit more than halfway through this last hill and potentially take the series 3-0.
Possibly only one more fight left to go. SLG does fall. It allows the numbers game to be personified in front of them. Snipe Drone cannot stand for long. QT is in the hands of Conspiracy, and yet all 4 of them gone into the breach. Pretty much top of the mountain when it comes to this fight. 3-0 and 4-0 here on King of the Hill. So they'll be going into the grand final, a repeat of what they did last week. This one just a little bit faster as they met BH3 a round sooner, got them done, and Conspiracy just couldn't stand up to the challenge. So for Zilla, ITB pretty much worth the investment at this point, proving that no matter what, they're going to look to have a top 2, maybe even that number 1 seed going into that the LAN next week.
Absolutely. And here we have the scoreboard. I mean, Snipe Drone 17-11, Glory and Woodham 13-13, SLG 7. But also on the other side, we have some fine numbers here, gentlemen. Chaos 11, Finers and Nick Seni 10-10, and level 50 with 9. I mean, you're facing against ITB, you're facing off against Woodham, one if not the best MNK player to ever grace this game called Halo Infinite. So there's not much that can really be said. They really did their best. They tried. There were moments rather that we saw that maybe ITB could potentially kneel against conspiracy, but ITB was just a little bit more stronger and wouldn't let themselves get, well, bleed so easily. So they were just ready to stand up, get the ball rolling in this case, and, well, take the W for themselves, as they will be proceeding to the grand finals of this seeding tournament.
And we're going to see what the lower bracket looks like. And while we do so, we'll take a short break. Make sure you guys do check out the sponsor going into the LAN next week. It's Vextorial. That's !VEXT in the chat if you want to use that command to check out what their multi-dimensional puzzle game is all about. We'll be back with this seeding tournament here in just a moment.
May have been broken multiple times now, but I believe their legacy has had an impact on international Halo even to this day, and their story deserves to be remembered. What do you think? Is the reason we have international teams being flown out to America because of Power Gaming? Have you even heard of Power Gaming prior to this video? Let me know in the comments. It would mean the world if you could leave a like on this video, as well as a sub if you haven't already. Thank you so much for sticking by this long. This is my biggest project yet, as half the footage of Power is either lost or the most difficult thing to find. So thank you for watching, and peace.
Women within esports, similar to esports as a whole, is a growing subcategory. And with that comes pioneers. We've had many talented women in the past, with legacies left by the likes of Xena and Bittersweet within Halo. In Halo 5, no other team fits this title than the most dominant team within the female pro league, Riot Gaming. Comprised at the time was 4 talented players in Queen X3, Divine Damsel, Dreamy Dream, and Monza.
Yeah, I remember I was like 16 years old, and I randomly found Jen's stream, and I started watching her, and I'm like, damn, like this girl's kind of funny, and she's like pretty good, like kind of want to be friends with her. So I started like watching her a lot, and then I started like matching her and matchmaking a lot too, and we just like started playing with each other, and I don't know, just kind of started from there.
As Divine Damsel and Queen solidified themselves as a duo, they would start their grind. Although a lot of these players knew of each other or have crossed paths previously, they had no reason to play with each other. This was until the release of Halo 5 in October of 2015, and along came the release was the announcement of the FPL, or Female Pro League. This would then force the Divine Queen duo to expand their team of 2 to a 4, and without much thought, they knew who they wanted.
I can't remember what exactly happened, but I remember, I think, Katie, did you DM me? Someone DM'd me at the time, and we're like, hey, do you want to run games?
I don't remember.
And I can't remember. It's been so long ago, but because when all this came out, like, all these girls were like, oh, free agents, like, all these lists came about, and, like, I was a free agent or whatever. I just remember that. But I wanted to be a team of 2 with my best friend, which is Veronica, but that bitch, like, didn't solidify a team of 2 with me, and she was like a team of 2 with Domino, and that like got me, my feelings were hurt. I'm not gonna lie, I'm so salty about that to this day. And so I was like, okay, like I'm only gonna play in this if I have a really good team, and if I team with Haley, and Haley, like, she's like, oh, we can run games, and I was like, oh, okay. I was like, this bitch thinks I'm shit or something. I don't even remember. But then I remember, like, I don't know who it was, but it came up like in a DM. Like, hey, do you want to run games with me and Jen?
And last but not least, they needed a 4th. And who would they decide? A lonely, young, and talented Australian, Monza.
And then I think there was a 2v2 tournament on Halo 5, like at the very beginning before FPL came out. And I remember we went up against them, and I think we were both in the finals, and then I got to game 5, and then I think I kind of knew that they were the best duo out there, so that was kind of the team I wanted to be on when FPL came out. So I think that's kind of how they found out about me. Well, Katie knew about me, but I didn't think anyone else did.
They had their team on paper, but at this point, they all knew individually they were extremely capable of winning. But were they able to put it in practice? Keeping in mind, a few of these players have never really been given the opportunity to play a tournament of this scale.
Because we were all individually good, and then Katie and Jen had like been playing together for a little bit and had like this like duo ship basically. So they already had like some sort of teamwork. So it was just trying to find our role in the team around that. But I remember when we played scrims against the second place, that would have end up being the second place teams. I was actually kind of nervous. I was like, what if we all fucking suck and they just like plow through us? Like, I was like, I had my message prepared. I was like, sorry guys, can't do this, you know. But no, I had that in the drafts.
Soon after the team was formed, they'll be picked up by an all-female organization based in London called Riot Gaming. Thus was the birth of the most dominant Halo 5 FPL team in history.
Can I just say, can I just say we had the best org and they loved the fact that we were the villains. They actually like signed us because we were the villains. I think they had a COD team that was also like very dominant and like we're also like didn't take shit from everyone type of vibe, and they loved that about us, and that's how we signed with them. Their name was Riot. I don't think they're still around, but they were just owned by like these badass chicks, and like
it was like
whenever
an all-female owned org.
Yeah, and they were like European. They were so badass.
Not long after, the FPL would start. The way it worked was they hosted a tournament which had around 16 female teams. Top 8 would qualify to play in the league. The league would span around 2 to 3 months with league matches every weekend. Every team would play each other at least twice. The winner would be the one with the most wins. Then they would have a final tournament in which the winner will be crowned. Riot held nothing back from the start. Week after week, they would slowly rack up wins after wins. But this wouldn't come without drama of its own.
There wasn't like a women community like there is now, like back then.
Yeah. Well, we all kind of hated each other back then.
I mean, yeah,
So,
we were
like,
just
for-
like competitive, you know?
Yeah, we were super competitive, especially our team. Like that's why I said earlier, like we were all hated. But I think it was just because we were all super competitive, and there was this group of women finally forming together, and they kind of like took to heart everything we said. And it
Well,
was
that's the
annoying.
thing. Like, there's no like woman of Halo like there is now, or like whatever, where like people have like more like camaraderie and like support, like a support
Yeah.
system.
Yeah.
It was just like you were a female on the game,
Yep.
and we all were like out for each other's blood type shit.
We were like
So,
gunning
like,
for each other.
right, because like everyone wanted to be the best, and like if you weren't, then you were mad about it, and like I think
Yeah.
that's why the competitive nature came out a lot. And I mean,
Well,
we
it was
were
like the
toxic.
first- Yeah. Oh yeah.
We were toxic, don't get me wrong, but like other people were toxic too. Like when I was going back looking at clips and stuff, like there was a clip of me like ragging on someone bad like on my stream, and it was because like she had like just come in and was like said a comment about like how we won or something, or I don't know, I don't remember
Mhm.
how it came up, but like it was definitely on both sides. I think people saw that we were the toxic ones because we were at the top, we were like entertaining the hate, and so we were kind of almost held like more accountable to like firing back. So I think that like in a lot of ways maybe hurt our reputation a little bit, because like
Yeah.
we weren't going to take any shit like
Midway through the season, Riot Gaming would go 7-0 in the league without dropping a single map and land themselves the title of Optic Gaming of the FPL.
Play, no, they're not in this week. But then a lot of people are asking the follow-up question is, what team is the Optic, quote-unquote, of the FPL? And that has to go to Riot Gaming.
Their rivals, Excellence, comprised of the legendary Bittersweet, Veronica, OA Cutie, and Dream Cream, were 6-1, which meant if Riot were to lose at any point, they could easily tie up the score within the league. Even though Riot had a huge target on the back of their head, they weren't phased. They plowed through the competition, winning the league 14-0 and only dropped one map. But it still wasn't over. They still had the finals to play, but they were confident as they were going in with first seed. As they would practice, their passion was as high as ever, but arguably this was a double-edged sword. They would get down on themselves when they were down in a game or have heated disagreements, which led to the decision to bring in Rami as their coach in the finals.
Can I get an honorable mention to Rami? He like as an e-girl coach, like that guy is just dedicated to coaching
Right.
e-girls. Like
Shout
he
out,
has
Rami.
coached in so many e-girl tournaments, 2s, 4s, whatever the case might be. I mean, this guy is just passionate. He knows
He
how
is
to
a
lead the
supporter.
e-girls to victory. Absolutely.
He is definitely for the women. But yeah, I honestly think if it wasn't for Rami, like, I don't want to say we were nervous, but we were like kind of. I think we were all pissed at each other that we're allowing them to win. And then Rami was like, just slow it down, take it at a time, like take one thing at a time. And then we started to come back, and I'll never forget that comeback. I still rub it in Haley's face to this day because, I mean, it's my favorite game I've ever played in Halo, and it's probably one of my favorite like moments of
just remember-
Halo 5.
They would once again make a dominating run within the finals of the FPL. And who would they meet at the end with them? Excellence Gaming.
Nice shit, Jen.
Underpass one shot. Dude, they suck. Go now. 2v2, one shot. 1 shot.
You guys, we can't die here. We cannot die here.
There's two in BR. 2 in BR.
Play your lives. Play your lives. We can't die. Behind me, long call. Behind me, long call. Hold this setup. Hold this setup.
Stay alive, Jordan. I'm here.
They're pushing me out. They're pushing me out. They're pushing me down basement. Push me down basement.
Another one. Raptors.
I'm watching Nest. Hold this. Hold this.
Basement.
Watch out. We just made the fattest fucking.
Orange. Long haul.
Long call, guys.
Holy shit.
Let's go. Oh, what my god. My.
Victory.
Oh. They're choking.
Woo, baby.
Riot Gaming won the FPL and asserted themselves as the most dominant female Halo 5 team in history, and in the league and in the tournament only dropping one map. Sadly, as time went on, Dreamy Dream would lead the team due to other commitments. The trio of Queen X3, Divine Damsel, and Monza would pick up Carandapus in the last FPL tournament, which they, once again unsurprisingly, won.
Yeah, but Divine Damsel is waiting. Krampus knew her teammates had it. She had full trust that Thick Johns had it in the bag. That is going to be game number 4. A 4-0 sweep in the grand finals. Wow.
But this time not as dominantly, as they had to make a loser's bracket run to win it. Although they didn't win it like they did in the league, I don't believe this is due to them being worse, but actually the competition rising to the bar that they had set. As Halo Infinite came out, Monza would sadly slowly reduce her playtime as she had other life commitments as well. And to this day, the incredible duo of Queen and Divine Damsel still compete in numerous tournaments and are still on top and pioneers of the female Halo scene.
Probably not, because they only need one kill. If the other team wants it, they're gonna have to go out there and go get it, you know. And this could be it right here. Oh, Divine Damsel does grab it right here, and guess what? She ends it on a killing spree.
She does it.
Oh my gosh, she ends it on a killing spree, and Queen and Divine Damsel are your LVT Women of Halo 2v2 champs.
When you watch female competition today, you can really see high-level Halo being played, and I believe this is due to the bar that Riot Gaming had set. As of recent, we have seen some incredible talent come out of the female Halo scene in Infinite, and I believe there is more to come. Whether or not the ladies on Riot Gaming know it, they had the hunger and the drive and went out to dominate the scene in Halo 5, and the rest of the community followed in their footsteps and accepted their challenge. Thus, the competition within the space continuously grew and is still riding off the backbone of their incredible run within the FPL. Although Halo is a male-dominated scene, there is a space for females to meet, compete with, and against called Women of Halo. Please check out their socials, link in the description. They do fantastic work to give women in Halo a community and a scene. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you had enjoyed the video, it would mean a lot if you could hit the like button, and maybe even the sub button, and let me know, how far away are we from the first female to win a Halo event? Thank you for watching. Halo in the past has always been synonymous with montages, especially during the Halo 2, 3, and Reach period, with iconic montages such as Walsh's second Halo 2 montage, Straight Rippen's Team Taj, or Avengers, a lethal and formal dual Taj. Let's have a look back at the history of the rise and fall of the montage scene within Halo. Montages really started within Halo actually at the very beginning with Combat Evolved back in 2002.
Yeah. So Halo 1, there was a ton of different montages. I can't even remember like whose montage I was watching, but I just remember it was of Xbox Connect, which was like Xbox Live for Halo before Halo 2, obviously. So you could play Halo 1 online. But the lag was so terrible because like you had to lead your shot by a huge margin if you were on high ping. Like you would literally swipe your reticle with a sniper and shoot like 40 feet to the right of the guy, but it would still register the headshot. But like the guys that played on it all the time were like used to the lag and like doing that on purpose. And that was what we were watching in the video. I'm like, he's missing all of his shots. This isn't even real. Like, that's why I thought they were cheating.
Although they started in Halo 1, the Halo's montage scene really started to blow up in Halo 2, with both online Halo being more prevalent with the introduction of Xbox Live, as well as the internet evolving to a point where it was way easier to share videos. Keeping in mind, YouTube didn't exist. These videos would be shared via forums and would require you to download them on a different site, such as Halo 2 Forum, which was run by Z, or GamingVids.com, or even the MLG Pro forums.
I was getting pretty good at Halo 2. One of my friends from high school also played, and he invited me over to his house. He was like, he played drums a lot, so I like to like watch him play drums. I don't know, he was really sick at that. And then he was like, bro, I want to watch you play Halo. You're so good at it. So I was like, all right, like, sure. And he pops in like a VHS tape. Like, bro, this is really aging me, right? Like a VHS tape into the VCR and like hits record on it. And he's like, yeah, just play for a while so I want to be able to watch this later. And I was like, what? You want to just watch me play Halo? It was like the first time that anyone wanted to watch me play Halo. And it kind of like, I guess like clicked something in my mind. I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. So then I like try to show off a little bit more because it's being recorded. So then I like go for some 360 like stick for a kill tack or some crazy shit. And he was just like losing it the whole time. He's like, this is so sick. This is so awesome. And then I got home and I started doing some research about like how to record it. And I found it's called a Dazzle 90. It was like one of the original capture cards. And it was kind of cheap online. So I ordered it. I set it up myself. I had it hooked up to my computer that was in my room. I was on like halo2forum.com, I think at the time, and like the MLG forums. And I like made a post like, I'm an idiot. I don't know what I'm doing. Somebody help me set up my Dazzle 90, basically. And then like people knew I was kind of making waves in the pro scene, and somebody hit me up, showed me how to download a pirated version of Sony Vegas and like all these other things. I mean, I'm like 15 years old, so I could not afford like all the programs that I was using. But this guy just like sent me all this shit. He's like, yeah, just do this, use the CD key. And I was like, okay, cool. And all of a sudden I've got all the software to like record myself and then edit the montage. And then, yeah, I just started playing around with Sony Vegas. I just started putting like cool clips in there. And I made my first montage was all just made by myself.
During this time, making montages were like sharing skate videos in the 90s. This was used almost like a display of creativity or talent and was usually edited by the montager himself, with the quality of editing improving as well as the clips either in MLG game types or social games.
Like we were all trying to, I guess, like one-up each other in a way. Like we wanted to make like cooler and cooler videos, but at the same time, everybody was super supportive and like just talked about how cool everybody else's montage was. You know, it's a kind of a different atmosphere. BXR, double shot, all the button combos. People don't notice like the reload glitches that people were using. RRBX was like a mix between a double shot and a BXR. I just feel like there was a lot more individual skill expression in that game, even if maybe things like sniping were probably easier. Like it had such a high fire rate and was pretty generous with the bullet magnetism. But like the BR specifically just allowed for really creative montage clips.
People were constantly improving their videos despite the lack of resources. A big example of a step up in montages was Shook One's montage, Fragging Rights, where for the first time we saw the use of a third-person angle in a montage, which in today's standard is almost nothing, but a milestone nonetheless back in 2005 when it was first released. Although there was almost like a split between the montagers and the pro players, there were a few who did bridge a gap, one of them obviously being Eli.
I can't take all the credit for that because there was like It Was Luck was doing the same thing. It Was Luck was, he played for Exit Wounds, so it was Luck and his brother Bonfire. It Was Luck was like making montages with pro scrims in it, and then Mikowski, of course, my duo, he was making lots of montages with like in FFAs with pro players.
As Halo 2 was coming to an end, Halo 2 left us with fantastic pioneers in the content creation space as a whole, with the likes of impactful montages such as Nakamura, Reed 18, Shook 1, Eli the Ninja, and Furion, as well as many, many more. But as the release of Halo 3 was coming out, there was one montage that would be a turning point within Halo content creation as a whole. Walshy's second Halo 2 montage.
Yeah, I want to say it hit 1 million views in like 2 or 3 days. Like that's how big Halo montages were at the time. Like there was probably TV shows that were on like national television that didn't get 1 million views in 2 or 3 days. You know what I mean? But Walshy's montage was that huge at the time. Everybody was talking about it. I remember he like teased it for like a few days before, like Walshy montage drops on Tuesday, the whatever, you know, I forget what day it released, but no, everybody was watching it. We would like group up in voice chat and then like have it paused at 0 and then all hit play and watch it together. Like I'm pretty sure that's what we did at the time. Whoever my teammates were and like whatever my online friends were, we would all get into a party on Halo 2, all have the video paused and then all like count down like 3, 2, 1, play, and we all watched it and like reacted to it together. And we're just losing our minds the whole time. Like,
with the release of a new game also meant a new generation of editors and montagers, and for the first time in Halo history, we were introduced to theater mode. With this tool, editors took montages to the next level.
You may know me as Muggsy.
Bingo, dingo, bango, bingo. We're back in it with seeding tournament number 2 for the European Halo Kickoff LAN. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Hixie, who has evolved and returned back to join me. Thank you so much. As we have BH3 and Outsiders and a suspiciously game 3-ish situation right now as we go live fire, seeing what these two squads are going to be doing.
Yeah, and BH3 or Hill up. Probably, I mean, we can get what's been happening. It's probably been a BH3 stomping, let's be honest. They are definitely the superior team coming into this matchup.
I would tend to agree. And, it was actually, we got to hear a little bit of banter that was going on between these two. And it was, someone said 2-0 for Outsiders, and then they said, haha, nice try. So, get to see if any of that actually pans out. Manzo ends up getting mollywopped by Sunrise, who I know there's a lot of Sunrise advocates in the chat. So, make sure you continue to do so and cheer on for your favorite squads out there as they hope to take onto the C-Plat. Second Hill under contest between both these squads really has been kind of the story of the day. Second Hill, King of the Hill, and Live Fire really isn't for free.
Yeah, for sure. But, with BH3 on it, I feel like it's going to be a pretty done deal. We'll see how Outsiders can manage to, keep them at bay, right? Any CS fans, Outsiders, the name seems to manage to pull off some crazy feats, but I'm not sure if we'll be seeing that today. A lot of hill progress for Outsiders. Looked like they just got a step in for a second, but you got Shad and Bastos trying to work together and avenge their fallen brother and Mose. Well,
yeah,
that's don't think that was supposed to happen. Probably wasn't intended.
That's one way to respawn. Finding new ways to play the game every day. Do see that the some big utility is coming online. Looks like that's going to be picked up by BH3. Bastos holding the fort right now on top of tower. And this has been a tough position for anyone to really go and get. Fighting from every single side, trying to just spam out with the with plasma pistol. And nice flank position here by Shad. They find a double kill while the rest of BH3 is hoping to come back from the spawn point. And maybe it's an unofficial triple, but they have taken over here this C-Plat.
Yeah, Shad finding that third kill. Unfortunately, it wasn't a triple kill, but he needed to wait there just a little bit to make sure that kill was going to be secured. A very, very successful life for Shad so far. 9-5 as well on this guy, and he's still going. Killing spree, double kill comes through. The medals galore. And he's just going to be defending, whilst I believe it's Bastos on that hill. No, I think it's Mose. Bastos is down in tunnels, just trying to mess a few things up. I was completely wrong. It was Sunrise actually on the hill. So I literally could not have picked anyone but the right person, apparently.
You had a 1 in 3 chance and
I still blew it. Yeah, I should not get a lottery ticket today.
Yeah, no. None should us all. But half the squad does go down. They get another hill confirmed. It was a lot of great work by Shad, in fact. Full live and in your POV. But Outsiders are going to pray they can maybe peel this one away from the forthcoming grip of BH3, who is hoping to make a lower bracket run of this and get to a at least a contentious lower final, grand final. Kind of up for grabs depending on if we end up showcasing that for you. But the seeding tournament, a lot of people are just hoping to confirm themselves at what's going to be happening next weekend. Looking at the key door, but not looking at the contest that takes them down.
Yeah, one step at a time. Key door first, next weekend later. Shad picking up another kill. Shad's been very influential this map so far. And QT doesn't really take it where he wants to go, but he's one shot and he doesn't even care. Mr. Baldo, unfortunately, does fall. 2 dead currently for the Outsiders. A pretty rough game for them so far. I feel like this has been the story of the series as well for the Outsiders. 2-0 on the score for the series as a whole, but definitely probably not that much more to talk about the series if we were to see it. Imagine it would be quite similar to how this one's going. 3-0. Outsiders score looking how I imagine Mr. Baldo does. Very round.
Very
very bare. Yeah.
Not really much there. Nondescript. BH3 definitely are putting on a showcase of skill and authority onto Outsiders. I mean, we've seen already 2 killing sprees right now out of Shad, and we go straight back to their POV again, as I think they were burning through the rest of that camo. Working on hill number 4 and almost halfway there. Everyone trying to sprint their way in from that green position out towards what is B. Oh man, just backing it on up as Sunrise, as they're trying to sparkle oh so bright. Too much for this Outsiders fight to handle, and it is just combo killing that looks like it's about to end out this map.
Yeah, looks like a pretty done deal if I'm honest. BH3 going to be almost definitely taking this one. I don't think Outsiders are going to be able to, you know, hold off the inevitable for much longer, or really at all. Sunrise just doing it all in this hill, and that is going to be a 4-0 and a 3-0 for the series. And BH3 are going to be facing off against Catsmile in that losers bracket semi.
That's going to be a neat matchup as well. I was thinking that maybe we'd get Streamer Zone kind of working their way through that. They lost a tight Game 5 against Conspiracy, but it looks like that's kind of where that upper pinnacle of the echelon has been formed. You've got Streamer Zone, Catsmile, Conspiracy, BH3, and then ITB, like up there. I can't even like reach for. It's like way in the sky. So to that end, we've seen some leveling moments between these. I guess before we ultimately kind of send out and send over to that next matchup, Catsmile. I mean, do they have enough based on kind of what they've put up to maybe contend with BH3, or are we just aiming for a repeat between them and ITB?
It's difficult not to see it being a repeat against BH3 because of, you know, letting history dictate and inform my decision. I feel like it's hard, but I don't think it's impossible for Catsmile. I think, you know, Suspense I'm looking at to have a better series, I reckon. It's going to be a difficult one, but I do think it's possible. I just don't think the odds are... Oh, sorry, not Suspense, Subatomic. I do think the odds aren't too much in their favor, but it's possible.
Hey, you know
we'll
what?
Have to find
Zeros
out.
and ones, baby. We'll get to see if the parity there exists. But either way, you guys get to pair with us. So we're going to go to a short break. More of the European Halo Kickoff right after this.
Probably way more videos than I should have, if you ask me, looking back. And I mean, that's pretty much it. I've been a Halo player since Halo 3, and I never looked back. So
theater within Halo really allowed montages to evolve to more than just a series of clips put together. It almost turned into a cinematic experience that took the viewer through the story the editor wanted to tell. This could range from amazing MLG clips as a farewell to Halo 3, like in Legacy edited by Zola, or even a way to show and remember the good times within Halo, like Honbomb's This Is Halo series. Either way, it became a new way to communicate to the audience and tell a story. Alongside being on a new generation of consoles, as well as the amazing art style Halo 3 produced with beautiful maps that all have different personalities and bright colors as well as different moods.
It's, to me, had like the best art style, and it's just a beautiful game, like so many different colored maps. Right, and in the editing as well, like it's kind of fun to mess with like the color correction and color grading, and like that's a fun part for some people. And it's like when you start to do that in a montage and you're like, oh, I can't wait to see what this looks like on Construct with the purple lifts. Like, oh, this is gonna look sick. It's like, I don't know, it's just, that was way more prevalent in Halo 3 because, as you said, each map kind of had its own personality.
Even though YouTube was out and people stopped downloading these montages onto their computer and were able to just stream it, all of this would still be communicated through the forums, and more specifically, the Halo 3 forums.
Halo 3 forum during my time, and then it became the Halo forum. And then it like changed completely after like different people took control and everything. But when it was the Halo 3 forum, that was something special. Like that place was, I missed that place. You had to be there to actually know why it was so special, but everyone there was just there for montages. I mean, there was other off-topic parts of the forum, but people were there for montages, and there were pages and pages of discussion of like just montages. So like if a new one came out, you would make a new thread in the montages section or whatever, and you would post a link to your montage. You would talk about it. Here's a link to the YouTube where you can download it, and then people just comment on it, and like there'd be pages, and like I remember there was only like 10 responses per page or something, so like it was a big deal to be a comment on the front page of the montage thread. And so people would immediately, once a montage, like a good one got posted, they would immediately make a post that was EWD, edit when done. And so they would reserve their spot on that list, on that front page, and then watch the montage, come back, leave their feedback. Oh, this is amazing, this is whatever, just so that they could be on that front page. Because like that's how much people cared back then. Like you would have your, you could give reputation per post. So like it encouraged people to talk and give feedback and just post. So like someone has high rep, they probably know what they're talking about. You would ask someone with more clout than you to post your montage as a way to like vouch. Like I remember asking Dutchy to, hey, can you post this montage that I edited? Because like more people will click the thread if they see you posted it.
To add to this, during this time, MLG was also at its peak, which allowed for the showcase of some of the most insane plays along some of the best players, which also spawned the era of some of the best team tages in gaming history. With the likes of Frenetic Array to Straight Rippin' to the Status Quo montage, all very different in personality, yet all 100% MLG, and all against some of the best players in the world. Montages were at the height of its popularity, and insane projects were always in production, and naturally, this meant that some projects would sadly fall through.
It wasn't my project necessarily, it was going to be a bigger project. It was called Blacklist, and this was a project that Zola was putting together, and it was 10 different editors all editing 1 minute, where every part of the
And that is how you do it on Sesame Street. Welcome back, in case you don't know how to spell it, EU for European Halo. Hixie, so glad to be back with you, man, in the booth as we get into our lower semifinals. It feels like we've kind of knotted up who's in that top 4 position for the most part. ITB sitting cleanly in the grand finals. We've got Conspiracy that was on a separate loaded kind of side of the bracket. They're sitting just after this one. I feel like BH3 with the win here has near about getting themselves at minimum a number 2 seed.
Yeah, I mean, Conspiracy has locked in that top 3, which is insane. So Cat Smile, BH3 fighting for, you know, making it into the top 3 as well, right? This is literally, this series we're going to be jumping into is last week's 2nd and 3rd place coming against each other, and then Conspiracy last week came 4th. So, I mean, yeah, we're pretty confident in in the teams we seem to have in that top 4. Speaking of Cat Smile, this is your roster. If you might have forgotten, you got Warlord, Subatomic, Marine, and Franklin. And like I said just before the break, I'm hoping we can see a little bit more from Subatomic in this, you know, repeat matchup. They faced off against each other in winners bracket round 2 earlier today. BH3 took that 3-0, and this is the team that dominated them earlier. Bastos, Sunrise, Shad, and Mose. A very, very difficult roster to come up against, but Cat Smile are going to put their best foot forward and see if they can change the tides after the last matchup they had. Taking a map, at least, would be lovely. You know, it'd be better than earlier. And if I quickly pull up, whilst we look at the maps, where they... How they played... okay, it was a 3-0 in the losers bracket final last time they matched up. So just taking a map would be nice. But Forbidden CTF, Aquarius Slayer, Live Fire Strongholds, Solitude King of the Hill, and Recharge Slayer, if we need those last 2, hoping for Cat Smile's sake that we can at least get a little bit further than that Live Fire Strongholds. What are you thinking about this this map setup?
I like this one, and I feel like we have a point of contention for that Live Fire Strongholds between these two. CTF, Forbidden CTF is so powerfully dictated on how much you kind of flex into top mid, as well as take those kind of low running hallways off of snipe play. But that I like where we sit with Live Fire Strongholds. For Cat Smile Gaming to not let this be a wash, because lest we forget, the King of the Hill, the first couple of hills, and actually into like the 3rd one against BH3, the first time these two guys played, was really close. And Cat Smile, we actually got to see, what was it, Franklin shoot through that little window underneath top tower, like, you know, right into the shin of someone else. Had a cool one-liner about that one. So I want to see maybe if some of that comes true again. If we do make it further than that, then Solitude is going to be kind of a separate foray. I feel that deep in my heart, my soul, there's a lot of terrible disease. Don't go in there. However, I feel like there's also the chance that we could hit a game number 4, but BH3 is on a tear right now to prove they should be at least minimum in that lower final.
I think Cat Smile need to take this Forbidden CTF, because Aquarius Slayer has been proven by BH3 today that they are pretty solid on it. They took that from ITB, I believe, in their 3-1 loss, but still, that was the one map they took. And it was, I think it was a Aquarius Slayer. It was definitely Slayer. Pretty sure it was Aquarius.
Yeah.
But we know BH3 are big fans of Aquarius Slayer, or just Slayer in general, to be honest. They're absolutely fragging out. Speaking of fragging out, Bastos, double kill already. Franklin loses his head to be the second one taken in the second shot fired by Bastos as well. 2 shots, 2 hits. 3 shots, 3 hits, bites a body. Still counts. A little asterisk on that one. Maybe not that. Marine loses his head. And Franklin. Oh my god!
Oh! Dang! Oh! Go!
Bastos must have heard what I said. Cat Smile needing to win this map. He wants to shut me down and shut them down. In one fell swoop, Bastos came and he conquered.
That was worse than my car wreck last April. Oh my god! just getting torn down by a sniper in the form of a plunger. Oh, just straight in the toilet. Oh goodness, BH3. Heckin' sniping, man. Cat Smile Gaming was not ready for a serial killer to be put into their lobby. We're gonna try and get some extra information off of that ping, but I mean, they're definitely all towards that respawn corner. Mose wants to bring the fight and the fury, and Bastos is just making me a fan. I need a Bastos jersey. Someone make that happen.
Like a team Bastos and then Bastos on the back.
Yes, give me that. I will buy. Invest. Oh.
Yeah, that flag going to be thrown in. See the picture-in-picture there. As looks like BH3 are going to secure the second flag. And only one more for BH3. I thought Katsmar might have had a chance on this map, but BH3 has just been lights out. That Bastos play was a thing of beauty. Written into the history books of this tournament, this seeding. Shad G-sliding, trying to just get ahead. Franklin is found for the triple kill. The overshield picked up as well. It was Bastos' turn. Shad has taken the torch.
I swear that you're having a clip contest getting accumulated by this squad. I thought for a moment maybe Shad had picked up the OS just to burn it and turn it, but he ended up not. Yeah, he kind of heavily survived. Tossing that flag as far as he can absolutely do it, and looks like it's just become a spear for him to chuck across the entire battlefield. Uncontested. Might be on just a highway. I love just POV to just front it. Okay, all right. It's right there. And 360 it in. Why not? Okay. So, quick work. 3-0.
Yeah. Looks like BH3 are wanting an early night. You know, 3 Frenchies and a Maltese. Probably with that extra hour is really, you know, they're really wanting to just get into bed soon, it seems. Closing that one out very quickly. Not really a lot to talk about, if I'm honest. There was a highlight from Bastos, a highlight from Shad, and the game was over.
About as a duality of man that you can really get out of a Forbidden CTF. Oh, man, those snipes were good. Okay, cool. That woke me up. I was kind of like this, and then I was like, you should have seen me just like nearly topple over my green screen. It was like the cat went flying. I'm pretty sure my drink is about to destroy my PC. Something was going down. But okay, yeah. So we got Aquarius right around the corner there, Hixie. Slayer. It feels like if Cat Smile cannot recover from the whiplash, BH3 should be able to run this through.
Yeah, a bit nerve-wracking for Cat Smile coming into this. Slayer, as we've seen earlier today. Slayer seems to be a pretty solid one for BH3, and after what we just saw, I don't really know what to say to lift the spirits of Cat Smile.
There's no sniper.
True, there is no sniper. That's a very good point. And I mean, that game was over so quickly. It's like it didn't even happen. So just push it out your mind, and then you know, there you go. Then we can move on. Map 2, Aquarius Slayer. Effectively map 1. Right? It was that quick.
That's what any good football coach will tell you. First half, don't look at that score. Coach, it's 58-0. Don't look at that score. It's a new day. It's a new half. This is what matters. It's also the stupid thing that I say about every Rocket League game, crossover esports. It's that they can either beat you 10-0 or 1-0. It's still just one map. So you got to be able to bounce back and do the exact same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very good point. Yeah, 10-1 or 10-0 and 1-0 is still a win. So yeah, keep it. Just use it as fuel. If it's annoyed you, use it as fuel. If it's upset you, maybe just forget it. Map 2, Aquarius.
Don't remember your trauma. That's any good therapist will say the same thing. Probably not. Let's go to map number 2. We've got some Slayer that we got to play. OS will be up here in all of momentarily as everyone positions themselves. And oh no, the demon that is Bastos. He's already been killed. So that's a good sign.
Yeah, Warlord shutting him down. Good work there. Because if Bastos continues to stay just absolutely on a heater, this is going to be a very quick series. 3-1, make that 4-1 already. Bastos the only one to 4-1 BH3, so clearly the other guys will be having words with him after the series. What are you doing?
Terrible.
So he's going to try and make up for it. He's already got 2 kills. He's hunting a potential 3rd. Going to get it. Marine does fall off the cleanup. Sunrise as well, there to help. Try and flush these last few players out the base. Warlord one shot. It's surely going to fall. A good job there to get the trade, at least with that nade. Seals the deal. And Bastos does fall again. The demon is at bay. Only for a few seconds. He's back in the lobby.
That assist, Shad, kind of sad that he didn't complete the run, but they were able to go down to that bottom mid portion, which I know the GAs are in place, but I feel like there's got to be something competitively along the kind of the pro line as well as these lines to kind of re-enable some of the sandbox. Either way, oh man, what's kicking up sand is Shad as they find themselves a double kill very quickly in a 5-0 position right now. The only player in the lobby that is deathless and trying to go maybe onto a quick frenzy. Gonna back up, recognizing that doesn't need to just drop into contact. And this is a 10-point lead. They get the, no, they don't get the double melee. So that is where the reign of tyranny will end.
Yeah, Shadowsaurus Rex comes back out again. Can't get the double beat down. Melee misses. Warlord trying to keep the boat afloat. Although it looks like Franklin, Marine, and Subatomic are trying their best, just not really getting much work in. When you got 3 players shooting you, there's only so much you can do. You'd be lucky if you get one of them one shot. And Bastos again did come online, but he's just been shoved to the wayside for a second. And 22-9 is where we see ourselves currently after the first 2 minutes of play. Been so damn quick, and Mo's just flushing out Marine. Mo's surely going to get this one as well, and does drop Franklin. The nade is an afterthought. Does absolutely nothing to his confidence and his aim. Mo's 7-1 so far. Probably going to try and find Franklin, and Franklin sliding almost into that sticky nade. Does fall to Bastos, and the help again from just all the team. It's really, really nice to see how well these guys are playing together, but unfortunately for the other side of the server, Catsmile are probably having just a rough day in the office.
Yeah, this is more of a dog frown gaming, kind of a rough position, if you will. Warlord, yeah, they're the only one with any kind of near positive KD. For a while, I was getting worried about Marine. I thought maybe they forgot how the gun worked, but they pulled the trigger at least a couple of times. So far, a better recovery for Catsmile, and yet they still have to make up. This is a pretty healthy gap, narrowing it down to 11. From behind into 10. BH3 letting this slip just the slightest amount. Catsmile has not let this one go, and that's exactly why you got a timer. That's exactly why you got these games to play. It's not over till it's over.
Yeah, and they have managed to pull this one back so well. Marine did a fair bit there. He picked up a double kill, I believe, in the back of the base. He is forward 10, but you've got to start somewhere. Warlord, again, still just trying to lead that charge. Franklin not able to get the best of that BH3 player. Does fall, and the lead is still there. It's going to be a long road back, but you've already started. So just one step at a time. This overshield could be huge. Sway the game in either one's favor. Bastos a great player to take down there. And Shad not really able to do much, so the overshield does go into the hands of Subatomic, who's going to have to go huge with this. The nade lands onto Mose, and finally the kill comes through. The conversion's there. Subatomic taking him down, 37-29. You're going to need this overshield to do a little bit more, but that plasma pistol took what was remaining of Subatomic's OS and neutralized it. Still going to try and live up. Unfortunately, though, Sunrise gets the better of him. Now it's getting a bit hectic. Shad picks up 1. And 10 kills left for BH3.
Making at least the final result look a lot more competitive than what it started as. I think at one point I saw 25-9. But Bastos here to play cleanup duty. 12-9. Hunting down each of these players. Catsmile trying to run out. They've got the call that they're working around from that blue utility room. And I feel like it's all about making sure you have that extra information. They've been so good at crossfires and just re-engaging with all this vision. Franklin will take on a waning BH3 player. It's just a difference of, well, actually it's a greater distance than that. As they reaccumulated, went up by 13. And with just a few to go, Catsmile, it would take a miracle, but BH3 I think is here to drub on that.
Yeah, I think Catsmile, it's waning. They're starting to just feel the fatigue of the day and the series, to be honest. Only one map down. It's going to have to be a miracle, like you said, to claw this one back to a 1-all. Just try and compose yourself and bring back and salvage what you can. Unfortunately, shots like that aren't really going to help, but I guess take solace in the fact that it's very unlikely that was going to make much of a difference. Marine, nice beat down onto Bastos. Only 1 kill remains for BH3 to take this map, and it looks like Subatomic is going to be that 1 kill they need. 50-42 is the score in map 2, and that's a 2-0 in the series. And Catsmile now facing elimination in this losers bracket.
The score made it look a lot better than it really was. I felt like they kind of took their time. Definitely we saw things flatten towards the end of that game, but I mean, that was a ramp up process. As soon as they hit that 25-9 mark, things kind of just stayed about there. There was a moment where there was like 6 or 7 difference, and we got to see some promise, but everyone was just starting on their heels versus on their toes. No launch forward to get off the blocks. And in case all these extra, sprinter metaphors don't hit you, they did not get kills in the beginning of that game. It was not great. So, can they bounce back? The 0s and 1s still exist. Probability ESPN meter swung one way, and it's definitely looking like the BH3 bettors are living the high life. So, considering the way that they're playing, it looks like they definitely want to have a chance to get into that lower final and maybe take out both Catsmouth and Conspiracy in a row. But we got a game 3 in the middle. This live fire, I want to see how this, I believe it's a Strongholds. I want to see how this one rocks, because the first 2 hills of that King of the Hill the last time they played looked promising, but these first 2 maps of this series have not.
Yeah, I was really hoping Forbidden CTF would be a little bit more of a competition. I thought Catsmile might be able to take that one and could make a case for, pushing a game 5, but it really just has been lights out from BH3. And like you said, loading into this live fire Strongholds, it's not only the reverse sweep is necessary, but it's a difficult map to try and beat this team on. But yeah, we'll have to see how Catsmile can fare in that next map. I believe we're loading in, so it won't be much longer until we get to find out if they're going to be, closing off for the night and recuperating for next weekend. Gonna have to see who is going to be facing off against Conspiracy. I think BH3 have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder trying to get that second place again 2 weeks in a row. And if they can beat Catsmile this convincingly, I think Conspiracy are going to be a little bit nervous waiting in that losers bracket final.
I could see that. Yeah. I also, this might overall seal up this kind of top 4. I believe that based on Conspiracy being in the lower final segment versus that the pre-semi working in there, this actually, if Catsmile drops here, would basically put them in that 3-4 range, whereas the other side would just be basically a lock-in 4-3. BH3 is 1 game away from, no matter what, not caring about any of that. They simply want to get a dub. Be under contest by BH3. Catsmile Gaming looking for options.
Yeah, and Shad already a double kill and that sniper in hand. And 3 dead for Catsmile. It was a full team wipe at one point. Subatomic was just the last alive for a moment. Not exactly the opening gambit you want as Catsmile. Warlord and Franklin finding almost 2 kills apiece, but Mo's shutting down Franklin, stopping him from getting anything else building. And speaking of building, 40 points and counting as triple cap in effect for BH3. Subatomic trying to shut that down, and a nice double kill. The nade and the shot onto Sunrise. The QT is out of play as well, thanks to that killing of Sunrise. As you can see, Subatomic can take on Shad round the back of Green. Shad unaware, definitely going to fall, and does. Mose takes down Marine off screen. But again, just the teamwork from BH3. 2 players up by sandbags, able to completely shut down any attempt to cap B. Still going to be just totaling up the points. Getting closer to 100. I feel like Strongholds, at least, is a fair... It's always fair game. It doesn't feel like it's fully, really like that close to being the end. I feel like Slayer, once you hit about 40, it's so difficult to try and build back up if you've got a bit of a deficit, but you can get to 230 and see people come back on any Strongholds map. So hoping maybe we'll see a little bit more from Catsmile as the map does progress, but so far it's all BH3.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you. It's because for Slayer, there is so much lost off of a skirmish, a fight, whereas when it comes to Strongholds, it isn't about the slays kind of adding up into an overall point total. It's simply, all right, well, how can we kind of reposition? Now, it does keep you off the map, so it's not like it's non-impactful, but Catsmile Gaming, I mean, they're seeing Shad really kind of bust out 10-2 right now. And as they tried to hold on to B, now we have Trip Cap unlocked. And for the longest time, BH3 not ignored, but strategically kind of elapsed from going towards C because it is a tough plate to hold. A has a lot of close points where C is much the opposite. A, in fact, does flip, though, and maybe that would give them a chance to go for it, but they're flanked from behind. Catsmile wiped off the map, and we're 100 points away as BH3 intends to sprint Moze with active camo.
Yeah, BH3 really just trying to put a statement out there for Conspiracy that they're going to be coming back with a vengeance. Didn't even face off against each other today, and they're just desperate for this second place. Killing Spree comes out for Moze. The triple cap. It's being, questioned by this Catsmile gaming roster, but they're going to need to get something working. They need something to just give. BH3 need to make some form of mistake. I feel like Catsmile just getting outgunned entirely. The nade comes out of nowhere. I don't even know who that was from. It could have been BH3. It could have been Catsmile. Either way, Moze gets such an easy kill. And Shad shutting down Franklin. The reversal on that really just is not going to help the mental of Catsmile at all. Just shout out LVP as well in the chat. Love a shoulder chip. I reckon there's quite a few in this BH3 roster. Maybe some of the people they're beating might have a little bit of salt. Add to those chips on their shoulders.
Oh my goodness. Well, hold on. A B flip would be huge. Catsmile wants to get something started. 250 to none is not happening. So you know what? You took away the equivalent of a Brazil. So just not letting that occur. But B immediately gets turned right back around. C under contest. Points still going forward. And in fact, they're threatening all the way deep into A. BH3 moments away from getting themselves at minimum into another lower final berth where Conspiracy will be right around the corner. Catsmile, bit of training, bit of work to do. VOD review or otherwise. They're going to try and forget this nightmare, but it'll be something that they have to work through. 1 point. A generous gift by BH3.
I mean, if this was golf, they're laughing, right?
Yeah,
they're
they
loving it. Yeah, they won. So, map 4. Unfortunately not, but maybe Catsmile are probably happy that that one's over quite quickly. Yeah, it's unfortunate for them, but they have just dropped out of this tournament. So they will be looking forward to next weekend, hoping, they can maybe bring a little bit more of a competition against BH3 if they are to match up next weekend. But we're going to have to throw to a quick break as we prepare for BH3, excuse me, that's so mean. BH3 versus Conspiracy in that losers bracket final. We'll see you in a minute.
Transitioned seamlessly into the person before and after them. And so I was one of those 10, and it just never, I don't know how it fell through. I definitely never finished my edit.
Around the release of Halo 3, YouTube would blow up in popularity, and this allowed people to share their montages much easier than before. This also led to the birth of possibly 2 of the most important channels in Halo history, FB Walshy FTW and Air Guitar 901. Nowadays what they did would ironically be considered stealing content, but back then it was an honor to have your content on their channel. These channels would almost be like a time capsule to old school Halo today. As Halo 3 came to an end, the cross-section of both quality of clips as well as the skills of an editor was at an all-time high. Alongside the popularity of Halo just being out of the world is something I doubt we'll ever get to experience again, as the stars just aligned so well for the montage scene.
Like the height of the scene for me, I think it has to be like the tail end of Halo 3 into like early Reach days. But I think if I had to show someone one Halo montage to be like, hey, this is why Halo montages are fucking sick. Like, you need to watch this one. It's probably something Zola made for sure, but probably Legacy. Halo 3 Legacy. Because that one, it's not only competitive, it's like some social stuff, but it like perfectly encapsulates like what a montage is and should and could be.
Halo Reach, although not the most popular game in the competitive sense, and by far the most dull-looking game when it came to MLG montages, as the maps were all grey, still had a very high quality and healthy montage scene, with MLG montages from a lot of the top pros coming throughout its lifespan, such as all of Ninja's montage, Straight Second Prototype, as well as a new generation montages coming in with the likes of Axillo, Cause of Hell, Trank, and your usual people such as your Dutchy, your Campy, etc. Reach as a whole did a good job at writing off what Halo 3 gave it. As Halo Reach was nearing the end of its life, it did end with a bang. Avengers, a montage edited by Muggsy and CJ New for Formal and Lethal was released. The energy around this montage alone was comparable to the excitement of some movies' releases, and will forever be in contention as one of the best montages ever made. Sadly, the downfall of montages would start when Halo 4 was released. This could be a combination of the population just leaving Halo or other external factors. Nonetheless, we saw a major step back.
I think it really started declining when the Halo forum as we knew it changed. And I know that's probably a weird answer, and I have more answer, like another reason, but to me the first, like, damn, this isn't what it was anymore, was when we were no longer like on the haloforum.com, when it like changed to I don't know, like it, the way it looked and everything changed, the way it worked kind of changed, and then in that transition I think a lot of members didn't go over either, so it kind of like just became a shell of what it was, and so people stopped like really posting their videos there. But that was also at the time when like Halo as a whole was losing popularity, which really sucks because making montages in that game I think was could have been really good because the theater mode was great. I think there's like green screens you can put into the, like, there's things like that was.
During the lifespan of Halo 4, a lot of montages will end up going back to Halo 3 and make content there, with brilliant montages such as Trank or Chris Q still producing content when Halo was at its most dead. We still had Ninja making montages, but the scene would find it hard to recover from this setback. Old Halo players being filtered out for new ones, or even online culture just being uninterested in making them as a whole. Not many people would pick up the mantle of montagers these days. As Halo 2 Anniversary, Halo 5, and Infinite would release, the population would continue to grow. We would still get gems from the pro scene, such as brilliant montages with Spartan the Dog, Ace, or even Frosty, but it's still sadly not as popular as it was to both watch and make montages.
I think it's a few different factors. I think that the best players in the world are mostly just focused on competing, and there's almost like a stigma among the teams themselves. Like if your teammate is more focused on editing videos and like making TikToks or YouTube videos than he is focused on like the scrims, then I don't know, it can cause some like internal turmoil in the team, right? Like, oh, you care more about getting your stupid views than you care about us winning the tournament. Like, so there's kind of like this stigma between the teams that stop them from doing anything but like focused on winning. But on top of that, I think just culturally, people have shorter attention spans these days. I don't know. I feel like the TikTok and Vine era, like people just want to, and then shorts, like just looking at the numbers of how popular like YouTube shorts and TikToks are compared to long form videos, it's like, man, the vast majority of the population just want like instant dopamine, and like they want to be in the video, they want to be out of the video.
As Halo continues these days, there are still brilliant people making montages, with the likes of Noob Slayer 343 releasing trailers for the newest project, Stockholm, to build hype around it like it's 2010. Or the likes of Furion and Reed18 making montages like it's 2006. Or Hyena still finding new and creative ways to kill people on a 20-year-old game and making it into a montage. I do believe we won't get back to what it was, due to the nature of the internet, but I don't think these people care. It's a creative outlet to have fun on, and they clearly don't do it for the money or views, but they do it because it's fun. And in a day and age where the online space seems to be very money driven, I think it's a breath of fresh air, and it's something that I will always support. Hey guys, Looney here. I know there were a lot of super important montagers and editors that deserve way more, and I didn't get to mention properly, such as Campy, Mint Blitz, Fat Rat, Snipetality, Hastings, and Dutchy, and even many more, but I just couldn't fit them in. All the montages shown have a little title on the top left of the screen, so please check them out. They are truly brilliant, and I've linked both Eli's and Muggsy's channel in the description. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Welcome to Grill the Pros. We've rounded up some of your favorite Halo players to test their knowledge on the pro scene. They have been given the names of major and regional events from the most recent in Arlington all the way back to the first major at Raleigh in 2021. And all they have to do is guess the correct team. Now, let's see how our pro players fare. Arlington Major 2024.
Well, that was Space Station. I remember that one. That was a couple of months ago.
SSG.
Space Station.
I think Arctic. No, I think SSG won that one. I can't remember. Yeah, I think it was SSG. Yeah.
SSG. Space Station. SSG. Space Station. SSG. That was SSG.
Space Station. Space Station.
Halo World Championship 2023.
Optic. Oh no, Phase. Sorry, Phase. Phase. Phase Clan. Phase. Oh, this is really bad. Once we get knocked out of tournaments, I don't really pay attention. Was it Phase?
Phase Clan.
Phase.
Fort Worth Major 2023.
What did it was a Phase didn't do a 3P or a 2P, right? We're gonna go Space Station that event. Optic. Was it Optic? Optic. That was us.
Optic. That was Optic, wasn't it?
Space Station Gaming Invitational 2023.
That was SSG.
SSG.
That one was SSG. The SSG invitation was won by SSG. SSG. Space Station. SSG.
Arlington Major 2023.
That was the event I didn't get to go to. That's when it happened. So, it's a bit of a rough spot, Was it Phase?
We're gonna go with Phase.
It was Space Station, wasn't it?
Phase?
I'm gonna say Optic again. Oh no, Phase actually.
Phase. Optic. Phase. That was Phase. Optic.
Dallas Invitational 2023.
Was that Optic?
No, it's Phase.
I believe Phase won that one as well.
It was Phase, wasn't it?
That was Phase.
Phase.
Also Phase.
Phase again. Phase.
Charlotte Major 2023.
Because I think Optic only won one major that year. I think I'm gonna go with SSG.
Optic.
That was Optic because they won the
For some reason that was Optic. Optic. That was us.
Charlotte was Optic.
Halo.
I will do. There we are. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the European Halo Kickoff 2025 Seeding Tournament Week 2. We have, unfortunately, the final series for you guys. It is the losers bracket final, but ITB are no longer here. They have gone off to do some HCS stuff, so this will be the last series. I'm no longer joined by Hail Monkey Man. I have an equally as lovely man to this side of me, even. I have to raise my hands a little bit. I do not know my framing. I'm here with Fazilla, and we're going to be covering this Conspiracy versus BH3 series. How you doing, my man?
I'm doing amazingly. I mean, it's been a while since we've been together on the mic, so thankfully we are. And, well, it is, like you said, unfortunately, the last series, ITB had to do ITB HCS stuff, so it means that this will be the last series of the day. So, you know how it is, you know how we roll. We are going to be bringing some heat to the stand, to the microphone, and, of course, to your screens. So, as we are getting real close to the match, what are your thoughts so far? How do you think the LAN will be, Hixie?
I think it's going to be great fun. I can't wait. I'm really looking forward to seeing everyone again and seeing these teams facing off against each other. So yeah, Conspiracy and BH3 are going to be two solid teams at the LAN, as are Catsmile, and it's going to be a great time. Conspiracy, though, on your screens first, we've got Finners, Slink, Chaos, and Nick Senni. And on the other side of the bracket will be BH3, who have been stomping today. They have looked lights out, only defeated by ITB, Bastos, Sunrise, Shad, Moes, if you had forgotten or if you weren't here in the last series. But if you weren't here, what are you doing? We've been live all day. Where you been at? We've had some great games, and we're really looking forward to next weekend. It's going to be a great time. I believe we'll have maps up for you guys as well. There we go. Recharge Oddballs, where we're going to be starting off. Live Fire Slayer, Empyrean CTF, Solitude, King of the Hill, and Aquarius Slayer. First, I'm going to have to ask, what is your prediction for this series?
My prediction is that it is going to be a tight game. It is going to be, I don't know. I mean, they both face Conspiracies coming in real hot. So everything can happen. Everything can happen, especially when we are talking about this being, of course, the last series and the LAN fast approaching. So they need to get those points. They need to get everything. And, well, they need to get their game on point, since this is, well, no easy feat to get success.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a difficult match for both teams. My money is on BH3 with how they have been playing. We're talking to production just in that break. I'm going to call a 3-1 in favor of BH3. I think that they're going to be taking that second position again. Similarly to last week, the standings are pretty similar. The only difference is Cat Smile came third last week, and they have unfortunately reached fourth position. Still a pretty solid spot, but not, getting a medal. Conspiracy and BH3 fighting for that second place. But yeah, my guess is probably a 3-1 to BH3.
Absolutely. It is quite the bold guess, but still respectable. I honestly don't know. It's been some quite interesting weeks, especially since we come fresh from last year's winter tournament. So now, here on the new year, and of course the LAN that is fastly approaching just next week, this is the final match for the seeding. Well, it's going to be interesting to see which teams are going to maybe finish on their seeding, or maybe fall behind, or even okay, I see you, Bastos. Oh, that was close. I really like it.
Yeah, unfortunately, Nick Senni just didn't see anything, but the headshot doesn't come through. Bastos not able to pick that one up, and then flushed out by the nade. 3-1 for Bastos already, a solid start, as is Mo's. Shad trying to join them, and does. Sunrise picking up the ball. Someone's got to do it. Although he does get a kill of his own with the help of Shad as well. And this is the BH3 teamwork that we've seen all day. They're just so damn difficult to break up. Beat Slink trying to get some shots. With Chaos. And Finners as well. Just Shad hitting everyone. Calls must be great. Bastos with a double kill with that shock rifle. Does fall to Chaos. And that trades hands. But the damage is already being done. BH3 with a lead surmounting. And that ball getting rotated by Sunrise over towards Shad and that long haul. Chaos only able to do so much before he's shut down by the rest of BH3. The teamwork impeccable.
Absolutely impeccable right now, like you just said. And, well, halfway through so far, and BH3 is going to maintain control not only of the ball but also of the map control, not allowing Conspiracy to get through or even get close to the ball. Just a little bit shy of 35 seconds remaining, and while the active camo is up for grabs, it will also mean that Conspiracy has 2 teammates down. Make it 3, make it 4. That's a full wipe, and Bastos trying to clear the spawns to make him go as far as possible. Unfortunately, no. But this is going to basically be a round for BH3. Could be clean as they are approaching the 90-second mark, and with 10 seconds remaining, this could be a last push, but they are too far. BH3 will take this first round.
Yeah, difficult first round for Finners, only picking up his first kill pretty much in the last 10 seconds of that round. So hoping Conspiracy can put up a little bit more of a fight. BH3 have done so well on oddballs today. So it's going to be a tall order for Conspiracy to try and pick up a round and possibly even take the map. But one round at a time, brick by brick, we're going to have to build this case for Conspiracy staying in this series longer than a third map. Slink getting that camo, will help, at least just to try and split the defense a little bit. With how BH3 play, they're so good. their teamwork, their synergy. They've just played together with some form of the core roster. And unfortunately for Slink, that's really not what you want. Camo just not really able to do much, and then dropping as well. Chaos not able to land. Bastos picking that one up. He gets 1 kill. He gets 2. He can't find the third. The damage has been done. 11 points only for Conspiracy. It felt like they had that hold for such a long time, but it's just the efficiency of BH3. Bastos not letting his foot off the gas. Takes down Slink, sends him back to the respawn. Same with Finners and same with Nixeni. Bastos is not stopping. He's not slowing down. The only thing that can stop him is that shock rifle running out of ammo.
What a way, what a form, what an absolutely beautiful way of just showing that BH3 is here not just to play but also to win. And with everything that's going on right now, Shad is going to be the one that will be left alone with the ball, as that's a 3-down man situation for BH3. And now they have to get the push rolling in. Bastos yet again putting his sight on, and the shock rifle move gets taken down. So does level 50. A couple of shots. Chaos, we've seen some damage. So as Nixeni, as a fight for the active camo is starting to take place. As they know that the one that will grab it can change the tide of the battle. Shot with a little damage. But still, able to get the shields off, and Sunrise will be the one with the active camo making the call out. And of course, approaching the shock rifle to utilize it to get some really nice kills.
Yeah, for sure. And Bastos 19-7. Just trying to lead that charge. This map 1 to go in their hands comfortably. Although this round has been a lot closer. Conspiracy trying to piece the puzzle together, and they're doing a bit of a job of it. And finally, to see what they can do. Finners just falls down from window just for a second, just trying to get some information. Chaos able to get away with his life, but Nixeni surely dead to rights. There's 2 players, Bastos and Shad, trying to shut him down, and he does fall. Shad able to get away as well. But the trade can't be converted, and then you got the help from Mose and Bastos. So Shad lives to see another day. 10-4 for Shad as well. The ball not really being considered by either team. I don't think Conspiracy really have the luxury to try and go for it, especially when they're all 4 dead. I think BH3 are just toying with them. They'll pick up the ball when they want, and they only want to when there's 4 dead. It's target practice so far, and Bastos is loving it. 22-7. He's now trying to play everything. He's done the kills, and he wants the objective. And this has got to fill you with so much confidence going into next weekend, not just for Bastos individually, but for BH3 as a team. They've been so solid today. The French power with that little sprinkling of a Maltese man, just really just working for them.
Camel ready to appear in 15 seconds. BH3, especially Shad now with 3 teammates dead, not only is going to secure the elevator spawn, but also a little bit more of time with the ball, a bit of rotation, but gets unfortunately taken down. The active camo might be able to get in the hands of Conspiracy, and this could mean big and huge news. It's going to be popped by one of the members of Conspiracy, if my eyes don't deceive me. So they need now to find who has moves. A little bit damaged, no shields, but will get them recharged up to a certain degree. A 1v1, level 50, doesn't know what to do, gets taken down by Bastos. A little bit of a Jarabe Tapatío dance, like we call it here in Mexico. Shock rifle up for grabs, and Chaos is able to take down Moose, and drops down to go only back again to check the shock rifle out.
I think Slink was just expecting Mose to play with him, trying to get a lucky shot where they just line up. Unfortunately, that one doesn't line up for Chaos, neither that. He's going to have to back off, and wisely shouldn't really repeat much further. You need to wait for your team to try and help out. Nixeni doing exactly that. Chaos still not really able to clean that one up. So close to death is Sunrise, dancing with death. But the shield does come back, and he lives to see another day. Bastos just holding on to this ball now. 26 make that, and 9. He puts the ball down, he gets a kill, he picks it back up, and Bastos just being absolute lights out. No one even close to him. 27 kills now. 30 bomb potential, very likely. Not only is he almost on that 30 bomb, he's also just been playing this ball to perfection, rotating exactly where he needs to be. Chaos going to keep coming round. Bastos does fall, finally. 10 kills, double digits in that column. It's a not very rare sight, especially if you're Conspiracy, to have double-digit kills in this match.
Oh my god, I didn't saw that it was 27. God, that's a little bit excessive, but still, active cam was going to be spawning in a couple of seconds. BH3 is just 16 seconds away from claiming victory. Moose will be the one that will be popping it, as well as try to get as much damage as possible. Sunrise able to get a little bit of extra damage and a surprise factor to some degree against a level 50 and finers if it was him, because I couldn't see correctly. Level 50 gets a trade. Bastos once again left by himself. 50 seconds remaining. A 2v1 that turns into a 1v1. Able to get some picking damage done, but unfortunately gets taken down as we now switch our view down to Nick Senni as he is starting to approach. And, well, the rotation is going to be taking place as Conspiracy needs desperately to get time on.
Yeah, Conspiracy is now or never. 30 seconds left. And I've had a feeling that BH3 weren't really going to be playing for points. They just wanted to play time. As I say that, the ball does get rotated out, but I'm not sure if that's just to keep it out the hands of Conspiracy or to close this one with the points. It makes sense to, but I thought they might have just been toying with them, just trying to get that shooting range still going. The Sunrise falls. It doesn't look like it's going to matter. It's 96 and counting. And this one is going to be closed out. BH3 take this in a very convincing fashion. That first round was, I believe it was perfect, if not a few points only put on the board for Conspiracy. BH3 taking map 1. It's going to be difficult to try and fight Conspiracy's corner going into this live fire Slayer.
So the next match is going to be live fire Slayer. With that S7 sniper going to make a lot of noise, going to make a lot of kills, and, well, it's going to provoke a lot of fear when it is being grabbed with the correct hands. So we just take a quick look at the scoreboard as we see Bastos 28 and 8, and well, Shat 20 and 13 as we are now loading back in.
Yeah, no rest for the wicked, jumping right into map 2, which is that live fire Slayer. And again, it's so difficult to not think BH3 are going to be taking this. They had a pretty successful day, shall we say, for Slayers so far, and I feel like that really isn't going to change much. They were dominant in that first map, and Slayer is their bread and butter, so they're going to be probably taking this map, and I reckon Furs, my 3-1 prediction might be a 3-0.
It's more than likely heading that way, but we shall not count them out yet. If I remember correctly the bracket, they were able to take one game from them, so there is still hope. There is still a lot of stuff to be able. Oh no, I was confused. Everything happened, but like you said, could be looking at like a 3-0 with this objective-based map, but as we are heading down to a Slayer, and yes, the balance could still be technically in the side of BH3, but you can never count a team completely out. There will always be something to surprise everyone, especially when we are on this ahead of the bracket.
Yeah, for sure. I think Conspiracy, you know, nothing against them at all. I just think BH3 are a stronger side. It's difficult. I think I spoke to Monkey Man about it earlier today, that the core of this BH3 roster have been together for such a long time. They know how each other play. And, you know, they have something that a lot of the other teams in the UU scene don't, because they're constantly trying to shake things up. These other teams are trying to get players in and get players out to see what sticks and what works and how they can be the most successful. But when you've got BH3, a team that are comfortably, you know, top 3 in EU, there's only so many players that you can kind of interchange and go through. So they just know how each other play. They play together for a while, and you get the feel for when they're going to push, when they're not, what they kind of want to do off spawns and the start of maps and their opening gambits and whatnot. I just think that's where they differ against a team like Conspiracy, a team, you know, like Catsmile. It's difficult to kind of manufacture something like that. It needs to happen naturally. As I say that though, seeing BH3 struggling so far with the beginning of this Slayer. Did start slow maybe a couple times in Slayers, but often they will bring it back, and it looks like the 1 kill deficit isn't really anything to consider. Nothing dangerous so far.
There was a slight advantage in favor of Conspiracy. We're talking about a full team wipe, but now it has completely shifted. As basically almost the whole team went down. So far, a 2-kill lead for Conspiracy as VH3 is starting to get a little bit more behind, but that snipe is going to do a little bit more of damage and start provoking fear. It will be nice to see how it will go, but Moose with that overkill extermination could follow it up. But will unfortunately get taken down. Still, even with that overkill extermination, the advantage of 2 kills, well now 1, is going to be for Conspiracy, as they are not letting that advantage and that lead go away so easily.
Yeah. Making BH3 fight for this one at least. And it's nice to see after the performance in the last map. We'll have to see if they can keep hold of this. Constantly having BH3 knocking at their door is not going to be comfortable at all. It's not going to be nice. It's not going to be easy. If you can take this map from them, they'll feel pretty confident. BH3 seem to love a Slayer, especially today, as I mentioned earlier. So taking this map can definitely do wonders for your confidence. But as the score is tied, looks like BH3 is starting to find their flow in this map. And unfortunate for Finners, just dropping down at the worst time. Bastos giving a kill on a plate. On a platter. And that's the last thing you need for Bastos. He'll get these kills regardless. Don't need to be giving him anything for free. As this lead now is extending for BH3, 26-22. Just under 9 minutes left on the clock as well. BH3 have more than enough time to try and ride this out. Just keep this lead growing.
The lead is absolutely growing. 5 kills so far. Of an advantage, S7 in the hands of Sunrise. No shields, forced to retreat along with Moose. QT spawning in just a couple of seconds. Oh, Sunrise wants to pick, but Peter's not going to allow him to. Now we switch up to Shad. 30-25 so far, as we see a little bit of a slowing down. As Conspiracy know that they were having the lead, now they are on the disadvantage. Great kill by Shep, but still not going to be enough. The plasma's flying, but not going to cause damage. 34-28.
Yeah, it's going to be... I think BH3 know that Conspiracy are a team that you can't give away any free kills. Although you are pretty hot on this map, and this mode especially. The double kill from Shad's definitely going to help make that a triple possible. Oh, so close. The overkill was so close, but just no cigar for Shad. 16-9 still. Can't be too upset. Performance is speaking its own story. Miss snipe from Bastos, so he just sends him away. And the help comes through from the rest of BH3 as well. How many times have I said that today? I feel like BH3's teamwork is just second to none. And their individual skill as well makes them such a formidable beast. 44-33, 11 kill lead. And just getting ever so closer to that 50 points. You're going to have to play even more clinical, Conspiracy. You're going to have to try and just not take any deaths. And when 2 players drop, make that 3 is 47-48 for BH3. Surely this is a done deal.
This could be the last couple of kills that will seal it entirely. Moose with the active camo, starting to gain some intelligence for his team. Will get Nick Sadigan will get taken down. It's a 1v1 right now. Bastos no shields. But from the distance, it will be Shad, the one that will take it down and will make this a 2-0 lead in favor of BH3, as Conspiracy is 1 game away from losing this makeshift grand finals.
Yeah, and Shad doing a good job there, just leading with the Slays 17-9 and getting that final kill to close that second map out. 2-0, one more map for BH3, like you said, to be taking this losers bracket final and the last matchup of our day. Do have the bracket in front of you. 17-9, like I mentioned, for Shad, at 15-8 for Mose, and the other two, Bastos and Sunrise, still putting in some good work. I imagine the damage is pretty consistent across the board. Unfortunately, Finn is the only player on Conspiracy to grace double-digit kills, and a pretty rough time for everyone. Mose with 4.5k damage, miles ahead of anyone on Conspiracy. And it's just Mose and Shad really just being lights out. And the damage, unfortunately, tells the story of the 50-35. Map 3 could be the final. And with how BH3 have been playing, this could be the be-all end-all. Empyrean CTF is where we could be finishing off this match and the day. The final match before the LAN as well next weekend. And you're going to have to pull something out of a hat. And it definitely shouldn't be a rabbit, or you're kind of screwed if you're Conspiracy, because you need something magical.
Absolutely. We're talking about a full-on operation, a full-on reverse sweep. It's going to be difficult, but definitely not impossible. We've seen comebacks happen, but right now, Conspiracy is in a really rough spot, as it is basically a CTF, and we already saw how the first objective game type went, and how, well, basically it all depended not only just on the power weapons, but also on the game sense that these players had of the map. Now going into Empyrean, especially on the CTF variation, well, things can happen. We have, each team has one S7, this the rocket launcher right in the middle of the map. So basically, whoever gets the rocket and the overshield might be able to get a little bit of an upper hand, and with enough luck and with the great play, they might be able to even get the first capture quick and, well, swift as possible.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately for Conspiracy, there is a sniper on the map, and with the work that Bastos has been putting in, it's probably something that you're going to be a little bit upset to see, especially considering there's two snipers. You could just be giving Bastos a little bit more ammo. But this Empyrean CTF, you're really just going to have to try and, like you said, pick up that rocket and pick up that overshield. If you're Conspiracy, you need to get everything out of the hands of BH3 that could give them any more advantage, because with the bandits alone, they are dangerous. They've shown that time and time again throughout the day, and could be looking at a 3-0 victory in this series. A great mental, fortitude for BH3 to take into this next weekend as well, coming into it, only dropping to ITB today. Everyone else they have put away very, very comfortably. It has been clinical to watch them take each other on, and it looks like we're going to have a little map reset. Apparently someone had just disconnected, so we're just going to be here for a little bit longer to stew in what we've seen throughout the day. Yeah,
just to have a little bit of a chat, just to have a little bit of a great time together. It's been a while since we saw each other, so why not absolutely have some fun, have a little bit of a chat. But most importantly, and I can't stress this enough, why should we talk about the great sponsor of the land that, well, we are throwing?
Yeah, it's always nice to get a little bit of extra help, and we have this sponsor. Their game is Vextorial, and it is a multi-dimensional puzzle game. You can wishlist it on Steam, and it is quite sweet. The little animation and style is really, really nice. The art style of the game looks amazing. I have definitely wishlisted it. I'm looking forward to playing it, if I'm honest, and giving it a go, seeing how it is. But yeah, appreciate Vex Games for the sponsor. It's always nice to get a little bit of extra support for the EU scene. And they will be having a preview as well of the game at the LAN. So if you guys want to give that a go, feel free and see if it's something you want to wishlist. If it's something you're interested in. Puzzle games are, maybe not for everyone, but I can definitely see that there's a solid market. So I'm going to be picking that up. as we are loading into this next map. Just waiting for one more player to get the game sorted. I'm pretty sure they just needed to restart. And then Empyrean CTF will be jumping into very shortly. Appreciate everyone's patience. And see what Conspiracy can do to try and shut down the BH3 roster, because they're going to need to try and rework their game plan, right? It hasn't really been working out for them. They haven't had to match up against BH3 at all today until now. And they fell to into the breach, excuse me, in the winners bracket final. So, you know, everyone else they had beaten to get to here. So it's a pretty solid run for them regardless. Conspiracy were 4th seed at the end of last week. So definitely a team that you're not going to be sleeping on when you come to the LAN. Just heard we've got another player missing. So we are just going to go through to a quick break. We do apologise. We'll get the game back in once we've sorted out all the tech issues we're having. But we will be back as soon as possible. Just, you know, just chill for a bit. We'll be back when we can.
2022.
Was it Optic?
Optic.
Optic.
That was us.
Optic.
Optic.
Orlando Major 2022.
Was Optic?
Optic
as well.
Optic. Easy enough. That was Optic. That was us.
Optic as well.
Optic.
Australia New Zealand Regional 2022.
I know 2 of the names, but I don't think either of those teams. Actually, it might have been. Was it Mind Freak? It's either Mind Freak or it's Chiefs, because those were like the 2 big ones, and I want to say it was Chiefs. Sure, we'll go Mind Freak.
I'm gonna assume it's like Divine Mind or from Mind Freak, because they're like the only 2 orgs that I remember from Australia. I'm gonna say Mind Freak.
I'll say Mind Freak.
Barcode. The Chiefs.
Barcode was on there, right? Yeah. Mind Freak. No, is it Chiefs?
Mind Freak. Chiefs. Mind Freak.
The Chiefs.
Oh man, how could you do this to me? What was her name back then? Nah, I'm drawing a blank on this one.
Yeah, I really don't know that off the top of my head. I mean, that was probably Mind Freak or something like that, maybe.
Mexico Regional 2022.
God, I don't know the name of the team, but it was Tapping Buttons' team, I believe. Yeah, I don't remember what organization they're representing at the time.
Luminosity or Noble Gaming?
Pittsburgh Knights.
I'm just gonna say like SWAT.
I'll say whatever team Tapping was on.
Pittsburgh Knights.
Luminosity. Knights.
LG.
PK.
Luminosity. LG.
Pittsburgh Knights, right?
Knights? I know they were Space Station for a little bit, right? Didn't they? Yeah, it wasn't for that tournament though. Dang, no, I'm out on that one.
European Regional 2022.
Ascend.
I mean, I have to go with Navi because I don't remember the other team name.
Ascent.
No, it was Ascend.
Quadrant.
Oh, wait. Quadrant?
It was Ascent.
Appreciate everyone's patience. We were able to get back into this game quicker than we were expecting. Everyone is back in, so only a short break for us. 30 seconds in. Bastos not landed with the sniper as much as we've seen. Still able to stay alive though. He's got the teammates around him to keep him up, and the flag being pulled from the BH3 base. Unfortunately, it looks like Slink is going to get shut down, and so is Chaos. This is the Bastos sniper we were expecting.
The type of action too that we were promised, and let me tell you, the wait was worth it. Bastos just getting ready with it. Oh, a couple of shots, able to get a body one, but not going to be able to drop the kill. Still, we're seeing that Bastos got taken down, but BH3 had a great progress. But now with that plasma taking down 2 of the Conspiracy teammates, now it's going to make it a little bit more difficult. That's 3 down. And Chaos is left all by himself for a couple of moments as BH3 can make his push. But Chaos with a nice flank will try to deflect it and will get it with a nice double kill on his side. 4 down. Conspiracy is gonna push through.
Yeah, Conspiracy trying to just show that they still got a bit of life. Flag being run, going to go through top mid. Full, though, Chaos just does fumble. It's really going to cost him. He's going to get taken down. It's unfortunate. You're going to have to try and get past that mentally, because that was really a chance for you to secure that first cap. If you could get beyond the halfway point, that's almost guaranteed. BH3 thrown a lifeline in this map. Bastos throwing a nade. Unfortunately, meets Slink to his demise. The reset comes through. BH3 as well, just trying to reset their map positioning as all these power weapons come up. All the goodies are coming on. Spanker gets picked up but not able to be used by Finners. And that's going to spell disaster. Chaos is the first to fall to the rockets of Shad. The double kill comes through. One more rocket to expend. There's 2 players around that corner, but he doesn't know it. Not going to waste it on just the one. Doesn't have it to hand. And he's one shot, so he's going to have to back down. Still one shot. That nade keeps him just unable to recharge his shields. But Sunrise trying to do everything. Mo's as well helping him. And with Nixeni and Slink spawning up just now, it looks like Bastos is going to be able to get this flag through the halfway point. Down long haul, they're going to be able to get this beyond. And looks like this one's going to be going in first. The fumble from Conspiracy has fueled the fire for BH3 to pick this flag up. And they're going to run a second as well, because why not?
Why not get another one running? As they are now taking a different kind of approach. They are going through the overshield side. And Sunrise is going to get perfectly covered. Bastos able to get a nice kill with the S7 sniper. They are not letting them go. There's another capture basically guaranteed. Ooh, hold on. Chaos was able to stop Sunrise, but unfortunately for him, he got immediately taken down, and that's 2 for 1. Gotta say, BH3 picked up the pace really quickly, and they are not planning on letting it go so easily, as Bastos is already on their way to get that third flag running. 4th down, Hixie. This might as well be done and gone.
Yeah, I think Bastos is just trying to get this one finished off now. The whole BH3 squad are just so difficult to take down, and it looks like this one is not going to be stopped at all. That's going to be a 3-0. They're just going to toy with them. Bastos running circles, finally puts it in, and a 3-0 in the map and series. An incredibly quick Empyrean CTF, and that will be BH3 taking the losers bracket final in the final series of today as well. Like we did say, unfortunately ITB did have to head off to do some HCS related stuff, so that will be the last series for today. In our makeshift grand final, BH3 take the victory over Conspiracy, and the dominance is something they're going to have to carry through into the LAN. But 13-7 for Mo's, 11-6 for Sunrise as well. Then 8-3 for Bastos. What looks like only 8 kills, right? You look at that, but they hardly played a game. It was 5 minutes on the dot. And Bastos had so many impactful kills, not just in this series, but throughout the day. And that is just a rough one for Conspiracy.
Still, they were able to pull out this great map, an absolute stellar play. It all seemed at the start that it was going to be a tight situation, and we had a little bit of a flag steal from both teams here and there. But in the end, there was a moment where BH3 just basically took the upper hand, managed to get the map control, and, well, as we saw it walk away with a 3-0, capture the flag game, a perfect game. And, well, we can... at some point, we can thank Bastos for those snipes. So, Hixie, I honestly don't have anything to say. The statement is that it was a great being once again hit in the EHL channel. But if you had any closing statements that you want to say, then please go ahead.
Just looking forward to next weekend, seeing everyone at the LAN. We're going to see some great Halo, and thanks again to Vex Games for sponsoring us. Again, please check out Vextorial on the Steam store. Wishlist their game if you're interested. It's a multi-dimensional platformer game. It looks really, really fun. And like I mentioned earlier, they're going to be having a preview of the game as well at the LAN, so you're welcome to try it out there. But yeah, I mean, GG's to everyone. BH3 looking incredibly nasty. It's going to be great to see everyone at the LAN, and just safe journeys to everyone. Thanks for coming out today. And Furs, appreciate you being here with me, production as well, everyone. You know, everyone putting some solid work in behind the scenes. And yeah, have a nice weekend. We'll see you next one for a LAN in London, which is awesome to say.